Chapter 46. When Han Shuo arrived at the fatty's side, he noticed that the strongest of the dozen or so mercenaries behind the fatty were 2 journeyman warriors, followed by 6 beginner warriors and a few trainee warriors. These people were all riddled with wounds, and the 2 strongest journeyman warriors had the most serious injuries. They'd almost lost all ability to fight by now. "Mr. Fabian, we're the ones who are protecting you." The journeyman warrior, who had a bloody hole in his ribs and was still dripping with fresh blood, couldn't help but reveal an anxious expression when he saw Han Shuo swiftly approach. He spoke to the short, stocky fatty. "The situation now is quite obvious. You've already lost all ability to fight and are unable to provide effective protection for me. I've already paid half of the gold coins to your mercenary band before, but because you haven't been able to safely escort me back to the Empire, I won't be paying the remaining half." Fabian spoke with a face full of resignation, and then a genial smile hung on his face. He bowed to Han Shuo and said, "Brave warrior, please take me away from here. I'll pay you 200 gold coins." "All right, give me 100 gold coins first, and I'll start immediately." Han Shuo was unperturbed and also smiled as he spoke. At this moment, the troll leader saw that Han Shuo didn't seem to have any intentions of leaving. He finally roared out in fury, "Crafty, evil human, kill them all!" The troll warriors, hunters, and priests, who had been standing there blankly a moment ago, once again yelled out a few strange words in the forest troll's language as soon as the troll leader's words had sounded. "All right, here's 100 gold coins. I'll give you another 100 gold coins when you take me away safely from here. Damn it, they're already charging over. You better hurry up and move." Fabian hastily took out a money pouch and poured out 100 gold coins, handing it to Han Shuo as he watched the forest troll charge over with a sinister expression and a weapon in his hand. As soon as the 100 gold coins were in his hands, Han Shuo suddenly smiled and rushed towards Fabian. Before Fabian could react, Han Shuo had already carried him on his back and pulled out a few strips of gauze from an open pocket on the side, tightly wrapping them around Fabian's back without any explanation. "Let's go. I'll bring you out of here safely. You must hold on tight to me. Don't blame me if you fall off on your own," Han Shuo hurriedly ordered. He threw away the battle axe in his hand and grabbed a spear from the side. Then he suddenly rushed towards the periphery. 7 troll warriors had long since blocked the way. Behind them were some troll hunters and 2 troll priests. As soon as they saw Han Shuo rush over, their spears and javelins had already been thrown out, whistling towards Han Shuo. Even with the fatty on his back, Han Shuo still seemed very relaxed as he maneuvered through the rugged path. Nimbly changing directions, Han Shuo easily dodged a few spears and javelins. When Han Shuo had rushed to the side of the 7 troll warriors, the troll warriors, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over with large strides, wielding their battle axes. Tightly gripping a spear in his hand, Han Shuo's body swiftly closed in, the spear stabbing towards the chest of the first troll warrior. A flower of blood suddenly blossomed on his chest as the troll warrior's body trembled and fell backwards. At this moment, the troll priests in the back started chanting the healing and fire of the soul magic. Several streaks of green light were cast onto the troll warriors. The troll warrior that had fallen earlier stood up shakily. After the other troll warriors had been covered by the magic of the fire of the soul, their originally hard green skin seemed to have been coated with a layer of iron. It actually flashed with a kind of metallic luster. Then their speed and strength increased at the same time, and they rushed over with loud roars. "Hurry, hurry up and get me out of here." Fabian was pale with fright as he cried out frantically on Han Shuo's back. The expression on his face didn't change as Han Shuo turned a deaf ear to Fabian's screams. The spear in his hand was suddenly thrown out, piercing the troll warrior that had shakily stood up through the neck and nailing him to the ground. He then pulled out the spears and javelins that had been stabbed into the ground and threw them one by one at the priests hiding in the back. A troll priest couldn't dodge in time and was pierced to death on the spot by the javelins. 2 other troll hunters were also pierced through the chest and died. At this moment, Han Shua casually pulled out a spear and began to fend off the troll warriors that had already arrived in front of him. The fire of the soul magic had been cast on the troll warriors, and all of their bodily functions had received an upgrade. However, Han Shua's magical training had been somewhat successful, and the toughness and agility of his body still far exceeded theirs. As he danced with his spear, he flicked the battle axes into the air. During this process, the troll warriors would also pull out the javelins and spears that had been stabbed into the ground after their battle axes had slipped and flown out of their hands, firmly blocking the way as they tangled with Han Shua. With a fatty on his back, Han Shua was fighting 1 against 6. Even though he was able to dodge very quickly, he still couldn't completely deflect all of the damage. Whenever danger approached, Han Shua would very evilly use Fabian on his back as a shield, using Fabian's fat body to minimize the damage on his own body. Damn it, you can't do this. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the next 100 gold coins. Fabian's but had been pierced by a spear, and a few bloody wounds had also appeared on his back from the javelins. He continuously cried out in panic on Han Shua's back. It was a pity that Han Shua had already completely ignored Fabian's complaints. He pulled out the spear that had been stabbed into the chest of a troll warrior, and fresh blood suddenly sprayed out, spraying all over Han Shua's body. Han Shua's expression was already sinister and severe to begin with, and he looked even more like the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper after being sprayed with fresh blood. Fabian, on the other hand, immediately froze in shock and didn't dare say anything else. He only sobbed on Han Shua's back. "Kill him, kill him. Let's go together." When the troll leader saw that Han Shua had killed quite a few forest troll in a row, he suddenly roared in rage. Even he himself raised a battle axe and rushed over from behind. Now, Han Shua was fighting 1 against 5. Although it didn't seem particularly strenuous for him, it was still very difficult for him to charge out of the encirclement of the 5. When the troll leader's words fell and more troll warriors rushed over, Han Shua dodged the attack of a battle axe and took a few steps back. "Fallen warriors of the dead, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence." Han Shua suddenly chanted the undead summoning incantation as he spread his hands. "Oh my gosh, you're actually a mage as well." Fabian, who had been sobbing softly, was instantly dumbfounded when he saw that Han Shua had actually chanted a magical incantation. He looked at Han Shua with a confused expression and let out a strange cry. The troll leader in the distance was also shocked, and then rushed over even faster, roaring loudly, "Kill him! Hurry! And kill him!" The little skull, wielding the bone dagger, suddenly appeared in front of Han Shua. Its thin and small body stood there all by itself, and its empty eyes scanned the surroundings blankly. "No way! Why is it just a little skull, and such a skinny one at that? What's the use of this?" Fabian couldn't help but cry out in alarm when he saw that Han Shua had only summoned a skeleton. "Waha! So it's just a skeleton. That gave me a fright. Kill them." When the troll leader realized that it was just a little skull after his initial shock, he immediately started jeering and ordering the forest troll warriors to quickly approach. Han Shua's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth also curved into a mocking smile. He immediately gave the little skull the order to attack as soon as the troll leader's words fell. When the little skull received Han Shua's order to attack, its calf bones bent and straightened, and it suddenly shot out like a sharp sword. The bone dagger in its hand drew a dark streak of light through the air, flying out first. With a Poochie, the troll warrior that had rushed over first was directly pierced through the forehead by the bone dagger like a piece of paper and fell backward stiffly. The little skull didn't stop after it pierced through the skull of a troll warrior. It whistled through the air under the control of the little skull, as if it were a ghost seeking death. It made an ear-splitting howl as it moved in a mysterious and unpredictable arc, piercing through 2 troll warriors in a row. When the little skull neared these troll warriors, it automatically returned to the little skull's hand. The moment the bone dagger left his hand, 3 troll warriors had lost their lives in the blink of an eye. After the little skull's attack, the extremely disappointed Fabian and the loudly mocking troll leader were both dumbfounded. They stared closely at the little skull, who was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, in disbelief. The little skull grasped the bone dagger in his hand and nimbly began to reap the lives of the troll warriors. Oh my gosh, am I seeing things? Is this really just a skeletal warrior? Fabian finally reacted and screamed in excitement. If it wasn't for the gauze wrapping around him, he might have fallen to the ground from the excitement. Don't go near him. Everyone, stay away from that skeleton. Use spears, javelins, and battle axes to kill that little skull. After the shock, the troll leader commanded loudly with a face full of fear. His originally approaching body stopped abruptly, and he began to retreat timidly. The troll warriors that were still close to the little skull all retreated. As soon as they left, the sky full of spears, javelins, and battle axes of the troll warriors flew out at the same time, smashing and stabbing towards the little skull. Han Shoa was startled and thought that no matter how strong the little skull was, he would probably be hit by such a fierce barrage of attacks. It would be too late even if he chanted the incantation to withdraw the dagger now. Han Shoa was secretly anxious and began to truly worry for the little skull. However, the little skull's unimaginably flashy performance completely overturned Han Shua's knowledge and understanding of him. Chapter 47. At this moment, the 7-bone spurs on Little Skull's back suddenly swayed with a creaking sound. When the sky full of javelins, spears, and axes were about to fall on Little Skull's body, the 7-bone spurs instantly detached from Little Skull's back and spiraled out, whistling as they intertwined and spun above Little Skull's head. Little Skull stood where he was, holding the bone dagger in his hand. His little body danced as if he was having an epileptic fit. Under Little Skull's control, the 7-bone spurs drew mysterious arcs in the air as if they were being waved by invisible hands. Pa, 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 sounds rang out continuously. The flying javelins, spears, and axes were all broken by the crisscrossing 7-bone spurs. None of them could get close to Little Skull's small body. Han Shua pinched his own waist. After feeling the pain, he realized how real this moment was. Not only could the little skeleton wield the bone dagger in battle, but he'd also been able to wield the 7-bone spurs on his back, turning them into terrifying weapons that could claim lives. This made Han Shua feel that the little skeleton at this moment was inconceivable. The method of demon control was a demonic cultivation method that allowed one to control demonic treasures to attack. The last time Han Shoa had inexplicably transferred those memories to the little skeleton, he'd seen the little skeleton control the bone dagger and fly. This was already enough to astonish Han Shoa. But now, the fact that Little Skull could even control the 7-bone spurs on his back had completely shocked Han Shoa. In order to use the method of demon control, apart from understanding the method of demon control, one also needed to have a demonic treasure that was connected to one's life. Only when one's mind and spirit were connected to the demonic treasure would one be able to use it naturally. It looked like the 7-bone spurs and bone dagger had unknowingly become Little Skull's personal demonic treasures under the continuous forging of magical yuan. Without a demonic treasure in hand, Han Shua still couldn't use the method of demon control. Who would have thought that the Little Skull, a dark creature, had already walked ahead of Han Shoa and successfully activated it first? Oh my gosh! What kind of monster is this Little Skull? Fabian moaned in excitement and nervousness, exclaiming in a low, dumbfounded voice. The forest trolls were also completely dumbfounded after the javelins, pikes, and battle axes that had been flying towards them had all been smashed to pieces. The 7-bone spurs that had been circling around the little skeleton abruptly shot out in all directions, piercing through the 7 forest trolls that were standing there dumbly. Demon, this is a demon with a skeleton body, run. An extremely panicked scream suddenly came out of a forest troll's mouth. This seemed to be a signal to retreat. When the forest trolls heard this, they all began to flee for their lives in all directions like stray dogs. Even the forest troll leader from before didn't utter a single word as he fled without a care in which direction he went. The development of a situation was always so unexpected. Han Shuo, who had only planned on breaking through the encirclement and escaping, hadn't expected that the 7-boned spurs of Little Skull would have such terrifying power. By the time Han Shuo had come to his senses, apart from a dozen or so forest troll corpses, there wasn't a single living forest troll left. Wahahaha, good boy, good boy. Han Shuo suddenly felt a sense of relief and couldn't help but laugh wildly. At the same time, the 7-boned spurs circled once in the air and accurately returned to the Little Skull's back. Little Skull then bent his legs and raised the bone dagger in his hand, starting to loot the first forest troll's corpse with practiced ease, taking away everything apart from the clothes on their bodies. Give it to me, the other 100 gold coins. Putting Fabian down, Han Shuo had a faint smile on his face as he asked for the rest of the reward from the dumbfounded Fabian. At this moment, Fabian's gaze was still roving over the Little Skull's body, and he only reacted when Han Shuo's voice sounded. Fabian was about to take out the gold coins when he suddenly thought of something and glared at Han Shuo. No way. You used me as a shield when you were fighting the forest troll just now. Your actions have completely harmed your employer's interests. And you still want the other 100 gold coins? Han Shuo's face instantly grew cold as his cold gaze roved over Fabian's body. He casually pulled out a javelin beside him and said faintly, Mr. Fabian, are you trying to renege on your debt? On the other side, the Little Skull, who was collecting the spoils of war, also suddenly stopped and looked at Fabian with its empty eye sockets. Fabian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart trembled. He hastily squeezed out a smile and backed up a few steps, saying, just kidding, just kidding. Ha ha ha. Here's 100 gold coins, not a single one less. Thank you for your hard work. Putting away the 100 gold coins, Han Shuo gave a faint and didn't waste any more words. A carefree feeling rose in his heart as he thought to himself that he was indeed successful in every endeavor when he had unyielding strength. Honorable warrior, the items on those forest trolls' bodies. Mine, they're all mine. Han Shuo had already cut off Fabian's words before he'd even finished speaking, taking those items as the spoils of war as a matter of course. Forcing out an awkward laugh, Fabian said repeatedly, of course, they're all yours. What I meant was that I can buy the items that were looted from the forest trolls' bodies. Creasing his brow, Han Shuo looked suspiciously at Fabian and then hung a smile on his face again. He mimicked Clark and bowed courteously, saying, Mr. Fabian means that you plan on using gold coins to buy these items? This face sure changes quickly. Fabian cursed inwardly and nodded with a similar smile on his face. Indeed, I'm a merchant. I enter and exit the dark forest in order to purchase some items from the dark forest and then bring them back to the Empire for profit. The forest troll are notorious bandits in the dark forest. They should have some things that I need on their bodies. If you don't mind, warrior, I plan on buying them. At this moment, the Little Skull silently walked to Han Shuo's side with 8 bags hanging from his 2 hand bones. Under Han Shuo's orders, the Little Skull put down the 8 bags and used the bone dagger in his hand to open them one by one. Han Shuo also placed the items from his journey on the ground and looked at Fabian, awaiting his valuation. 8 magicite cores of magical beasts of the 5th rank, 6 of the 4th rank, and 1 of the 3rd rank. 3 wind blade wolf pelts, 3 venomous lizard fangs, 1 young deep-water venom python egg, and 5 stalks of moon feeder grass. I can pay you 1,000 gold coins for all of these. How about it? Fabian silently calculated after categorizing these items and lifted his head to smile at Han Shuo. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said sarcastically, not much. The deep-water venom python is a level 3 magical creature. Just 1 of its eggs should be worth quite a bit, not to mention the core of a level 3 magical creature. Do you think I'm an idiot by only offering 1,000 gold coins? Han Shua knew that the price of a level 3 magical creature wouldn't be low. Because he didn't know the exact price, Han Shua hadn't clearly stated the exact number of gold coins. However, it was inevitable that the merchant's asking price would be far lower than the market price. Therefore, Han Shua naturally wouldn't let him take it so easily. The deep-water venom python is a level 3 magical creature, but the chances of nurturing a deep-water venom python from its egg are pitifully small, and it might not even recognize its master. Therefore, the price can't be too high. How about this? I'll offer 1,500 gold coins. What do you think? Han Shua didn't say anything and only looked at Fabian with a slight smile. 2,000 gold coins. That's my bottom line. If you really aren't willing to sell, then forget it. I'll leave right now. Fabian gritted his teeth and finally raised the price by another 500 gold coins. Seeing that it was about right, Han Shua chuckled lightly and said faintly, 2,000 it is. The items are yours now. Where are the gold coins? These items would definitely be worth more than this if they were brought to the Empire. However, Han Shua was still in the dark forest right now and didn't have a space ring. It wouldn't be convenient to bring these items with him. In addition, Han Shua's identity was only an errand slave of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. It would be difficult to deal with him once he arrived in the Empire. It would be more convenient and direct to hand it over to Fabian. This is a crystal card with 2,000 gold coins on it. Take this crystal card and you can exchange it for gold coins at any savings merchant. Oh, right, what's your name? I can help you print your name onto the crystal card. Fabian took out a thin golden crystal card and asked Han Shua, Brian. Oh, all right, Brian. After Fabian took out the crystal card, he also took out something that looked like a thin needle and lightly drew it across a thin slit in the corner of the crystal card. A faint golden light flickered, and the crystal card returned to normal. Han Shua had been in this world for a period of time. After purposefully understanding this world, he understood that crystal cards were like the bank cards of his original world. Gold, silver, and copper coins were all items with weight. No one could carry thousands upon thousands of gold coins on their person. This kind of crystal card was a necessity for nobles. It could be used to store and withdraw gold coins from the ubiquitous savings merchants of the Empire. Here you go, Brian. From now on, this crystal card is yours. Fabian smiled faintly after handing the crystal card to Han Shua. He looked at Han Shua and said, I'm Fabian, a member of the Empire's Buzzed Merchant Guild. If you have anything to sell or buy in the future, you can find me at the Buzzed Merchant Guild. This is my address. Keep it safe. The Buzzed Merchant Guild was one of the largest merchant guilds in the Empire and was controlled by the Buzzed family. Even with Han Shua's ignorance and inexperience, he had heard of some of the Buzzed Merchant Guild's remarkable abilities. Now that he heard Fabian's words, Han Shua immediately put away the hard piece of paper that Fabian had handed over and said with a smile, Mr. Fabian, it's a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps there really will be a time when I'll need your help in the future. The forest troll won't dare disturb you anymore. Our business ends here. Goodbye. Han Shua didn't say anything else after he'd finished speaking. He gave the little skull an order, and the man and the skeleton quickly disappeared into the distance. Hey, brave mercenaries, I think our business can continue. Fabian couldn't help but cheer when he saw Han Shua suddenly leave. He walked towards the mercenaries who were tending to their wounds in the distance. Chapter 48. After leaving Fabian, Han Shua headed straight for the outskirts of the dark forest, taking the same paths he had taken before. Han Shua continued to train his magical yuan along the way. After his body had been reconstructed in the solid realm, Han Shua could be said to have been reborn anew. His training in magical yuan was now fruitful, and his magical yuan could circulate to all parts of his body as he willed it. There were 9 levels to training in magical yuan, and Han Shua had now reached the 2nd level, opening the meridians. The training of opening the meridians was a bit different from the solid realm. It mainly focused on the process of expanding the meridians of the entire body, greatly increasing the width and toughness of the meridians. Every time he trained, the process of opening the meridians was extremely painful, as if there were bugs gnawing at his meridians. The first 3 levels of demonic magic, the solid body, the opening of the meridians, and the molded spirit, were the most basic parts. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to train. However, with the experience of training in the solid realm, Hansho had already understood that the training of demonic magic was accompanied by pain and inhuman torture. The inhuman pain of the opening of the meridians level was also within his expectations. He harnessed his unyielding will and used his magical yuan to expand his meridians over and over again. After 12 days of training and hurrying on his way, Han Shuo didn't run into Fanny and the others along the way. He finally walked out of the dark forest alone and once again arrived at the town of Droll in the evening. Compared to a month ago, Han Shuo's strength, spirit, and appearance had all undergone tremendous changes after experiencing the trials of the dark forest. Han Shuo was now a bit over 7 meters tall. Although his body wasn't very muscular, he no longer appeared thin and weak. After the baptism of fresh blood, Han Shuo's courage and knowledge had all greatly increased. His entire temperament had also undergone some mysterious changes. Han Shuo himself didn't even know that he was slowly changing. At dusk, the town of Droll was brimming with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Many adventurers had returned from the dark forest. Some had faces full of sorrow after losing their companions, while others had satisfied smiles on their faces after obtaining abundant items. They planned on spending a good time in the town of Droll. When Han Shuo returned to the town of Droll, he first went to where Jean and the others had stored their war horses. Han Shuo observed from afar and discovered that the war horses they'd rented from the military were still there. He immediately understood that Fanny and the others hadn't returned to the town of Droll yet. Although they'd spent gold coins on the war horses, the necromancy teachers and students still only had the right to use them. They still had to return the war horses to the city guards of Zajoski when they'd returned to Droll. Since the war horses were still there, this meant that Fanny and the others hadn't left yet. Han Shuo naturally knew that he would be much faster than Fanny and the others if he'd hurried on without stopping. Perhaps Fanny and the others would encounter magical creatures along the way and be delayed. Therefore, it was within Han Shuo's expectations that Fanny and the others hadn't returned. When he arrived at the small hotel that Fanny and the others had stayed in, Han Shuo walked up to the owner's counter and said with a slight smile, "I'd like to stay." The shopkeeper was squinting his eyes as he ate his fruit. He lifted his head to look at Han Shuo and said lazily, "Etsu, give me 10 copper coins. That storeroom is always empty. You can go over now." Last time, when Han Shuo had come with Jean and the others, Jean had specially rented a warehouse for Han Shuo and had been looked down upon by the owner. Therefore, when the owner saw that it was Han Shuo, he naturally assumed that with Han Shuo's status, he could only rent that warehouse. Not angry, Han Shuo smiled faintly and took out the money pouch from his waist. He shook it with a clatter and poured out a gold coin onto the round wooden table. He flicked a glance at the owner and said, "I don't want to stay in the warehouse." The owner, who had been lazy just a moment ago, suddenly sat up with a whoosh and picked up the gold coin on the round table. A professional smile quickly appeared on his face, and he said loudly, Of course, of course. How could a warehouse be worth 1 gold coin? Cute little fellow. Just tell me which room you'd like to stay in. 1 gold coin is only more, no less." The treatment of gold coins was completely different indeed. Han Shuo smiled faintly and nodded. "I'd like the room that the female teacher stayed in last time. You make the arrangements." No problem at all. Here's the key. 1 gold coin is enough for you to stay there for 5 days. Do you have any other requests, little fellow?" The owner was all smiles as he merrily took out a key from the drawer behind the table and handed it to Han Shuo, asking with a flattering tone, "Nothing else. Go back to your work." Han Shuo took the key and headed straight for the room that Fanny had stayed in before. He thought to himself that the power of money had the same miraculous effects no matter which world he was in. It looked like gold coins were the most indispensable thing in order to establish a foothold in this world. When he arrived at the room that Fanny had stayed in before, Han Shuo put down his belongings and took a nice, hot bath in the bathtub. Thinking back to his encounter with Fanny last time, Han Shuo felt a wave of flame steaming out of his body. His lower body was already uncontrollably becoming hard. Cursing inwardly, Han Shuo stood up completely naked and picked up a dry towel from the side to wipe his body. He was about to leave the bathroom when he saw his well-built body in the large mirror on the side. In the mirror, Han Shuo's muscles bulged and his body was well proportioned. His skin had taken on a bronze color after this period of exposure to the sun, looking healthy, powerful, and full of masculinity. It was a world of difference from his previous frail and skinny self. Pinching his chest muscles that were neither too big nor too small, he struck a few poses in front of the mirror. Han Shuo narcissistically pointed at his reflection in the mirror and praised, "Little fellow, you're quite handsome." After leaving the hotel, Han Shuo first went to the clothing store and spent 1 gold coin to purchase a set of soft, first-rate underwear. He wore it under the errand boy uniform that the academy had previously distributed. Afterwards, Han Shuo went to the weapons store and spent 10 gold coins to purchase a dagger of even better quality. He spent 4 gold coins to buy 15 sharp steel needles to pin to his thighs and 6 gold coins to buy a miniature crossbow to hide in his sleeves, fully arming his body. Afterwards, Han Shuo went to the medicine store and took out 40 gold coins to buy some potions and powders. Apart from some simple medical supplies, there were also some anesthetic and hallucinogenic aphrodisiac powders and a bottle of poison. Some of these things were prohibited from being sold in the Empire's Awesome City. Even if Han Shuo had the money and didn't have the connections, he still wouldn't be able to get his hands on them. However, in the town of Droll, they could be openly sold because adventurers needed them. Since Han Shuo had come here, and now that he understood the importance of strength, he naturally had to buy some in case he needed them in the future. After all these things were in his hands, Han Shuo finally sighed with emotion at how good it felt to be rich. After walking out of the medicine store, even Han Shuo's spine was straighter than usual. With gold coins in his purse, it seemed that everything suddenly went smoothly. On the way to the hotel, Han Shuo's stomach churned when he saw a few big and small taverns with bright lights. Afterwards, Han Shuo complied with his body's needs and turned into one of the taverns. The tavern was extremely noisy and the neon lights flickered chaotically on the roof. A few adventurers and merchants gathered in groups of 3 to 5 on the tables and chairs in the hall, talking loudly about their adventures. These people's faces were flushed red and they held wine cups in their hands, shouting and chatting without the slightest scruple in their drunken stupor. Delicacies were placed everywhere on the tables, and a few young male and female attendants shuttled back and forth among them, serving them fine wine and dishes. Han Shuo walked straight to the only empty table in the corner of the hall and sat down. A bashful young attendant quickly walked in front of Han Shuo and asked politely, "Excuse me, what would you like?" "Good wine, good meat, give me some." Han Shuo took out a gold coin and flicked his thumb onto the attendant's plate, casually opening his mouth to instruct. When the attendant saw the gold coin land, his eyes immediately lit up and he bowed even more respectfully. Without batting an eyelid, he put away the gold coin and said softly with a smile, "All right, please wait a moment. It will be served immediately." Since he had a gold coin, he should enjoy it to the fullest. Han Shuo leaned lazily against his chair and narrowed his eyes as he sized up the various adventurers and merchants in the hall. Some of them had just returned from the dark forest, while others were about to enter. Some had just escaped danger, while others were planning on entering unknown dangers. All of them were letting loose their inhibitions and releasing their energy, thoroughly enjoying the depravity of the town of Droll. After a while, a bottle of light purple wine, 3 large plates of roasted meat, and 2 plates of fruits were delivered to Han Shua's table by the bashful attendant. This is purple Leilon, the most famous wine in the town of Droll. All adventurers love to drink this. I hope you will be satisfied. The attendant pointed at the bottle of light purple wine and introduced it after setting down the items, then bowed and retreated. Han Shua couldn't wait any longer as he grabbed the roasted meat and started wolfing it down. Although the taste wasn't as delicious as when he'd roasted it himself, it was still pretty good. Twisting open the bottle, a large mouthful of purple Leilon flowed down his throat. The luscious sweetness carried a hint of fiery heat, and the mellow aftertaste lingered in his mouth after entering his stomach, giving Han Shua a different kind of enjoyment. Good wine indeed, Han Shua praised. When he lifted his head to look around, he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces walk in from the doorway, Claude and Irene. Claude and Irene looked around, as if searching for an empty seat. Their gazes fell upon Han Shua at the same time. After a moment of surprise, they actually started walking in Han Shua's direction at the same time. Chapter 49. Isn't this the necromancy major's errand boy? Claude walked up to Han Shua and looked at Han Shua in surprise, frowning as he spoke. Necromancy errand boy Brian, I didn't think I'd run into the 2 of you here. Han Shua nodded and drank another mouthful of purple Leilon, responding with a slight smile. It looks like there aren't any seats left. Claude, why don't we go somewhere else to eat? Irene swept her gaze over Han Shua with a trace of disgust in her eyes. No need. Many of the taverns in Droll should be packed at this time. There's only 1 seat for Brian anyways, and since we're all from the academy, I think Brian wouldn't mind if we sat down. Isn't that right, Brian? Claude smiled faintly at Irene and then stared merrily at Han Shua. Of course, if you don't think that sitting with an errand boy like me is beneath your dignity, I'd be very happy to sit with you. Claude had injured his little skull in order to curry favor with Irene last time. Perhaps Claude hadn't taken this matter to heart, but Han Shua had silently noted it down. Now that his strength had increased, Han Shua had less and less scruples in his actions. He'd been fretting about how he couldn't take revenge on Claude, but now that he delivered himself to his doorstep, of course he wasn't going to let him go. I hate those from the necromancy major, and errand boys are no exception. Irene frowned and flicked a glance at Claude, saying coldly. Claude started and then shot a meaningful glance at Irene, smiling faintly at Han Shua. Brian, weren't you with the necromancy major? How come I don't see them, and you're the only one here? Oh, to think that an errand boy like you would be able to enjoy such sumptuous food and fine wine. How surprising. Irene also looked at Han Shua in surprise after hearing Claude's words. She seemed to be very concerned about Claude's question and was in no hurry to leave. Claude noticed Erin's interest and politely wiped the dust off the chair in front of her. After gesturing for Erin to sit down, he calmly sat down and looked at Han Shua. Tearing apart the roasted meat in his hand, Han Shua sent it into his stomach as if nothing had happened. He took another gulp of wine and burped. He rubbed his stomach in satisfaction and said with a smile, Master Fanny and the others should be back soon. They were afraid that I would drag them down, so they gave me some gold to wait for them here. Is there a problem? No. So that's what happened. By the way, Brian, how was your harvest this time? Did you hunt any high-level magical beasts? Claude asked Han Shua with a smile, winking at Irene again. Irene revealed an attentive expression and also looked at Han Shua, seeming to be quite concerned about the necromancy major's harvest. Shaking his head, Han Shua said, I don't know, I returned midway. I don't know if they had any great harvests, but I think they've gained quite a bit this time. Humph. What harvest could they possibly have with those people? At most, they could hunt some 5th-level magical beasts. I'm afraid they'd have a hard time killing 4th-level magical beasts. Irene looked disdainfully at Han Shua and snorted coldly. Han Shua only flicked a faint glance at Irene's mockery and didn't say much. Claude had already called over a waiter at this time and also used a gold coin to purchase some wine and meat. Han Shua was thinking about how he could retaliate against Claude. After thinking for a while, a trace of an evil smile appeared on his lips. He threw a banana peel from the plate in front of him at his feet without batting an eyelid. When a waiter quickly walked over with a plate, Han Shua pushed off with the tip of his right foot and the peel suddenly flew out from under the table. The waiter quickly walked over with the plate in his hand. He stepped on the peel of the fruit and staggered forward with a cry of surprise. The plate in his hand suddenly flew out and landed on Claude and Aaron's backs. Claude and Irene moved upon hearing the noise and suddenly turned around. Claude's right hand suddenly raised high and blocked the plate that was flying towards him. At the same time, Han Shua's left hand shot out like lightning and flicked his pinky. The gray-white, psychedelic aphrodisiac powder had already soundlessly landed at the bottom of Claude's wine cup. Be careful when you walk. Claude frowned at this moment and passed the plate in his right hand to the waiter, who'd stood up again after falling down. He spoke with displeasure. Thank you, noble knight. I will definitely be careful in the future. The waiter took the plate from Claude's hand with trepidation and quickly left after bowing. Han Shua was unperturbed and lowered his head as he held his wine cup, drinking as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't noticed what had just happened. Claude and Irene didn't say anything else to Han Shua afterwards. Claude chatted attentively with Irene and drank cup after cup of purple Leylon, mixed with psychedelic aphrodisiac powder. Irene's expression was cold as she responded to Claude in a half-hearted manner. It looked like she hadn't accepted Claude's affection yet. Enjoy your meal. I still have matters to attend to, and will be leaving first. Han Shua saw Claude drink a few cups of purple Leylon and knew that the psychedelic aphrodisiac powder must have already been absorbed by Claude. He immediately stood up and spoke. Claude and Irene had always looked down on Han Shua to begin with and didn't think much of a minor errand boy like him. They wanted nothing more than for Han Shua to leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be an eyesore to them. When Han Shua had spoken thus, the two waved their hands at the same time, indicating that Han Shua should leave earlier. After drinking a bit of wine, the disdain on their faces was no longer concealed. After leaving the tavern with a faint smile, Han Shua stood alone in a street corner next to the tavern and waited for a while. Claude's face was flushed red as he walked out shoulder to shoulder with the slightly blushing Irene and headed towards the north of the town of Droll. The sky was already dark at this time, and the town of Droll was brightly lit. It was the busiest time of the day. Groups of adventurers and merchants drunkenly yelled as they passed by. Han Shua silently followed behind the two and saw them enter a luxurious tavern. He then stood on the side of the street, waiting to watch them make a fool of themselves. From what Han Shua had observed just now, Claude probably hadn't moved Irene's heart yet. If at this time Claude, under the influence of the psychedelic aphrodisiac powder, did anything improper to her, he would definitely be beaten up by Irene. Clutching a handful of fruits in his hand, Han Shua ate leisurely as he thought viciously. After a while, there was still no movement from within the tavern. Just as Han Shua grew a bit impatient from waiting, Claude suddenly walked out of the tavern with a flushed face and hurried steps towards the street. Han Shua's heart jumped. He hadn't thought that Claude's willpower would be so strong, and that he hadn't completely lost his reason even now. But looking at Claude's current appearance, Han Shua knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. He hurriedly followed Claude's footsteps from a distance. Indeed, he'd only walked a dozen or so meters when an older woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothing waved at him. Claude couldn't hold on any longer and huffed heavily as he made his way into the alleyway. It looked like he was planning on taking care of his physical needs nearby. Was that Claude just now? A cry of surprise came from the side of the street. Han Shua turned his head to look and was suddenly overjoyed. He thought to himself that the heavens were helping him. He saw the light major teacher, Beecher, pass by with a few light major students. One of the sharp-eyed female students just happened to see Claude and the seductive, revealing woman make their way into the alleyway and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. No way! How could Claude be this kind of person? He's a noble knight and wouldn't come to a place like this to fool around. Besides, Claude is currently pursuing Irene, so it's even more impossible that he would do this. Beecher furrowed his brow and said doubtfully, not quite believing it, "It really is him. I'm sure I didn't see wrong. If you don't believe me, let's go in and take a look." The female student who had spoken before thought for a moment and said with certainty, "Let's go, Katie, this isn't your business. Don't be a busybody." Beecher was silent for a moment and urged the students to leave quickly. Katie looked angrily at the alleyway, thought for a moment, and stomped her feet. How can this be? I'll go tell Irene right now. If Claude isn't in the room right now, then it must be him. I won't allow Claude to deceive Irene's feelings. Katie ran off with a huff as soon as she'd finished speaking and sped towards the hotel where Irene was staying. The other light major students looked at each other when they saw Katie leave and didn't know what to do for a moment. Han Shoa almost couldn't restrain himself from laughing out loud. He hadn't thought that things would be so coincidental. Han Shoa had originally planned on making a move himself and thinking of ways to trick Irene into coming here. He hadn't thought that Claude's luck would be so bad. It looked like it would be difficult for him not to be unlucky today. After a while, a frosty Irene and a fuming Katie quickly walked over from afar. One could tell from Irene's expression that she was absolutely furious. Claude had no way of explaining himself now. Claude really isn't in the hotel. It looks like my eyes weren't deceiving me at all. It must have been him just now. Irene, I think we'll be able to catch him red-handed if we go in now. Claude is too disgusting to do such a despicable thing as a noble knight. Katie looked angrily at the alleyway when she'd arrived. Irene nodded with a cold face and didn't waste another word. She pulled Katie and rushed into the alleyway. Beecher and the others were afraid that something would happen and followed after a moment of hesitation. When they'd all gone in, Han Shua finally walked unhurriedly towards the entrance of the alleyway with a malicious smile on his face. Chapter 50. Moonlight spilled into the dense forest, and there were only the soft cries of insects in the surroundings. However, with Han Shua's sensitive ears, he could hear Claude's low breathing as he suppressed his anger. "Damned lowly servant, pig, who do you think you are to trick me?" Claude's suppressed rage finally exploded as he looked at Han Shua fiercely. His usual sunny demeanor had already disappeared beyond the highest heavens. A barrage of attacks rained down on Han Shua's body. Han Shua covered his head with his hands and didn't make a move to block, forcefully enduring Claude's thunderous rage. He finally curled up and fell to the ground, looking like he couldn't take any more heavy blows. Han Shua, who had been thinking with a wry smile, was caught off guard and stumbled to the left from a slap to the face. It was a good thing that Han Shua's body was far stronger than the average person's, and he steadied himself amidst the chaos. After regaining his footing, he held his cheek and looked at Claude with a wry smile. "Little fellow, what are you doing here?" The skinny mage looked at Han Shua and asked with a slight smile. "All right." Han Shua thought carefully for a moment. He knew that he was in trouble this time and had already prepared himself to be beaten up by Claude. He followed behind Claude and gradually walked out of the town of Droll, arriving in a dense forest to the southwest of the town. "I'm the son of the chief of the Griffin Legion. You damned errand slave. How dare you hurt me?" Claude's body was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open, and he shouted angrily in a weak voice. The old mage nodded and thought for a moment with a frown. He said to the female elven archer beside him, "Blanche, go investigate and see if it's the Orcs' wolf riders. Every year when it's almost winter, they always send out wolf riders to plunder the border villages of the Empire. How is it? Painful, isn't it? But I won't let you die so easily. Do you know who I am? I am Claude Asher, the son of the commander of the Griffin Legion, Bob Asher. You damned errand slave. How dare you scheme against me and ruin the good time between me and Irene? I will make you suffer and die slowly, ahaha. Claude viciously stared at Han Shuo. He sneered as he drew his long sword and walked towards Han Shuo step by step. However, the geography of the town of Droll is special, and there are large numbers of adventurers and mercenaries inside. Over the years, the orcs have never sent wolf riders to attack the town of Droll. Why is it so strange this time, and there's still a long time until winter? Erin's face was full of rage as she glared at Claude and scolded him. She said hatefully, "Claude, you're disgusting. I don't want to see you ever again. Katie, let's go." After Han Shuo had walked away, Felix stared oddly at Han Shuo's back and thought for a while before murmuring to himself, "I must be overthinking things. There's no way that this kid's senses are stronger than my wind archmage's." Han Shuo had thought that he would at most be beaten up by Claude for this kind of prank, but the results now finally made Han Shuo realize the cruelty of reality. Not only did Claude want him dead this time, but he also wanted him to die in extreme pain. This was the cruel reality. Because the process of training this magical yuan was often accompanied by unbearable pain, this caused Han Shuo's personality to change from the casual attitude of the past to one of unyielding determination. Han Shuo had greatly improved both in terms of willpower and endurance towards pain. From the two's cautious attitudes, Han Shuo understood that they should have also sensed the abnormalities in the south. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo bowed slightly and responded, "Honored mage, I've separated from my companions. They said that they'll be back in a few days, so I've been waiting here." Pa! The sound of footsteps traveled from the distance, coming from the intersection of the town of Droll and the dark forest to the south. From the deep and rhythmic sound of the footsteps landing, Han Shuo could determine that it should have come from a type of swift magical beast. These magical beasts were definitely heavier than warhorses, and there should be quite a few of them as well. Now that things had progressed to this point, Han Shuo knew that his goals had been achieved and there was no longer any need to stay. When he saw Erin and Katie quickly walk in his direction, he hurriedly concealed himself and leisurely made his way back to the hotel. "Little fellow, the town of Droll isn't very peaceful. It's late at night. You should go back and rest early. Your companions should be looking for you when they return. There's no need to keep waiting like this." Felix smiled faintly as he looked at Han Shuo and advised him in a gentle voice, "Thank you for letting me know the cruelty of reality. It's because of your noble status that I'm not only going to hurt you, I'm going to kill you." His heart trembling, Han Shuo had a faint sense of foreboding. Han Shuo could feel Claude's repressed anger from his body. Although Claude's gaze was calm when he looked at him, Han Shuo could still feel the strong undulations of his emotions from the slight chewing of his teeth. It looked like a beating was inevitable. Han Shuo smiled wryly, but he didn't feel that it was too frightening. Han Shuo had gotten used to being beaten over the past few days, and Han Shuo was well aware of the state of his body. He knew that ordinary beatings wouldn't hurt him at all, so he was quite calm. When Claude wanted to dodge, he suddenly let out a shrill scream. Several steel needles had pierced into the backs of his feet, directly nailing his feet to the ground. A bone-piercing pain came from his lower abdomen. Claude looked down and discovered that there was a dagger in his abdomen. Han Shuo was looking at him with a callous and apathetic face, and the look in his eyes was very unfamiliar to Claude. Frowning, Han Shuo thought for a while and walked out of the hotel. He slowly walked in the direction of the magical creature's roar, wanting to see just what was going on. As Han Shuo made his way back to the hotel, he saw a few people walk out from the nearby taverns and hotels with the same expression of surprise on their faces. They quickly made their way to the South Street. It looked like they'd also sensed the commotion and wanted to see what was going on. "All right, Mr. Felix." The female elven archer named Blanche immediately headed south when she heard Felix's words, floating past Han Shuo like a gust of wind. "Brian, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me." On the way back to the hotel, Han Shuo ran into Claude on the street leading to the hotel. Claude's face was currently clouded, and he looked to be in a terrible mood. Unknowingly, Han Shua's entire personality and mentality had been constantly changing as he trained in magical yuan. As his strength gradually increased, the previously cowardly and timid Han Shua had undergone tremendous changes. His perception and understanding of things were vastly different from what he'd originally thought. It was only now that Han Shua finally understood that he'd been making a mistake all this time. Whether it was Fitch or Bach, his methods were immensely dangerous. With his status as an errand slave, no matter who killed him, they wouldn't have to bear much risk. Even if Bach killed him, he would at most be reprimanded by the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and compensated with a few gold coins. First, there was a burst of ear-piercing screams, followed by all sorts of noises coming from a house on the left side of the alley. After a while, a dazed and disheveled Claude was forcibly dragged out by Beecher and the others. "I will cut you into a few pieces and let you howl in agony as you bleed. You will slowly taste the agony before you die. Remember your identity in your next life. You're just a lowly servant pig. Never try to challenge the temper of those above you." Claude jeered maliciously as the long sword in his hand stabbed towards the chest of Han Shua, who was curled up on the ground and seemed to have lost all ability to resist. Han Shua said these words indifferently, and another steel needle appeared in his right hand amidst Claude's terrified screams. He directly pierced Claude's throat. Staring blankly at Claude, Han Shua's thoughts raced. At this moment, Han Shua already understood that his actions in the tavern just now had been too rash and impulsive. After Claude had regained consciousness, he must have noticed the state of his body, and must have guessed that the purple Leolon he'd drunk in the tavern was a problem. Claude wasn't an idiot. There had only been Irene and him at the table at the time, and Irene definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. Thinking back to the waiter's sudden fall, Claude must have already guessed what had happened. It was at this moment that the incessant howls suddenly disappeared. Han Shua's curled-up body suddenly moved, rolling towards Claude's feet. His speed was so fast that Claude was a bit unprepared. Just as Han Shua had left the tavern and arrived at the south street of Droll, two figures rushed over with faces full of panic. It was an old, skinny mage and a female elf archer with sharp ears and green hair. When the two arrived, they took a look at Han Shua and both had surprised expressions, as if they hadn't thought that Han Shua would be here. It was also at this moment that Han Shua truly understood what kind of world this was. Status and class were deep-rooted existences. The enormous difference between the two statuses allowed Claude to kill him without any qualms, and didn't need to bear too much responsibility. Claude had called him to this deserted forest only because he didn't want to ruin his noble status and aura. Even if they were in the busy streets of the town of Droll, no one would find it strange if Claude wanted to kill him. Then I'll be going back first." Han Shua responded calmly and walked back to the tavern after he'd finished speaking. When he arrived at the tavern, Han Shua washed up and sat on the bed, starting to train his magical yuan. As the magical yuan opened up his meridians inch by inch, Han Shua clenched his teeth and experienced the heart-wrenching pain as he circulated his magical yuan over and over again using the opening meridians method. A dull thud suddenly sounded in Han Shua's heart. Han Shua suddenly stopped training his magical yuan and held his breath, concentrating his attention. His entire body's functions instantly sank into a state of stillness. Growth always came at a price. Han Shua lay curled up on the ground, still loudly begging for mercy. His heart, which had originally only had a few evil thoughts, slowly began to turn cold and hard. Chapter 51. This wasn't the first time Han Shua had killed someone, but compared to killing those forest troll, killing Claude on the spot was a huge blow to Han Shua's mentality. After all, the forest troll and he weren't of the same race, and they were notorious bandits. Han Shua felt that killing them was as natural as killing magical beasts. But Claude was completely different from them. Han Shua had no choice but to kill him, because Han Shua knew that if Claude didn't die, He wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. Watching Claude fall limp in a pool of blood, Han Shuo felt a bit numb for a moment. There was a feeling of emptiness in his heart. Han Shuo hadn't hesitated at all when he'd made his move. It was only now that Claude had died in front of him that Han Shuo felt a sense of nervousness. Claude was a noble and the youngest son of the commander of the Griffin Legion. If this matter was exposed, only death awaited Han Shuo. Han Shuo stared blankly for a while as he stared at Claude's corpse. His originally panicked gaze became more and more resolute and more callous. Finally, Han Shuo straightened his clothes and stood up. He walked to Claude's side with a calm expression and rummaged through Claude's clothes. He poured out a few dozen gold coins, a crystal card, and some scraps of medicine from Claude's money pouch. After thinking for a bit, Han Shuo only put away the few dozen gold coins. The crystal card and Claude's other items that could expose the matter were placed on the other side by Han Shuo. As soon as the incantation ended, a little skull holding a bone dagger appeared in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo found a secluded clearing, and one man and one skeleton wielded the bone dagger, spending a few minutes to dig a deep hole. After burying Claude in the deep pit, Han Shuo carefully cleaned up the traces of blood left behind by Claude. Even the traces left by Han Shuo when he fell and rolled over were slowly covered up by him. After circling around the dense forest and discovering that there weren't any more traces left, Han Shuo didn't return the way he'd come. Instead, he made a detour and dug a deep hole to the north of the town of Droll, burying the other things on Claude's body. Only then did he return to the town of Droll from another street. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to be cautious. On the way to the dense forest with Claude, he didn't attract anyone's attention, and this was all because of Claude's deliberate actions. Now that Han Shuo had killed him and carefully buried his corpse, logically speaking, no one should be able to find out. Even if someone unintentionally discovered Claude's body, Han Shuo would take everything on his body and create the impression of murder for money. This was a common occurrence in the town of Droll, and should be able to cover up the original cause of death. After Han Shuo eliminated this hidden danger, Han Shuo hid around the hotel where Irene and the others were staying for 2 days in a row, silently observing the movements of the light major students. He discovered that neither Irene nor Beecher and the others were looking for Claude. It looked like they must have thought that Claude was guilty and left on his own. Only Claude himself knew the condition of his body the best. Under those circumstances, no matter how Claude explained, there probably wouldn't be many who would believe him. Also, based on the time that Claude had found him and his understanding of the hallucinogenic aphrodisiac's effects, Han Shuo roughly guessed that Claude would be the first to come for revenge after waking up. He didn't immediately explain anything to Irene, Beecher, and the others. After 2 days of observation, Han Shuo saw that Irene and Beecher didn't make any moves to look for Claude, and only cared about spending money to visit all sorts of weapon, armor, and medicine stores. Han Shuo slowly relaxed his thoughts. That evening, Han Shuo didn't go out again to observe Irene, Beecher, and the others. Instead, he stayed in his room and silently trained his magical yuan, expanding the width and flexibility of the meridians in his body over and over again. Han Shuo sat on the edge of his bed, completely naked. Sweat flowed down his forehead and covered Han Shuo's entire body. The meridians all over his body pulsed, as if earthworms were swimming continuously on the surface of his body. He looked even more sinister and frightening than the evilest of tattoos. During this process, Han Shuo's mind suddenly shook, and his entire being sank into a state of unconsciousness. He forgot himself, forgot all of time, and instantly lost all signs of life like a stone statue. Only a faint black light flowed through the meridians on the surface of his skin. Thud, thud, thud. A series of violent knocks on the door abruptly startled Han Shuo awake. When Han Shuo awoke, he thought for a moment and understood that he must have fallen into a demonic state again without realizing it. Thud, thud, thud. The knocks on the door continued. Han Shuo was a bit angry that someone outside had interrupted his training. He casually wrapped himself in a bathrobe and said impatiently, "Coming, coming." Han Shuo was startled when the door opened and the impatient expression on his face vanished without a trace. He immediately put on a smiling face and chuckled. "Ah, so it's you guys. I've waited for you for a long time. You're finally back." Fanny and Lisa were a bit haggard outside the door, their hair a bit messy. They were clutching something in their hands and carrying bags on their backs. They looked travel-worn, as if they'd just returned to the town of Droll from the dark forest. "Damn you, Brian. You've returned to the town of Droll long ago and made us worry for a while. Yo, how did you get so much money to live in such an expensive room? If it wasn't for the owner's affirmation, I really wouldn't have believed that you were the one living in this room." Fanny's bright eyes swept over Han Shuo, and she said, a bit bitterly, "Brian, what happened after you left that day? You didn't return for 2 days, and I thought something had happened to you." Lisa said, "I got lost after I left, and only discovered that you'd already left when I found the original garrison. I couldn't find you, so I returned to the town of Droll first to wait for you. It's a good thing that nothing happened to everyone. That's great." Han Shuo smiled faintly and explained faintly. Fanny swept a glance over Han Shuo and thought for a moment before speaking to Lisa beside her. "Lisa, you and Master Jean and the others prepare the rooms first. I have something to discuss with Brian." Lisa looked a bit suspiciously at Fanny and said, "Master Fanny, it's been so long since that incident, and Brian even saved our lives. Do you still want to settle that debt with him?" Her face reddening, Fanny couldn't help but say with embarrassment and anger when she heard Lisa mention what had happened last time, "No, I'm talking to him about something else. Help me choose a room first. I'll be there in a moment." Lisa still seemed a bit uneasy after hearing Fanny's explanation, but she didn't say anything more and turned to leave, muttering something under her breath. Fanny swept a glance over Han Shuo as soon as Lisa left, and then looked at the room she'd once lived in. Her face grew even redder, and she snorted lightly. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Master Fanny, please come in." Han Shuo started and turned to the side in a panic. He stuck his head out to look left and right in the hallway when Fanny came in and closed the door tightly with a swoosh, as if he had a guilty conscience. "What are you sneaking around for? Let me ask you, just what happened after you left the camp that day? How did you get the gold coins to stay in this room?" Fanny stared at Han Shuo with a scrutinizing gaze after she'd sat down. Han Shuo was still a bit uneasy after killing Claude, and was a bit surprised when he heard Fanny's question. He smiled lightly and explained after thinking for a while, "I left the camp that day and practiced necromancy magic by myself nearby. I ran into an injured wind-blade wolf and chased after it, killing it when it wasn't paying attention. When I returned to where I was and discovered that you'd already left, I hurried back myself. When I returned to the town of Droll, I sold the wind-blade wolf's magic core and wolf skin, earning the gold coins. I thought that you'd still be resting in this hotel when you came back, so I rented this room and waited for you. That's what happened." Fanny didn't immediately speak after Han Shuo had finished speaking, but rather looked thoughtfully at Han Shuo. She exclaimed softly after a while, "Brian, you're completely different from before." Startled, Han Shuo squeezed out a simple and honest smile and scratched his head. "Am I? What's different about me?" "A lot. Your appearance, build, height, personality, and expressions when you speak are all different from the you I knew before. It looks like you've changed the most after experiencing the trials of the dark forest. The students have all changed a bit in the face of the ever-present life and death struggles in the dark forest. But I hadn't thought that you'd changed the most. What a surprise!" Fanny looked dazedly at Han Shuo and spoke to Han Shuo with a face full of solemnity. Han Shuo understood that his views on things had changed unknowingly as his strength increased and the dangers he'd encountered in this trip to the dark forest. After personally killing Claude the day before yesterday, Han Shuo had deeply reflected upon himself and understood the cruelty of this world even more clearly. This had caused his heart to become colder and colder. "Master Fanny, You left a note saying that you'd met the two ogres. Did you have any conflict in the end? Han Shua laughed lightly and didn't explain much, instead asking about what had happened to Fanny and the others. Of course, the two ogres followed us the entire time. They even joined forces with a few forest troll to attack us afterwards, but we still managed to escape in the end. We only deviated from our original path in order to avoid the ogres and forest troll. That's why we returned to Droll so late. Fanny responded. Nodding, Han Shua was about to speak when his brow suddenly creased. He abruptly stood up and said with a face full of solemnity, I'm afraid we're in trouble. Attention everyone, the Orc Wolf Riders have appeared to the south of Droll and are on their way here. Everyone prepare for battle. Loud shouts suddenly rang out from the streets outside the hotel. They were all news of the Orc Wolf Riders' impending invasion. Chapter 52. Han Shua had been talking to Fanny when he heard the noise from outside and immediately cried out in surprise, Master Fanny, let's hurry and meet up with them. Fanny didn't waste any words and hurriedly started walking out of Han Shua's room after Han Shua's voice had sounded. After Fanny left, Han Shua tossed aside the bathrobe he'd been wrapped in and quickly put on his clothes. He put away the needles, daggers, and arrows he'd bought over the past couple of days, as well as some bottles and cans of medicine, before finally leaving the room. The figures of adventurers were everywhere on the streets, and merchants were shouting loudly. These people were either drinking wine in the taverns or enjoying themselves in places of ecstasy. When they heard the news of the Wolf Riders' arrival, all of them left their rooms at the first moment and surged onto the streets. Adventurers and mercenaries all lived a life of bloodshed on the edge of a knife and had long since grown accustomed to this kind of danger. When they left their rooms, they all methodically began to organize the weapons and armor they'd fought with and gathered on the South Street according to the source of the noise. When Han Shua walked out of his room and arrived at the door of the hotel, he discovered that even the owner of the hotel was gripping a long sword and standing in front of the door with an angry expression. It looked like the people of the town of Droll were indeed fierce and unyielding. Fanny and the others were already standing in front of the hotel door. All of the students had just put down their belongings and hurriedly walked out of their rooms. After their adventures in the dark forest, these young and immature mages had also learned to remain calm and collected, and didn't shout out in panic. Brian, come quickly. We're heading to the South Street as well. The Orc Wolf Riders dare invade the town of Droll of the Empire. We can't let them have their way. Lisa immediately raised her hand and called out when she saw Han Shua appear, as if afraid that Han Shua wouldn't be able to see her. Apart from Fanny's group, there were also groups of adventurers and mercenaries at the door of the hotel. The necromancy major students walked out of their rooms, one after another, all fully armed. Fanny did a head count not long after Han Shua arrived next to Lisa. When she discovered that all the students were present, she immediately called out, Follow me to the South Street. Don't get separated. Han Shua followed behind Fanny on the bustling streets and arrived at the South Street after a short while. When they arrived, Han Shua saw that there were almost 100 adventurers and mercenaries there. Old Mage Felix and the female elf, Blanche, who Han Shua had met last time, were also present, and it looked like the two of them were the leaders. Felix's body was suspended high in the air, and he was yelling something loudly. This old mage can use the levitation spell to float in the air. It looks like he's at least an archmage. Jean exclaimed in surprise when they arrived and then explained to the students. When a mage's training reaches a certain level, they can use the levitation spell to fly. However, only mages who have reached the archmage level are able to deploy the levitation spell. Therefore, all mages who can fly are, without exception, people of high status and strong training. Brave warriors of the Empire, the Orc-Wolf Riders are making their way to the town of Droll. According to my observations, the Wolf Riders are a group of 500. Droll is the base of the Empire and will not be allowed to be trampled by these savage orcs. Brave warriors, take up your weapons and let them have a taste of the wrath of the warriors of the Empire." Felix floated in the air, his right hand grasping an intricate magic staff embedded with a sapphire. He loudly roused everyone's morale. Aren't these the necromancy major? Hey, you've come as well?" At this moment, Beecher's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Han Shua turned his head and saw that the light major students were all patrolling in his direction. "Hello, Master Beecher. I didn't think that I'd run into you here again. I think that you must have reaped great rewards from this trip?" Jean nodded and smiled faintly as he greeted them, then opened his mouth to inquire. Not at all, not at all. It's just that the students have indeed improved." Beecher smiled faintly as he responded to Jean. Muffled footsteps sounded from the south. Under Felix and Blanche's orders, the warriors had long since put on their armor and stood in front, fully armed. The mages, archers, and priests stood 5 or 6 meters behind the warriors. They all took out their magic staffs and looked towards the south with calm, solemn expressions. When Beecher and Jean saw that everyone had silently taken their positions, they didn't waste any words and moved closer to where the mages were standing. Although Han Shua's physical body had greatly improved, he wasn't foolish enough to stand out at the front. He also followed behind Fanny and moved closer to the mages. Just as everyone got into position, the muffled trampling sound was like a muffled drum that pounded on everyone's hearts. A thick and heavy aura gradually spread into everyone's hearts. In everyone's line of sight, the orc wolf riders raised their long swords high in the air as they slowly revealed themselves amidst the flying dust and dirt. A somber atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire town of Droll. As soon as the figures of the wolf riders appeared, they had already charged forward amidst sharp howls. The long swords in their hands flashed with cold light, and the majestic aura of 500 wolf riders charging in unison immediately gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. Mages, get ready. Listen to my call and begin releasing your magic. Felix was still relatively calm as he hovered in midair and watched the wolf riders. He only started speaking calmly when they'd truly charged over. Everyone be careful. Nothing must happen to you. Fanny was also a bit nervous at this moment as she gave instructions to the students standing beside her. When Fanny wanted to give instructions to Han Shua, she suddenly discovered that Han Shua's face was calm. There was a kind of numb, callous viciousness in his eyes, and not a trace of panic at all. A sharp dagger was grasped in his hand, and a cold, frosty presence slowly emanated from the dagger. Sensing Fanny's gaze, Han Shua relaxed. The magical yuan in his left hand, which had been holding the sword, had surged into the dagger after he'd circulated the mystical glacial spell fire, causing the bone-chilling presence of the dagger to disappear in an instant. Master Fanny, is something the matter? Han Shua looked at Fanny and asked with a smile, his face once again adorned with a simple and honest smile. No, nothing. Be careful. Fanny looked at Han Shua and responded with a bit of an odd tone. At this moment, Fanny finally knew that the simple and honest smile that had always hung on Han Shua's face was a facade. The calmness and callousness in the face of danger just now was Han Shua's true face. Damn it, you've lied to everyone. I'll make you pay sooner or later. Fanny thought hatefully in her heart as she surreptitiously sized up Han Shua. She suddenly felt that when Han Shua was calm and serious, he actually had a different temperament. Chapter 53. Release. Felix yelled loudly, drawing the curtains to the magical attack. All of a sudden, the mages beside Han Shua and the others started chanting magical incantations. Streaks of sharp wind blades, large balls of blazing fireballs, several icicles that looked like icicles, lightning exploding from the sky, and even the light sword slashes of the light major students suddenly appeared with a howl, attacking the charging wolf riders. Fanny, Jean, and the others also started chanting incantations, and skeletons and zombies trembled as they rushed out, running past the frontmost warriors and towards the wolf riders. The orcs riding the wolves suffered a painful blow under the cover of magic in an instant. As the wind blades whistled, wounds appeared on the bodies of the wolf riders and their giant wolves. The large fireballs smashed down, and several wolf riders were completely engulfed in flames. The icicles and lightning from behind also took away the lives of more than 10 wolf riders. However, there were about 500 wolf riders, and this wave of magical attacks only killed 30 to 40 wolf riders at the frontmost. The remaining wolf riders didn't show any fear or timidity because of the death of their companions, and continued to charge forward without any regard for their own lives. Just as the mages started chanting the second wave of magical incantations, the charging wolf riders suddenly had crossbows in their hands. They raised the crossbows, and streaks of sharp arrows flew into the sky like a gust of wind, passing the frontmost warriors with heavy swords and shooting directly towards the mages and archers. "Not good. Everyone be careful." The elven archer Blanche's melodious voice rang out, and she also directed the archers to return fire. The mages who had been chanting spells and planning to attack the wolf riders hurriedly changed the direction of their magical attacks when they saw the arrows shooting towards them. Streaks of magic were released, all of them smashing towards the arrows falling from the sky, destroying them in midair. However, not all of the arrows were destroyed by the magic. There were still a dozen or so arrows that shot down, and the powerful force directly pierced 2 Thunder novice mages to death on the spot, while 3 other mages were more or less injured. At this time, the 3 priests suddenly began to chant healing spells to treat the injuries of the 3 injured mages. Because this wave of magic attacks were all used to deal with the arrows, the wolf riders didn't suffer any damage and rushed over even faster. The giant wolf's momentum was extremely fierce. The skeleton warriors and zombies that were the first to meet it were instantly defeated. Under the impact of the giant wolf, the lowest level skeletal warrior was crushed into pieces. It did not have any effect at all. The zombie warriors were able to hold on for a while, but under the slashes of the orcs' long swords, a dozen or so zombie warriors were instantly decapitated and collapsed on the spot. Humph! The dark creatures of the necromancy attribute are indeed unable to withstand a single blow. Irene and the other light major students couldn't help but mock when they saw that the dark creatures on the necromancy major's side weren't of much use. Han Shuo wielded his dagger and was as calm as could be. His eyes gazed at the figures of the wolf riders in the distance and turned a deaf ear to the mockery of Irene and the other light major students. The wolf riders raised the crossbows in their hands, and another wave of arrows rained down. The mages in the back all used their magic to defend themselves. Some of the mages with high levels of training destroyed the arrows aimed at them and continuously released magic to attack the wolf riders that were charging down. 5 sharp arrows suddenly whistled through the air, aiming straight for the teachers and students of the necromancy major. Fanny and Jean's faces changed as they released bone arrows at the same time, shattering 3 arrows in midair. One of the arrows deviated and shot towards an empty corner, while the other whistled towards Amy. Amy's expression grew panicked at this moment, and she started chanting. Jean and Fanny were also a bit anxious as they quickly chanted their spells at the same time. However, the speed at which they chanted their spells was noticeably slower than the speed at which the sharp arrows pierced towards them. A dagger suddenly streaked through the air with a cold glint as it flew high into the sky like lightning. There was a crack as the arrow flying towards Amy shattered into several pieces. At the same time, Han Shua's body suddenly sprang out and stood firmly in Amy's direction, raising his hand to catch the dagger before it hit the ground. "Thank you, Brian." Amy grinned and said gratefully to Han Shua after the danger had been averted, "You're welcome." Han Shua nodded with a slight smile and returned to Fanny and Lisa's side with the dagger in his hand. He then continued to observe the surroundings with a calm expression. Finally, after paying the price of 70 wolf riders, the wolf riders charged through the continuous attacks of magic and faced the warriors of the town of Droll head-on. A great battle suddenly erupted. 50 to 60 warriors were all armed to the teeth, wielding heavy swords and long spears. There were even a dozen or so knights wielding long spears as they engaged in close combat with the wolf riders on their war horses. The mages started chanting spells as magnificent light flashed through the air, landing on the wolf riders in the back. The entire southern part of the town of Droll had sunk into the flames of battle amidst the violent booms. Han Shua, Fanny, and the others remained at the back of the warriors, continuously chanting spells as bone arrows and bone spears flew out and shot towards the orc wolf riders, who were charging at the warriors' defensive line. Felix, who was floating in the air, became the main target of the orc wolf riders' crossbow bolts. Felix didn't panic in the slightest as he chanted a high-level wind spell, and a 10-meter-wide tornado formed in the sky behind the wolf riders. The wolf riders were sucked into the tornado wherever it passed, and shrill screams of agony rang out continuously. After the tornado appeared, Felix waved the magic staff in his hand, and dozens of wind blades flew out in front of him, shattering the incoming arrows. At the same time, a magical shield appeared and completely enveloped him. A few sharp arrows managed to land on Felix's body with great difficulty, but were also blocked by the magical shield. Felix himself wasn't harmed in the slightest. So powerful, this is the true power of a mage. The light major students next to Han Shua all revealed expressions of worship as they watched Felix's unruffled performance. They all sighed with excitement. Just as everyone was praising Felix's prowess, the previously unruffled Felix suddenly yelled out, "Oh no! More wolf riders have appeared in the distance, and there seem to be a few orc shamans among them. Let's retreat." Everyone split up and head for Zajoski City. Felix's words immediately had a great impact on everyone. Han Shua was the first to react, and he grabbed Fanny's little hand, saying calmly, "Come with me, quickly." Fanny started and turned her head to look at Han Shua's solemn and calm expression. The rebuke that had been on the tip of her tongue became, "All right, but where are you going?" "The place where the war horses are stored. We need to get the war horses as soon as possible. Only by riding the war horses will we have a chance of escaping to Zajoski City. Otherwise, we'll be hard-pressed to escape the vicious hands of these wolf riders." Han Shua's mind spun quickly at this moment, and he spoke decisively. Fanny also immediately reacted when she heard Han Shua's explanation. She hastily yelled, "All students, follow me." Han Shua immediately understood that Fanny had agreed to his actions when he heard Fanny speak. He turned his head to see Lisa glaring at him as he grabbed Fanny's little hand. Han Shua's face twisted, and he also reached out to grab Lisa's hand. He then no longer looked at the two's expressions and forcefully dragged them towards the direction where the war horses were stored. Chapter 54. Because of Felix's words, the warriors and mages who had been working together to fend off the orc wolf riders all fell into a state of panic. All of them lost the will to defend, and instead started thinking of ways to escape. For a time, the impregnable defense collapsed in an instant. Apart from the warriors at the very front, who were still fighting and retreating, the mages and archers all scattered in all directions in a panic. Han Shua grabbed Fanny and Lisa's wrists, forcefully pulling the two of them as he quickly rushed in the direction where the war horses were stored. Jean directed the other necromancy major students to follow closely behind Han Shua. After experiencing a few life and death battles, Han Shua no longer had the same childish panic in the face of danger. He calmly and quickly advanced as he silently thought of a way to escape. The mages and archers retreated like the tide with Han Shua and the others. If these people blocked Han Shua's advance, they would be pushed aside by Han Shua without hesitation. It was hard for the archers and mages to move fast in such a crowded crowd. Unknowingly, with Han Shua as a meat shield opening the way, they had actually rushed to the front in a short while. After 15 minutes, Han Shua pulled Fanny and Lisa and followed Jean and the others from a distance, finally arriving at the place where the war horses were stored. The owner of this place had also gone to the South Street to observe the situation, and only left a servant to watch over the war horses. Han Shua directly broke through the door and pulled Fanny and Lisa, running towards the stable in the back. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The old servant immediately stood up in panic when he saw Han Shua break through the door and rush towards the stable, yelling angrily, "The orc wolf riders have already attacked. If you continue to stay here, only death awaits you. We've come to retrieve the war horses we've stored. If you want to live, hurry up and choose a war horse and run for your life." Han Shua calmly explained on the way to the stable. The old servant had already heard the commotion outside and only paused for a second before quickly running towards the stable as well. It looked like he'd accepted Han Shua's suggestion. Han Shua let go of Fanny and Lisa's little hands when he arrived here, his eyes darting around in a circle as he fixed his eyes on a handsome war horse. He flew up without another word and landed on the war horse in an instant. He waved the dagger in his hand and cut the ropes binding the war horse. Turning his head to look, he saw that Jean had already rushed to the stable with a few light major students. They were all panting heavily as they searched with Fanny and Lisa for the war horses they had left last time. "Are you all idiots? The wolf riders will be here soon. What's the point of searching now? Not to mention that the war horses we stored last time were all of inferior quality, and there were only 6 of them. Do you all want to die?" Han Shua finally couldn't hold it in any longer when he saw that these people were still searching among the numerous war horses and roaring. Han Shua's roar rang through the entire stable, and the necromancy major students and teachers who were searching for their war horses were all scolded. They were all stunned for a moment. They'd actually been called idiots by Han Shua. This was a bit hard for them to accept. "Then what do we do?" Lisa paused and looked at Han Shua as she asked. "Choose the best and strongest war horses. Each of us will have one. The lives of the others have nothing to do with us. If you want to die, then continue searching for inferior war horses like ours." Han Shua's face darkened as he spoke coldly and decisively. This was originally the simplest of principles, but it was a pity that these necromancy major students and teachers had always lived in the necromancy major with its many rules. To them, following the rules was a matter of course, and they didn't consider that all the rules could be disregarded at critical moments. These people were first dumbfounded by Han Shua's cursing of idiocy. Afterwards, when Han Shua said that he didn't care about the lives of others, it affected these well-behaved students and teachers again, causing them to furrow their brows in contemplation. The sounds of chaos outside grew louder and louder. In the face of a life and death crisis, they quickly made their choice. They no longer hesitated and ran with resolute expressions towards the most valiant and godly war horses in the stable. When the students and teachers of the necromancy major, under Han Shua's instigation, took all the best war horses in the stable and rushed out, the light major students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, as well as many clear-headed mages and archers, finally rushed over. "Damn it, they're riding our war horses." The sharp-eyed Erin immediately discovered that the handsome war horse Han Shua was sitting on was the same one she'd sat on before. She yelled out furiously. However, Han Shua and the others were already riding the fiercest war horses in the stable at this moment. They were completely indifferent to the curses of Erin and the others, only leaving behind their silhouettes as they galloped further and further away. "Brian, which way should we go now?" Fanny hastily asked Han Shua as soon as they'd left the stable and dashed onto the chaotic streets. The warriors had already retreated to the town of Droll on the streets. The orc wolf riders howled as they charged into the town, the long swords in their hands dancing in the air. The defenseless merchants were the first to suffer, and were often beheaded with a single slash. Because these wolf riders were riding giant wolves, they weren't in a hurry to chase after the scattered warriors and mages. They only followed the streets and started looting the first store they could find. Enormous bags hung from the giant wolves they rode, and all sorts of goods from the surrounding stores fell into the bags one by one. As long as it's not in the direction of Zajoski City, we can escape in any direction. Han Shuo looked all around him and swept a glance towards the eastern street. He discovered that the fewest people had fled to the northern street. He thought for a moment and called out, "Follow me to the north." Because the town of Droll was about to fall, Zajoski City, as the most heavily defended city in the southwest of the empire, had become the most ideal target for these panicked escapees. Han Shuo observed carefully and discovered that 70% of the people in the town of Droll were fleeing in the direction of Zajoski City. However, only a dozen or so people were riding war horses out of the 70%. When the Orc Wolf Riders had ransacked all the stores in the town of Droll, this group of people would definitely be their first target. Wolf Riders with giant wolves as steeds would definitely be faster than these people on foot. Because these people made up 70% of the population, the orcs would definitely send the most number of wolf riders. In this way, the people most likely to die would be the 70% fleeing in the direction of Zajoski City. Once he began to think calmly, Han Shuo immediately felt that his thoughts were very clear. He immediately led Fanny and the others and started galloping towards the northern street on his war horse after a moment's thought. Han Shuo's group moved extremely quickly with the convenience of war horses. Along the way, Han Shuo encountered 2 wolf riders who had made their way swiftly to the northern street. The 2 wolf riders' giant wolf bags were bulging, and they paid no attention to Han Shuo's group. They were planning on charging into another store and ransacking it. Snorting coldly, Han Shuo lifted the reins in his hand. The war horse beneath him changed direction and charged towards the 2 wolf riders wielding their long swords without the slightest scruple. The 2 wolf riders started, as if they hadn't expected that someone would dare counterattack at this time. They put away the long swords they'd been planning on stabbing at the merchant below them. The 2 orc wolf riders leaned to the side and suddenly spread out. They waved the long swords in their hands and slashed at the charging Han Shuo. "Brian, are you crazy? Hurry up and run." Lisa cried out involuntarily from afar when she saw Han Shuo's war horse change direction and charge towards the 2 wolf riders. Lisa's cry attracted the gazes of the necromancy majors, teachers, and students. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look in Han Shuo's direction. Han Shuo chanted a magic incantation in a low voice as he ran with dagger in his hand. A bone arrow suddenly formed in the air and shot towards one of the wolf riders with a whoosh. As the wolf rider brandished his long sword to block the arrow, Han Shuo had already charged towards the other wolf rider with dagger in hand. The dagger drew a cold glint through the air, and a soft pew sound rang out as the dagger passed through the long sword and pierced a bloody hole through the wolf rider's abdomen. Han Shuo's war horse arrived at this moment. He abruptly pulled on the reins, and the war horse came to a sudden stop amidst a sharp neigh. Han Shuo extended his left hand, and the long sword of the already dead orc suddenly fell from his hand. Han Shuo's right hand sank down, and a bloody hole appeared in the head of the irascible wolf. The originally rampaging wolf suddenly fell limply to the ground. With a flick of the hilt, the large sack hanging from the wolf's body suddenly flew off and landed directly on Han Shuo's warhorse. Han Shuo's warhorse then changed direction and charged towards the other wolf rider, who had just shattered the bone arrow with a cold and merciless face. My gosh, did I see wrong? Brian just used bone arrow magic. What the F***CK is going on? Jean tightly pulled on the reins of his warhorse and cried out in shock. The other students were just as shocked as he was and stared dumbly at Han Shuo, as if they were meeting Han Shuo for the first time. Damn it. What the F***CK is Brian doing? Fanny knew that Han Shuo could use bone arrow magic and wasn't too surprised. She was only surprised at Han Shuo's current actions. The reality was that the wolf riders had robbed the merchant, and Han Shuo had robbed the wolf riders. Chapter 55. When the other wolf riders saw Han Shuo charge over with a long sword in his hand, a pair of large, bell-like eyes suddenly opened wide under his furry forehead. He roared furiously in the common tongue. "Sly, cunning human, you're courting death!" The giant wolf beneath him howled as the orc wolf rider took out a crossbow from his back, raised it, and fired at Han Shuo. A cold, silver light flew towards Han Shuo's neck with an ear-piercing whistle. Magical yuan circulated rapidly as Han Shuo focused his attention. The speed of the whistling crossbow bolt suddenly slowed in Han Shuo's eyes, as bizarre as the slow-motion scenes Han Shuo used to watch in movies. Han Shuo's powerful senses were the exact opposite of the speed of the crossbow bolt. When the crossbow bolt was within a meter of Han Shuo, the long sword in his hand stabbed out fiercely and accurately against the tip of the incoming crossbow bolt. A crisp crack rang out as the crossbow bolt suddenly exploded into pieces. Han Shuo's speed on his warhorse wasn't affected in the slightest after shattering the crossbow bolt. Before the orc wolf rider could fire a second bolt, Han Shuo had already rushed in front of the orc wolf rider with his long sword in hand. A dark, bright blade arc rose from Han Shuo's right hand. The long sword was thick and heavy to begin with, but in Han Shuo's hand it was as light and graceful as a feather. The orc wolf rider also raised his blade to meet Han Shuo's. Just as the two blades were about to collide, a small brown crossbow bolt suddenly flew out of Han Shuo's right sleeve. The crossbow bolt pierced through the orc's long sword with a whoosh and sank into the orc wolf rider's neck with a puff. Despicable, despicable! Blood bubbling out of the orc wolf rider's mouth. He finally spat out those two words with difficulty. The hand that was holding the long sword high suddenly lost all strength. The heavy long sword carried his robust body, and he rolled off the back of the giant wolf. It was obvious from his appearance that he was already dead. As expected of a race with low intelligence, hee. Han Shuo's solemn and calm expression disappeared. With a smirk on his face, he walked to the side of the huge wolf. With a swing of his long sword, the huge wolf's pouch once again flew towards the warhorse behind him. With another stab, the huge wolf also fell into a pool of blood. Kill, kill, kill! At this moment, a wave of silhouettes suddenly appeared at the corner of the North Street. Dozens of wolf riders were roaring loudly as they desperately chased after a group of mages and warriors. Beecher and the others from the Babylon Academy of Light were among those who were fleeing in a sorry state on inferior warhorses. "Let's go!" Han Shuo was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. He raised the reins in his hand, and the war horse once again changed direction, charging towards the north. Fanny, Lisa, and the others were flabbergasted as they watched Han Shuo's callous and sinister black-on-black performance. When they saw Han Shuo suddenly gallop out, they understood that the current situation was anything but reassuring. They also spurred their war horses to follow behind Han Shuo and started fleeing towards the north. After galloping madly on their war horses for half a day, Han Shuo and the others appeared in the middle of a large canyon. The sides of the canyon were steep, and at the end was a wide river. Han Shuo and the others reined in their war horses at the end of the canyon. They looked at the Azure River and suddenly fell into a predicament. This should be the Empire's Nirolon River. We can reach Balthazar City in the southwest of the Empire after crossing the Nirolon River. Balthazar City isn't far from Zajoski City. Although it's not as heavily guarded as Zajoski City, it's definitely heavily guarded. I think we'll be safe as long as we can make it to Balthazar City. Jean furrowed his brow in thought for a while as he gazed at the wide Nirolon River, and then suddenly spoke up. We must first cross the Nirolon River if we want to reach Balthazar City. The Nirolon River is so wide, I don't think we'll be able to cross it at all if we don't have a boat to transport us. Fanny had a worried expression on her face as she gazed at the Azure River in the distance and sighed sorrowfully. Han Shua didn't open his mouth to speak after arriving here, and only minded his own business as he flipped through the 2 large bags on his warhorse. The shops in the town of Droll had been prepared for adventurers and mercenaries to begin with, so the surrounding shops were mostly filled with items needed for battle. Han Shua made an inventory and discovered that there were a total of 4 high-quality crossbows, a few dozen crossbow bolts, 3 high-quality daggers, 2 ordinary longswords, 2 magic staffs, and 3 pieces of close-fitting leather armor in the sack that the 2 wolf riders had plundered. Apart from this, there were also some bottles and cans of healing medicine and various poisons. First, Han Shua picked out the sharp dagger with a sapphire embedded in it and hid it on his body as if it was a matter of course. He then carefully put away the bottles of various poisons and finally poured the weapons and armor out of the bags onto the ground. He lifted his head to look at the crowd and said calmly, "Pack up! Prepare to continue fighting!" When Han Shua's words left his mouth, the necromancy teachers and students who had been sighing and furrowing their brows as they racked their brains for a solution suddenly froze. Jean froze for a moment and suddenly thought of Han Shua's performance just now. He exclaimed in surprise and stared at Han Shua, asking, "Brian, did you use bow and arrow magic earlier?" Apart from Fanny, everyone looked at Han Shua with a face full of shock when Jean asked this question. Lisa even shrieked in surprise and pointed at Han Shua with her right hand, saying incredulously, "That's right, Brian. How can you use magic?" I think that now isn't the time to discuss this. A portion of the Orc Wolf Riders have been rushing this way, and I think that the Damned Wolf Riders will arrive here before long. There's a canyon in front of us and the wide Nirolon River below. The most important thing for us to do now is to consider how to deal with the Orc Wolf Riders that are about to arrive. Han Shua's expression was calm as he arranged the weapons in the bags and spoke faintly. "If you hadn't brought us to this damned place, how would we be in such a predicament?" Bella looked disdainfully at Han Shua when she heard Han Shua's words and mocked him with a cold face. Frowning, Han Shua's calm face suddenly grew cold as an irrepressible feeling of disgust grew in his heart. Lifting his head to look at the mocking Bella, Han Shua said, "So you're saying that my decision was wrong?" Just as Bella was about to open her mouth to reply, she suddenly discovered that Han Shua's gaze was cold and sinister. The way he looked at her was like that of a wolf sizing up its prey. Her body involuntarily felt a chill run down her spine. She awkwardly smiled and dryly said, I didn't mean that either." Nodding, a smile reappeared on Han Shua's face, and he smiled as if nothing had happened. "Since this is the case, let's all pick our weapons. Our mental strength is limited and the range of our magic isn't as far as a crossbow. I think we should use our weapons first and attack with magic when our weapons are no longer useful. Come, let's make some more arrangements and wait for the Wolf Riders to come to their deaths." Han Shua's current performance was the style of a leader. This should have been a very comical matter. After all, he was just an errand slave of the necromancy major and had no right to give orders. However, after everyone had experienced the horrors of Han Shua's madness in the dark forest, as well as his cold and ruthless killing of the 2 Wolf Riders, no one found it funny anymore when they heard Han Shua give orders. It was as if they were getting to know Han Shua all over again. Even Fanny and Jean came over obediently and started picking out crossbows from Han Shua's hands. No one spoke up against Han Shua's suggestions. Unknowingly, Han Shua, who was originally an errand slave, had already established his authority among these people, causing them to willingly listen to Han Shua's commands. Chapter 56. There were tall mountain slopes on both sides of the canyon, with a 5-meter wide passageway in the middle. This kind of place was most suitable for bandits to set up traps. Since everyone had agreed to Han Shua's plan, they all began to take action. Han Shua didn't know much about how to set up traps. First, the group used tough ropes to set up horse reins in the passageway. Then, Fanny and Jean used advanced necromancy magic to release acid bogs behind the horse reins. Acid bog was an advanced necromancy magic. it could form a large, muddy swamp on the ground. When this kind of acid bog took shape, it could corrode anyone who accidentally entered into it into a skeleton in an instant. It was one of the more sinister advanced magics of the necromancy major. However, it took a lot of mental strength to successfully release this kind of acid bog. The range of the acid bog varied according to each necromancer's mental strength. Even with Fanny and Jean's combined efforts, they were only able to create a swamp that was about 5 meters wide. From the looks of it, this was already their limit. Some enormous rocks were placed on both sides of the mountain slopes, in case the Orc-Wolf riders arrived and smashed them with the giant rocks. These necromancy teachers and students were all quite frail compared to Han Shuo, so the task of moving the giant rocks was naturally accomplished by Han Shuo alone. After these arrangements were made, Jean, Bella, Bok, and the others laid in ambush on one side of the mountain slope. Han, Shuo, Fanny, Lisa, and the others were responsible for the other side of the mountain slope. You've changed quite a bit. If we can make it back to the academy alive this time, you've done the most. I'll definitely report this to the academy and give you a reward. Fanny's body was behind a giant rock, her bright eyes roaming over Han Shuo's body as she spoke in a low voice. Han Shuo was in the middle, with Lisa on his left and Fanny on his right. The three of them were very close to each other. When Fanny spoke in a low voice, her fragrant breath directly blew on Han Shuo's right cheek. The faint fragrance caused Han Shuo's heart to race. He suddenly felt that this crisis seemed to be filled with lust. Scratching his head out of habit, Han Shuo gave a silly smile and turned his head to stare boldly at Fanny's beautiful face. At this moment, Fanny's hair was a mess, because she had used up a lot of mental energy to cast the acid bog. Her face was a little pale, and she looked a little weak. It was completely different from her usual glamorous and domineering appearance, giving Han Shuo a different kind of beauty. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Don't stare at me like that. When Fanny saw that Han Shuo was looking at her with a burning gaze, but didn't pay any attention to her, she couldn't help but feel angry. This guy was getting bolder and bolder, daring to look at her so rudely. Ha ha, Master Fanny, you're pretty. You won't lose anything by looking at me a few more times. Why be so petty? Laughing lightly, Han Shuo said flirtatiously. A wave of pain suddenly radiated from Han Shuo's left arm. Han Shuo's face turned pained as he turned his head to look at Lisa on his left. When he saw that Lisa was glaring at him with a face full of hate, he hastily squeezed out a smile and said, "Of course, Lisa. You're also very beautiful, haha." Raising her head and snorting lightly, Lisa glared at Han Shuo and said huffily, "Don't think that I can't take care of you just because you're strong now. Humph, now that I have some free time. Hurry up and tell me how you got mental strength. You've even mastered bone arrow magic. Just how many more secrets do you have that you haven't told me?" I don't have any secrets. It's all thanks to you that I can master the bone arrow magic. If you didn't use the agony of the soul to make me half dead, I would still be as useless as before. Thank you so much." Her face darkening, Lisa suddenly hung her head and sighed lightly. She said lowly, "You still haven't forgiven me. I know you've always hated me for using the agony of the soul on you, but I didn't mean it back then. I didn't know that I almost killed you in the end. No, I really don't blame you. Lisa, don't think too much. It's not like you don't know my feelings for you. Why would I blame you?" Han Shuo started and suddenly remembered the role he was playing. He hurriedly spoke up to comfort Lisa. At this moment, Han Shuo felt pain in his right arm as well. He turned his head to find that Fanny's slender fingers were also pinching him hard. He couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. He inwardly sighed that the blessings of having multiple lovers were indeed not easy to enjoy. He said with a wry face, "Master Fanny, what's wrong now?" Fanny also started slightly when Han Shuo said this. "What's wrong with me? What does their conversation have to do with me? Why would I want to pinch him as well?" Shaking her head slightly, Fanny also snorted and then wore a faint smile on her face. She raised her voice a bit. "Lisa, what did he say about his feelings for you just now? What's that about?" A frantic expression suddenly appeared on Lisa's face as she hastily waved her hands to cover up. "Nothing, nothing. Master Fanny, you must have heard wrong. Haha, isn't that right, Brian?" She didn't forget to throw a threatening look at Han Shuo after speaking. Her meaning was that if Han Shuo dared speak, she wouldn't let him off the hook. Nodding with a wry face, Han Shuo laughed and said, "Yes, Master Fanny must have expended too much mental strength and something went wrong with your hearing." "Is that so?" Fanny looked suspiciously at Han Shuo and asked in a strange tone. Of course. Oh, right, Master Fanny, when I return to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, I want to release my slave status. I've earned enough gold coins in the Dark Forest this time. I don't want to carry this slave status forever. Don't worry, if we really make it back to the Academy this time, I'll negotiate with the school authorities. Not only will I release you from your slave status, I'll even release you from your errand slave status as well. You'll become a student of the necromancy major in the future, and I'll personally teach you even more advanced necromancy magic. With your potential, I think your future accomplishments will surely surpass all the current necromancy students." Fanny looked at Han Shuo with gratification and gave Han Shuo a firm promise. She thought to herself, when he becomes a student of the necromancy major, if his magic improves quickly, he'll truly be able to break free from his current shackles. At that time, maybe... what am I thinking? It looks like I must have expended too much mental strength. Otherwise, why would I be thinking so wildly? At this moment, Han Shuo, who'd had a joyous expression on his face, suddenly furrowed his brow. He closed his eyes and thought deeply for a moment, then suddenly called out loudly to the other side, "Master Jean, be careful! I can already hear the muffled sound of footsteps. I think the Orc Wolf riders should be arriving soon." "Got it, you guys be careful too. Brian, Master Fanny has expended a lot of mental strength with me just now. You have to protect Master Fanny. Don't worry, since Master Fanny is here with me. Unless I die first, Master Fanny won't be harmed in the slightest." Han Shuo suddenly felt another pain in his left arm after he'd finished speaking. He immediately knew that Lisa must have acted out of anger and hastily turned his head to explain to Lisa on his left. However, he didn't notice that Fanny, who was on his right, was looking at him with a slightly more complicated gaze. Finally, the muffled sounds of footsteps gradually traveled from afar. Even the ordinary necromancy students and teachers could hear the oppressive sounds and couldn't help but gather their attention, fully concentrating on dealing with the sudden attack from behind. Damn it. Why is it Beecher and the others from the Light Major? Just as everyone was holding their breaths and preparing to push the boulder down, the sharp-eyed Han Shuo suddenly realized that the approaching people weren't the Orc Wolf riders, but rather Beecher, Irene, and the others from the Light Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, who were fleeing in panic. There were also a few unfamiliar mages and warriors among them. They were all riding warhorses that were neighing wildly and looked like they were about to collapse, their faces filled with exhaustion. Fanny's brow furrowed as she suddenly poked her head out from behind the boulder. Her slender neck stretched out as she called out in a loud voice, "Master Beecher, stop right now. There's a trap that we've specially set up to deal with the wolf riders." Beecher and the others, who were about to rush towards the horse ropes, hurriedly stopped at the most critical moment when they heard Fanny's words. Beecher then lifted his head to look at the necromancy students and teachers on both sides of the mountain slope and immediately understood the current situation. He immediately yelled out, "The Orc Wolf riders are right behind us. What should we do?" After abandoning the horses, drive the war horses to the back and then quickly walk over on foot. We will tell you where the traps are. Otherwise, if you stay where you are, only death awaits you. Han Shuo poked his head out and calmly yelled out. Beecher and the others only hesitated slightly when they heard Han Shuo's words, and then followed Han Shuo's instructions. They dismounted and used their daggers to stab the horses' buttocks, driving the warhorses back after being stung. Afterwards, under Fanny's reminder, the group hurriedly crossed over the tripping ropes and acid swamps, quickly climbing up the mountain slope on both sides. Another wave of muffled footsteps traveled into everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone knew that the pursuing orc-wolf riders had truly arrived. "Hide yourselves and prepare for battle," Han Shua yelled out, and everyone carefully hid themselves. They planned on giving these orc-wolf riders, who were used to killing and looting, a bloody lesson. Chapter 57. Dust flew in the distance, and muffled footsteps pounded on everyone's hearts like muffled drums. First, a row of gleaming long swords came into view, and then the strong bodies of orcs astride giant wolves revealed themselves one after another. These orc-wolf riders had obviously gone through a round of looting. The pockets of the giant wolves beneath them were bulging. It looked like the shops in the town of Droll had been looted until not a single tile remained. Perhaps it was precisely because these wolf riders were carrying too many spoils of war that the speed of the giant wolves beneath them had been affected. That was why Beecher and the others were able to persevere until here, even though they were riding on frail warhorses. Behind the giant boulder, Han Shua grasped a sturdy crossbow in his hand and calmly took aim at the most burly orc at the very front. Beside him, Fanny also held a crossbow as she constantly changed directions, her eyes sparkling with a determined light. It looked like Fanny also knew to harden her heart in the face of life and death. Lisa's hands were empty, but there were a few large boulders next to her and the other students. These boulders had already been placed in position by Han Shua and would roll down with a push. They would definitely cause even more damage than a crossbow. Amidst the howls of the giant wolves, a line of dozens of wolf riders moved as fast as lightning and finally appeared in the passageway. Their speed was ferocious, and they hadn't anticipated that there would be an ambush along the way. All of them brandished their long swords and yelled wildly, already urging the giant wolves to charge over. Awu, awu! The front legs of the giant wolves were the first to be tripped by the ropes. Their front legs suddenly bent and lost balance, and they howled in agony. The bodies of 4 wolf riders, affected by inertia, suddenly flew off their giant wolves. Pa, 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 pa! The 4 orcs flailed their arms as they fell involuntarily into the acid bog in front of them, making heavy, earth-shaking noises. The 4 orcs that fell into the acid swamp suddenly let out mournful howls, similar to those of the giant wolves. Along with the ghostly wails and wolf howls, their sturdy bodies seemed to have been doused with acid. Their skin, flesh, hair, and even their clothes were all corroded into a pool of blood that quickly flowed into the acid swamp. In an instant, the 4 orc wolf riders had actually turned into 4 enormous skeletons. These 4 orc wolf riders were the first to meet with misfortune. 3 more wolf riders behind them couldn't stop their momentum and flew into the acid bog with them, turning into 3 skeletons in the blink of an eye. This acid bog is an advanced necromancy magic, all right. Master Fanny, you're so strong. You must teach me this magic when we return to the academy. Han Shua said excitedly to Fanny in a low voice when he saw how vicious the acid bog was. However, when Han Shua had finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that Fanny's face was deathly white and that there seemed to be something wrong with her gaze as she looked at the acid bog. He couldn't help but rub his body against Fanny and speak again. Master Fanny, what's wrong? Fanny abruptly reacted after being bumped into by Han Shua and said in a panic, No, nothing. This is the first time I've used this acid bog magic since I've grasped it. I really didn't think that this magic would be so vicious. As Han Shua and Fanny were speaking, the dozens of orc-wolf riders had suddenly reined in their giant wolves, and the wolf riders at the back hadn't been able to rein in their momentum. They were forced to squeeze together in a chaotic mess, and a few orcs even fell off their giant wolves. However, in this way, the tripping ropes and acid bog had already lost their effect. The orcs were trying to regain their footing amidst the chaos under the mutterings of their leader. Kill! At this moment, Han Shoa suddenly gathered his strength and roared out fiercely. Lisa and the others had long since been sharpening their blades and waiting impatiently. When they heard Han Shua's roar, they immediately made a big fuss and pushed the giant rocks beside them down the small hill. More than 10 giant rocks borrowed the momentum of their momentum and rolled or flew down towards the orc-wolf riders below. Suddenly, the orc-wolf riders who were supposed to be the hunters became the prey instead. The giant rocks that rolled down became lethal weapons that quickly reaped the lives of the orcs. The overcrowded wolf riders didn't have time to regroup at all and immediately paid a heavy price when the giant rocks rolled down. For boulders smashed down, directly smashing the 6 orcs and their giant wolves into a bloody mess. The remaining boulders rolled down the hillside. The momentum of the boulders was fierce, and when they fell into the midst of the wolf riders, they let out a series of mournful howls. By the time this wave of rocks had passed, another 15 wolf riders had died on the spot, and a dozen or so had sustained varying degrees of injuries. As the orcs screamed in panic, they suddenly discovered that the path back had also been blocked by giant rocks. Many figures suddenly appeared from both sides of the hill, and a string of crossbow bolts and magical attacks accompanied curses. These vulgar and barbaric orcs go to hell! On the other side, Irene of the Light Major stood up from the hill and cursed lowly with a look of disgust. She then started chanting light magic and attacked the orcs with Beecher. It looked like they'd finally found an outlet to vent after being chased around so pathetically by the wolf riders. At this moment, there were still 30 or so orc wolf riders that hadn't died in the tunnel below. However, these wolf riders had to face all sorts of magical attacks from both sides of the hill. Han Shua held the crossbow in his hand and would calmly fire when he took aim at an orc. As long as the orcs were hit by Han Shua's crossbow bolts, they would fall down in a short amount of time. Even if it wasn't a vital point, they would never be able to stand up again. Why is it that none of the orcs hit by your crossbow bolts can stand up, even if it's just a scratch? But those hit by my crossbow bolts are fine as long as it's not a vital point? Fanny observed for a moment and then asked Han Shoa with a frown. Haha, of course. I've just dipped the tips of my crossbow bolts in some poison powder. They're absolutely done for if they get even the slightest bit of it. Han Shua accurately shot another orc and explained faintly as if nothing had happened. When these words left his mouth, Fanny started and then pointed angrily at Han Shua, saying hatefully, You're indeed a bit despicable. Where did you learn these malicious methods from? Even if our 2 countries are at war, we can't use poison arrows. This is an unwritten rule of the profound continent. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua said nonchalantly, It's either you die or I die. What's the point of talking about being despicable? Killing them with the smallest price is the most correct method. You're too pedantic. That's right. Brian is absolutely right. These damned orcs burn, kill, and loot in the town of Droll. Every year when winter comes, they take the opportunity to loot the borders of our empire. There's no need to talk about any rules with them. Lisa suddenly interjected at this moment, obviously leaning towards Han Shua's style. Humph, you 2 brats are both equally bad at heart. No wonder you've suddenly become so congenial. Brian, I'll let it go this time. If you can return to the Empire, don't tell anyone that you've done this. You can't do this in the future either. Otherwise, if others find out, they'll surely punish you. Fanny rolled her eyes at the 2 and suddenly warned them seriously. Han Shua understood that Fanny had good intentions. The reason why the poison powder was sold in the town of Droll was to deal with the savage, magical creatures within the dark forest. Normally, no one would dare use it against their enemies in broad daylight. However, Han Shua only listened attentively to Fanny's warnings. He didn't think much of it in the depths of his heart. If it came to a critical juncture and his life was in danger, he would definitely use this kind of vicious method without a care in the world. Under the attacks of crossbow bolts and all kinds of magic, the remaining orc-wolf riders could only use crossbow bolts to attack the ambushers on the 2 sides of the small hill. However, Han Shuo and the others now had the complete advantage in terms of terrain and numbers. Under the continuous attacks, the orc wolf riders fell one by one into pools of their own blood. It was obvious that they were powerless to reverse the situation. When there were only 5 wolf riders left, they finally began to feel fear. The giant wolves were unable to climb over the large rocks, so the orcs directly jumped down from the giant wolves. They even abandoned all the resources in the wolf's pockets and began to run back without a care for anything else. Oh no, they're escaping. If they escape, there'll be even more wolf riders coming. Everyone chase after them. Han Shuo's face abruptly changed when he saw the situation. He hastily yelled out, but his body remained motionless where it was. Everyone lost their heads in panic when Han Shuo's words had sounded. The group of people all rushed down from the small hill and started chasing after the fleeing orcs with all their might. The 3 warriors who had been hiding ran the fastest, moving up and down the small hill as if they were walking on flat ground. They quickly gave chase. Behind them, a group of mages led by Beecher, including Jean, Bach, and a few others from the Necromancy Major, also raised their magical robes and ran out. Just as Fanny's slender body poked out and planned on sprinting out from behind the giant rock, Han Shuo suddenly reached out and grabbed Fanny by the waist. He yelled lowly, "It's so dangerous. What are you going to do?" Fanny's slender waist was suddenly embraced by Han Shuo, and her body suddenly grew numb. She turned her head and saw that the Necromancy Major students were also about to walk out. All of them were looking at her oddly, especially Lisa, who seemed to be forcibly suppressing her anger. Fanny started and her heart raced when she reacted. Her face flushed red and she suddenly struggled violently. She said angrily, "What are you doing? Let go of me. What are you stopping me for? It's not like we're missing a few people. Don't we have more important things to do at this time?" Han Shuo let go of her and chuckled. "What other things are more important?" Fanny and the others asked in confusion. "Collect the spoils of war. The resources in the pockets of the giant wolves will all be worth shiny gold coins in the capital of the empire." Han Shuo laughed heartily as his body swiftly dashed down the small hill. Fanny, Lisa, and the others started, but when they saw that there were a few smart strangers who were also rushing downwards, they didn't hesitate any longer. They all cried out in pleasant surprise and ran towards the sacks of resources that the orc wolf riders were plundering without a care for their manners. Chapter 58. Fallen Undead Warrior. Heed the call of the dark emissary and reveal your existence. Han Shuo suddenly chanted an incantation midway down the tunnel. An ordinary skeletal warrior appeared in the tunnel as Han Shuo's incantation fell. Han Shuo immediately gathered his mental strength and issued a command when he saw the skeletal warrior appear. "Steal the items." This skeletal warrior wasn't the little skull that Han Shuo had refined with his magical yuan. Its speed and strength were significantly inferior to the little skull's, and its bones creaked as it moved. Within the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the pitch-black little skeleton with 7 bone spurs had caused too much of a commotion. If others knew that this little skull had been summoned by Han Shuo, there would surely be a series of troublesome matters. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't dare summon the little skull at this time. "Everyone hurry up, or else the items will all be taken by others." Erin from the Light Major was among those left behind. When she saw that Han Shuo's group was charging down, she immediately rushed over with a shout. On the Necromancy Major's side, Fanny, Lisa, and the others were first startled when they saw that Han Shuo had summoned skeletal warriors. They immediately reacted and started summoning skeletal warriors with delighted expressions on their faces. Suddenly, more than 10 skeletal warriors were summoned by Fanny, Lisa, and the others. Under the urging of their mental strength, these skeletal warriors reached out with their bony hands and picked up the enormous bags on the ground. The items in the wolf riders' bags had all been looted. Now that these orc wolf riders were dead, they naturally became ownerless items. Of course, they belonged to whoever grabbed them first. The skeletal warriors on Han Shua's side, who had been extremely weak to begin with, finally showed their usefulness this time. Although the skeletal warriors moved slowly, each of them grabbed a bag in the end. As the host, Han Shua, Fanny, Lisa, and the others naturally wouldn't be idle either. They all grabbed a bag each. Han Shua even grabbed 4 bags, a satisfied smile on his face. Han Shua's group had taken 80% of the items left behind by the wolf riders, and the other 20% had been taken by the others. The various weapons, armor, and medicinal ingredients in the town of Droll were all expensive items. If they were sold in the Empire, they would surely receive generous rewards. After ordering the skeletal warriors to line up side by side, Han Shua looked at Fanny and said with a smile, "Master Fanny, with these items and our gains in the Dark Forest, I think that our necromancy major will be able to impress the school authorities when we return to the academy." Fanny was also in an exceedingly good mood at this moment. She had long since forgotten Han Shua's previous rudeness. Her face was full of joy as she flicked a glance at Han Shua with her bright eyes, saying softly, "Not necessarily. These items belong to the shops in the town of Droll. Although the owners of the shops in the town of Droll have either fled or died, if the Empire were to learn of the origins of these items, they would surely confiscate all of them." Fanny's worries weren't without reason. Han Shua thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that he had met Fabian in the Dark Forest. When the two had parted ways, Fabian had left a card for Han Shua so that Han Shua could find him to do business. Fabian was a member of the Empire's Bast Merchant Guild. If he could find him, he should have an appropriate method to deal with this matter. When his thoughts traveled here, Han Shua smiled confidently at Fanny and said, "Master Fanny, you don't need to worry. As long as we can safely return to the Empire, I have a way to deal with these items. There shouldn't be any flaws left behind." Fanny looked at Han Shua in surprise and then shook her head, saying with emotion, "Brian, I find that I can't see through you more and more. Just how many secrets are you hiding on your body? How do you have a way to deal with these items?" Chuckling lightly, Han Shua said, "We'll talk about these things later. I think that what we should do now is to consider how to leave this place and how to quickly return to the Empire." While Han Shua and Fanny were talking, Beecher's group, as well as Jean Buck's group from the necromancy major, had already returned from the distance. From the relieved expressions on their faces, Han Shua knew that the orcs had most likely been killed. Indeed, when Beecher's group arrived, they immediately said proudly, "Don't worry, everyone. None of those orcs escaped. We can finally relax for the time being." Beecher was halfway through his words when he suddenly looked around in surprise, exclaiming, "Eh? What's going on?" Apart from the corpses of the orc wolf riders and giant wolves, all the bags had been divided up by those who had stayed behind. In particular, Han Shua and Fanny's side, a row of skeletal warriors, each holding a large bag, appeared even more eye-catching. Fanny was a bit embarrassed and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. In the end, she grew anxious and couldn't help but glare at Han Shua, indicating for Han Shua to respond. Taking a few steps forward as if nothing had happened, Han Shua didn't have the slightest bit of awkwardness on his face. He put down the 2 bags on his body and called out to the mercenaries and mages who had just returned from the distance with unfamiliar faces. He said with a smile, "These are all spoils of war. Brave warriors come and pick some. We'll be going our separate ways soon, but we've just fought off the orcs together. Let these things be mementos of our battle." All right. The 10 or so adventurers who had returned all cheered in unison when they heard Han Shua's words. All of them ran overexcitedly and began to pick out the goods in the bags with practiced movements. Beecher and the other light major students had originally planned on joining in, but when they saw that Aaron and the others also had bags filled with supplies in their hands, they started and walked towards Aaron after a moment of surprise. "Young man, you're a really good friend. If you need our Battle Wolves mercenary band in the future, feel free to ask." "Haha, I'm very happy to make friends with you. If you need any medicines made in the future, you can come find me." These people chatted with smiles on their faces as they picked out the goods. One by one, cards with contact details fell into Han Shua's hands. "Master Fanny, why are you giving those things to them? What's Brian doing?" Necromancy Major, student Athena, looked at Han Shua's open bag with a pained expression and huffed angrily. "His actions are completely correct. If we swallow all these goods, these people won't benefit at all. They'll definitely report this matter to the Empire. Perhaps they'll even have thoughts of robbing us in their anger. We'll be in big trouble then. Now that Brian has taken out a small portion for them to choose from, it's to drag them into the water and stuff everyone's mouths. They don't have space rings and can't summon skeletal warriors to do manual labor like us. They won't be able to take away much of the goods at all. In this way, the biggest beneficiaries will still be us. He can even win the friendship of these adventurers. Brian is really getting more and more powerful now." Fanny's beautiful eyes had been focused on Han Shua, who was chatting merrily with the adventurers, as she explained to the clueless Athena beside her. "He's getting more and more mysterious now. I don't even know where he learned all this random knowledge from, and his knowledge is actually quite useful." Lisa looked at Han Shua and thought of the secret to breast enlargement that Han Shua had taught her. She couldn't help but sigh softly with emotion. "All right, since everyone's chosen their items, let's part ways here. If there's anything I need to trouble you with in the future, I won't hold back, haha." On the other side, Han Shua was laughing and joking with everyone as if they were close friends. The 4 large pockets on his body were basically all empty now. These mercenaries and adventurers had more or less gotten what they needed, and their gazes when looking at Han Shua were exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Everyone exchanged some pleasantries in the end and left one by one. On the other side, Beecher and the others came to Fanny's side to say their thanks, and also left with the goods. When only Han Shua's group remained, Jean finally said with annoyance, "If I'd known earlier, I would have stayed as well. If we hadn't left, the pockets in the hands of the light major would have been ours again." Fanny didn't express anything regarding Jean's annoyance at all. She suddenly felt at this moment that such a big person like him seemed to be even less intelligent than Han Shua, and a sense of contempt rose in her heart for no reason. "Right, what should we do now?" Fanny looked at Han Shua and asked naturally, turning his head to look at the wide Niloran River. Han Shua thought for a bit and said, "Lowly, there are some towering trees at the bottom of the canyon. We have all sorts of sharp weapons in our pockets, as well as some tough ropes. As long as we chop down some trees, we can quickly make wooden rafts and use them to cross the Niloran River and directly reach Balthazar City." "Is that so? Then why didn't you tell the others just now?" Jean suddenly asked when he heard Han Shua's words. "What does it have to do with me if they want to leave? Not to mention that they can help us draw away the orcs' attention after they leave. We'll be in less danger this way. Isn't that good?" Han Shua smiled faintly and explained matter-of-factly. When these words were spoken, Fanny, Jean, and the others started and inwardly sighed that the current Han Shua was indeed different. It looked like he was already secretly scheming against others when he'd been talking cheerfully and wittily with them just now. Jean, Buck, and Bella looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts when they thought of how they'd targeted Han Shua in the past. Chapter 59. With the help of the dark creatures, it only took half a day to complete the task of cutting down trees and weaving wooden rafts under Han Shua's command. 5 wooden rafts and a dozen or so wooden oars were carried into the water by the skeletal warriors. Everyone boarded the wooden rafts after the 13 sacks had been placed on the rafts, holding the oars in their hands and starting to move along the Niloran River. Han Shua, Fanny, and Lisa stayed on a wooden raft. Fanny summoned a zombie warrior and had the zombie warrior row the oars. Han Shua and the other 2 sat leisurely on the sturdy wooden raft, admiring the scenery along the Niloran River. It was already evening, and the clouds of sunset dyed the sky. The azure waters of the Niloran River were calm, and a few bold fish leapt to the surface, drawing silver lines across the surface of the water. The branches and leaves of the towering trees in the distance were lush, and a few unknown insects chirped cheerfully, giving everyone a sense of tranquility and peace. As Fanny and Lisa chatted and laughed softly as they admired the beautiful scenery around them, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on the wooden raft and closed his eyes, silently training his magical yuan. He didn't waste a single moment of free time to forge his physical body and continuously open up the meridians within his body. Fanny and Lisa originally had a stomach full of questions they wanted to ask Han Shuo, but when they discovered that Han Shuo had his eyes closed and wasn't speaking, they didn't make a sound to disturb him. Instead, they sighed with emotion at Han Shuo's diligence, thinking that it was no wonder that Han Shuo had improved so quickly. The two's beautiful eyes would gather on Han Shuo from time to time, whispering to each other about something. It looked like their topics definitely included Han Shuo. After a long period of silence, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes and looked around when he felt the wooden raft shake. He discovered that the wooden raft had already crossed the Nirolon River and had arrived in a thicket of lush vegetation. Fanny and Lisa happily commanded the dark creatures to bring the spoils of war from the wooden raft to the shore. When Xian and the others had all gathered, everyone cheered and used their mental strength to command the dark creatures. After identifying the direction, they began to hurry towards Balthazar City. After walking like this for 2 days, the party finally arrived at Balthazar City. After arriving at Balthazar City, the first thing they did was find a large hotel where they immediately began to bathe and change their clothes. After a hearty meal, they had a beautiful night's rest. Now, Han Shuo's treatment was completely different from when he'd gone to the dark forest. He could enjoy honorable service as a matter of course, and even had a room to himself. Even the transportation of supplies to the hotel's specialized storeroom was done by everyone themselves. No one dared to let Han Shuo do it alone. The next day, early in the morning, dong dong dong, Fanny lived next to Han Shuo. After Han Shuo got up early in the morning, he stood in front of Fanny's door and knocked on it. "Who is it?" Fanny's lazy voice came from the room. "It's me," Han Shuo replied. "Oh, wait a moment. I'll wash up and open the door for you." After a while, Fanny opened the door, wearing a thin white silk robe. The soft robe accentuated the curves of Fanny's slender and voluptuous figure. Her hair was disheveled as she flicked a lazy glance at Han Shuo and moved to the side to let Han Shuo in. She asked, "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Staring greedily at Fanny a few times, Han Shuo walked to the round table and sat down after closing the door. He then said with a smile, "Master Fanny, I thought about it last night and felt that these supplies were too conspicuous in my hands. I wanted to discuss how to deal with them. It's good to deal with these supplies as soon as possible. We're not merchants. We can't always bring these things back to the academy. But these things all come from the town of Droll. If someone discovers them, not only will we not get the gold coins, but we'll also be in trouble. What should we do?" Fanny's eyebrows creased slightly as she thought for a moment. "If we have a space ring, then we can solve this problem. Master Fanny, although space rings are precious, there should be a price. How many gold coins would a space ring with a smaller space be worth?" Space rings can usually only be refined by space archmages. The materials used to refine space rings are also very valuable, so space rings are very expensive. Even a space ring of a lower quality would cost at least 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. This isn't something that just anyone can afford, so don't let your imagination run wild. Master Fanny, you're an adept mage, and many of the necromancy students come from noble families. Why don't you have a space ring? Haha. Although I'm an adept mage, I rarely leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. My annual income is only a few hundred gold coins. Where would I have the extra money to buy a space ring? The necromancy major is the weakest major. If these students came from great nobles, They wouldn't have chosen to study in the necromancy major. They haven't even graduated, so why would their families buy space rings for them? Han Shua nodded his head after Fanny's explanation, more or less understanding. It looked like the necromancy students and teachers were all poor bastards. No wonder they were all so excited when faced with this batch of supplies. So that's how it is. A space ring costs 1 or 2,000 gold coins. Haha, it looks like I should get a space ring first. Han Shua thought of the 2,000 gold coins in his crystal card and rubbed his chin in thought, speaking pensively, rolling her eyes at Han Shua. Fanny said exasperatedly, "You're just an errand slave. How would you have any gold coins? If you were that rich, would you have sold yourself and worked as an errand slave in the necromancy major for 6 years?" Chuckling, Han Shua said, "Times have changed. Who says I'll always be poor? Don't worry, I have a way to get a space ring." At this point, under Fanny's astonished gaze, Han Shua sneakily looked left and right and fished out an agate necklace with a ruby embedded in it. This necklace sparkled with a faint red light, and the ruby was translucent and was obviously a very valuable gem. "Master Fanny, this is for you." Han Shua laughed lowly when he saw Fanny look at the necklace in his hand with infatuation and handed the necklace to Fanny. She was first overjoyed, and then Fanny's face flushed red. She reacted and hastily refused. I can't take it." "Oh, right. Where did you get this from?" "Of course I got it from the Orc Wolf Rider's pockets." My eyes and hands were quick, and I saw a red light flashing in one of the pockets. That's how I found this ruby agate necklace. I thought that a beautiful person like Master Fanny would be able to set off your beauty even more if you wore this necklace. So I put it away just for you." Han Shua's expression was normal as he said faintly, "This thing is too valuable. I can't take it. You should keep it for yourself." Fanny's beautiful face flushed red as her bright eyes stared fixedly at the necklace. She stammered as she refused. It looked like even though she liked it very much, she hadn't completely lost her reason. "Take it. There's no use for a man like me to keep something like this. Not to mention you've taken care of me all these years, and I've always been very grateful to you. This is a rare opportunity to repay you, and I'll be very sad if you refuse." Han Shua's expression was serious, and his usual cheeky and silly demeanor was nowhere to be seen as he spoke persistently. "I really can't. You've already saved me last time, and you've helped me quite a bit along the way. How can I accept something from you? Oh, although last time in the pool..." Fanny's words were somewhat incoherent. When she mentioned the pool, she seemed to think of Han Shua's mischief, and her face was alluring as she rolled her eyes at Han Shu. Her beauty almost stole Han Shua's soul. His heart moved. Han Shua hastily stood up with a strong sense of righteousness and said with a slight smile, "You must accept it. Otherwise, I'll always feel guilty. I still have matters to attend to, and will be leaving first." After Han Shua finished speaking, he didn't wait for Fanny to refuse again and directly opened the door to leave. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Fanny's heart was in a state of panic as her bright eyes fell upon the ruby agate necklace. Her expression was indescribably odd. Her gaze was resolute one moment, weak the next, bashful and happy the next. Her face constantly changed with complex emotions. Chapter 60. This space ring, where did you get it from? Fanny looked incredulously at Han Shua and asked in astonishment, "I bought it." Han Shua responded faintly and then looked at the envious and jealous gazes of the necromancy students beside him. He added, "I bought it from a magical equipment store in the city for 1,800 gold coins. This space ring can store a small room's worth of items." "Of course I know you bought it. I just want to ask how you got 1,800 gold coins?" The astonishment on Fanny's face remained the same as she glared hatefully at Han Shua. Apart from Fanny, the other necromancy students and teachers were all present in the storeroom. Their brains were all a bit short-circuited, and they couldn't understand how Han Shua had suddenly become so rich. You didn't sell the spoils of war, did you? Bella stared blankly for a while and suddenly thought of something. She exclaimed softly and hurriedly flipped through the items they had stored in the storeroom. Snorting coldly, Han Shuo flicked a disdainful glance at Bella and said mockingly, "Then you'd better look carefully and see if I've pocketed anything." "Humph, all 13 bags are untouched. Do you have eyes or not? Then where did your gold coins come from?" Jean also looked oddly at Han Shuo, his eyes roving greedily over the space ring on Han Shuo's left index finger. He thought to himself, "I, a necromancy teacher, can't even afford a space ring, but you, an errand slave, are the first to wear one. What kind of world is this? Don't worry about that. I have a space ring now anyways. You guys check the items in the bags, and I'll put them away. When we return to the academy, I'll be responsible for selling them. We'll split the gold coins separately." Han Shuo smiled enigmatically and said faintly to Jean, "Master Fanny, what do you mean?" Jean started and turned his head to look at Fanny, asking for Fanny's opinion. Let's leave it at that. We were able to obtain these items because of Brian. Since he said that he has a way to get rid of these things, let's do as he says. Brian will take 40% of the gold coins, and we'll split the rest equally." Fanny pondered for a moment and suggested with a frown, "Why? Why does he have to take 40%? We also put in the effort." Barker immediately voiced his disagreement after hearing Fanny's words. That's right. He's just an errand slave. He shouldn't be able to get so many gold coins." Bella, who had just finished checking the supplies, chimed in. Scratching his head, Han Shuo wore a silly smile on his face. He swept his gaze over the two and chuckled. "Then what do you two think?" Barker and Bella had suffered quite a bit at Han Shuo's hands along the way and had long since understood that Han Shuo's simple and honest exterior was all a facade. Barker and Bella had long since witnessed his treacherous and ruthless methods towards his enemies. Now that they saw Han Shuo's silly expression, they felt their scalps go numb. They stammered and didn't dare say anything else. All right, Brian, don't scare them. This matter is settled. If it wasn't for Brian, you wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. Not to mention that we were the ones who obtained these supplies. You all went to chase after the Orkwolf riders and didn't do anything. You're the ones who have the least right to speak." Fanny first rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, then put her hands on her hips and lectured Barker and Bella in a domineering manner. "Since that's the case, I'll first store these items in the space ring, and then we'll directly hire horses to head to Zajoski City. I've already asked around today. The Orkwolf riders seem to have left after pillaging the nearby villages. I think we shouldn't run into any more danger." Han Shuo swept his gaze over everyone and said lazily. When Han Shuo saw that Fanny, Jean, and the others had all nodded in agreement, he released a wisp of mental strength and activated the space ring. As Han Shuo's 2 hands moved, the 13 bags disappeared into thin air one by one. The blue space ring on his left hand flashed with blue light 13 times. Han Shuo stored the spoils of war into the space ring amidst the envy and jealousy of the necromancy teachers and students. He discovered that this low-level space ring was already full after storing 13 bags and couldn't hold much more. The group then spent gold coins again to rent a few war horses and left Balthazar City. It took them 2 days to return to Zajoski City. Using the transportation matrix in Zajoski City, everyone returned to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force in the Empire's awesome city after a flash of white light. Looking at the familiar buildings around them, the necromancy teachers and students who had survived a great calamity felt a sense of joy at being reborn as human beings. "Brian, you don't need to do errand missions for the necromancy major in the future. I'll go negotiate with the school authorities right now and remove your status as an errand slave and let you become a true necromancy apprentice," Fanny said to Han Shuo after a moment of joy when she arrived. Han Shuo was also overjoyed when he heard her promise. and a faint smile appeared on his face. After experiencing the trials in the dark forest, Han Shua's entire person had changed greatly. He deeply understood that his status as an errand slave would directly affect his future actions. Now that he could not only remove these two identities, but also become a true student, he was naturally overjoyed. Understood, Master Fanny. I'll first dispose of the resources in the space ring and come find you after I've taken care of these matters. Han Shua smiled at Fanny and then thought for a moment before taking out 3 gold coins from his pocket and handing them to Lisa. If you see Jack, give these 3 gold coins to him. Lisa looked oddly at Han Shua and put away the 3 gold coins, saying, "Who would have thought that you'd treat that little fatty so well? I really don't know how you suddenly became so rich. 3 gold coins is enough for Jack's family to live off for a year. You're quite generous." Whether it was Brian before or Han Shua now, they were all on good terms with that little fatty Jack. Now that Han Shua had money, the first person he bestowed favors on was Jack. 3 gold coins was nothing to Han Shua now, but it was undoubtedly an enormous sum of money to Jack. It could be considered as repayment for Jack's help during this period of time. After leaving the academy, Han Shua took out the card that Fabian had left behind and hired a carriage, heading south of Austin City according to the address on the card. We've arrived at the Buzzed Merchant Guild. The carriage finally came to a slow stop after traveling for a long time, and the coachman's voice sounded from outside. Disembarking from the carriage, Han Shua handed the coachman 2 silver coins and told him to leave. He then began to size up the Buzzed Merchant Guild. 2 warriors, wielding long spears, stood on either side of the dark iron door in front of the door. Looking from afar, rows of towering houses could be seen inside. One could tell from the grandeur that there were definitely rich people living inside. "Kid, what are you sneaking around for?" A guard in front of the door chided impatiently when he saw Han Shua looking around randomly. "This is the Buzzed Merchant Guild, right? I'm here to find Mr. Fabian." Han Shua started and swept his gaze over the 2 guards, responding faintly. "Fabian? I've never heard of him. Is there such a person in our merchant guild?" The guard asked the other guard with a straight face. "There seems to be. He seems to be working at the young Miss side. He just returned from the dark forest a few days ago, and I've heard that he gained quite a bit." The other guard responded. He paused and looked suspiciously at Han Shua, sizing up Han Shua from head to toe. A few traces of contempt involuntarily appeared in his eyes as he asked haughtily, "What business do you have with him?" "I'm looking for him to do business with." Because his status as an errand slave hadn't been removed, and he'd been rushing nonstop back to the academy, the errand slave uniform on Han Shua's body was in tatters. It looked like he'd been looked down upon by others. "Doing business? Haha, what a joke. Do you look like you're discussing business with someone like this? Our Buzzed Merchant Guild is a famous merchant guild in the Empire. I think you've come to the wrong place." The guard laughed heartily and spoke mockingly. Just as Han Shua was about to fly into a rage, a magnificent carriage suddenly stopped in front of the Merchant Guild. 2 tall warriors dismounted, and a young, beautiful girl walked out of the carriage. This girl was tall and had a head of long brown hair. She wore a dress studded with jewels and looked elegant and luxurious. However, a faint trace of coldness was present on her beautiful face, and she had the natural arrogance of someone in a superior position. "What's the matter?" The girl looked coldly at the 2 guards when she dismounted and spoke in a clear, pleasant voice. "Miss, he says he wants to see Mr. Fabian. I've seen him looking around furtively and wearing cheap clothes. I've always felt that it was a bit suspicious, so I'm interrogating him now." One of the guards bowed respectfully and explained, "You know Fabian?" The beautiful girl frowned as she looked at Han Shua and asked coldly. Han Shua, who'd been boldly roving his eyes over the beautiful woman's body, finally reacted when he heard Fabian's question. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I even did business with Mr. Fabian in the dark forest." I'm called Brian. I think Mr. Fabian will surely remember me. Brian. Brian. I think I've heard Fabian mention you before. Since that's the case, why don't you come in with me? She didn't look at Han Shuo again after she'd finished speaking and walked inside on her own. Han Shuo glared at the two guards in front of the door and said, "Lowly blind dogs!" He then laughed lightly and quickly walked inside. Chapter 61. Inside the Buzzed Merchant Guild, there were rock gardens and flowing water. The environment was elegant and luxurious, and the cobblestone corridors ran through the entire building. Along the way, they occasionally saw guards wielding long swords and javelins pass by. It looked like the guild's security was quite tight. Han Shuo had already inquired about the Buzzed Merchant Guild when he'd been in Balthazar City. He knew that the guild's main business was trading. Simply put, they used the Buzzed Merchant Guild's trading strongholds to cover the entire empire, purchasing supplies and materials from various regions, and then selling them to other regions where they were in short supply, earning the difference in price. This batch of weapons and ingredients from the town of Droll would surely be handled properly if they were handed over to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Therefore, Han Shuo had absolutely found the right person to look for Fabian. After passing through 3 corridors and walking for a few minutes, just as Han Shuo was thinking that the Buzzed Merchant Guild was indeed quite large, the young miss of the Buzzed Merchant Guild stopped in front of a loft. "Farmar, go call Fabian over. Jays, you guard the door. You're Brian, right? Come with me." The girl stood in front of the loft and looked left and right a few times, giving instructions to the 2 strong warriors following behind her. Han Shuo didn't waste any words and nodded, directly following the girl inside. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and a few priceless paintings hung on the surrounding walls. The interior of the room was richly decorated. There was a very spacious hall in the middle, with a circular table in the center and a few chairs around it. After the girl entered the room, she found a chair and sat down. She then furrowed her brow and didn't say a word, as if she was thinking about something. A few strands of brown hair fell on her fair and smooth forehead, contrasting with her furrowed brow and beautiful face. She seemed to have lost a few traces of the cold arrogance she just had, and had gained a few traces of worry. She didn't greet Han Shuo, and Han Shuo didn't stand on ceremony either. He twisted a chair around and sat down, nonchalantly surveying the decorations around the hall, occasionally glancing at her a few times. After a short while, that fatty Fabian had already walked in with a fawning smile. He closed the door and quickly walked in, bowing to the girl. "It's wonderful that Miss Phoebe has returned safely. This person is looking for you and says that he wants to do business with you. I just so happened to be looking for you to discuss some things, so I brought him here." Phoebe nodded and said to Fabian, "Ha, so it's Brian. It was all thanks to you that I was able to escape from the vicious hands of those forest troll in the dark forest last time. I thought I'd never see you again. Who would have thought that you'd come looking for me just a few days after I returned to the Empire? What business do you plan on doing this time?" Fabian had a professional smile on his face as he asked Han Shuo enthusiastically, "I have a batch of resources that came from a rather shady source. I wonder if you're willing to purchase them?" Han Shuo hadn't planned on saying much when he saw that Phoebe was right next to him, but then he thought that even Fabian seemed to be under Phoebe's control. It looked like there wasn't anything to hide, so he got straight to the point. "Ha, that's absolutely not a problem. Anything that comes into our guild's hands will become clean. Don't worry." Fabian turned his head to glance at Phoebe in the distance and suddenly smiled at Han Shuo when he saw Phoebe nod slightly. Since this was the case, Han Shuo didn't need to be secretive anymore. He released a wisp of mental strength and took out the 13 bags from his space ring, placing them in the room. He then said, "These are the items. Take a look and see how much they're worth." Phoebe had been sitting there coldly. Her bright eyes swept sharply over when she saw Han Shuo take out the items one by one. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "These items should be from the town of Droll. Look at the bags. They should be the tools used by the Orc-Wolf riders to plunder. Did you take them from the hands of the Orc-Wolf riders? Looking at Phoebe with surprise, Han Shuo thought to himself that this girl's eyes were quite sharp. She'd guessed the ins and outs of the matter with just a glance. She was the miss of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, all right. Nodding, Han Shuo didn't hide anything and smiled faintly. That's right, I took these items from the hands of the Orc-Wolf riders. When Han Shuo's words fell, the eyes of Phoebe, who'd been completely indifferent to Han Shuo, suddenly lit up. She stared fixedly at Han Shuo and sized him up, then opened her mouth to ask in surprise, "You're saying that you took these items from the Orc-Wolf riders all by yourself?" "Miss, Brian is an extremely powerful mage swordsman. He alone drove away all the forest troll that surrounded me," Fabian immediately explained to Phoebe when he saw that Phoebe seemed to doubt Han Shuo's strength. When she heard Fabian's words, Phoebe seemed to be even more surprised. Her sharp eyes roamed over Han Shuo's body. Even Han Shuo felt his heart clench when she looked at him like this, as if some secret was about to be seen through. Coughing lightly, Han Shuo laughed dryly. "I didn't take these items from the Orc-Wolf riders all by myself, but I'm in charge of these items now. I think you should take stock of them and tell me a suitable price so we can hurry up and finish our business." "All right, Fabian, make an inventory of these things." Phoebe nodded as she spoke and looked a bit oddly at Han Shuo, as if she hadn't expected that Han Shuo would honestly admit that he hadn't taken them by himself. An exceedingly faint sound suddenly fell into Han Shuo's ears at this moment. It was like the sound of a long sword slowly being unsheathed. Han Shuo's heart jumped and his expression changed slightly. He lifted his head to look at the dark rooftop and said with a cold face, "Who's on the rooftop?" Phoebe and Fabian's faces immediately changed drastically when they heard these words. However, before they could react, 3 crossbow bolts had already flown towards the 3 of them from the rooftop with a sharp whistle. Han Shuo was enraged. He thought that Fabian and Phoebe were trying to murder him for his money, but when he saw that the 3 crossbow bolts had been shot at the 3 of them, he knew that this wasn't the case. Just from the sharp whistle of the 3 crossbow bolts, one could tell that both the strength and speed of the bolts were astonishing. It was obvious that they were the work of an experienced expert. At this critical juncture, Han Shuo's expression was surprisingly calm. His body moved to the side and he quickly dodged a crossbow bolt aimed at him. His right hand had already taken out a dagger, and he fiercely slashed at the other crossbow bolt aimed at Fabian. With a crack, the crossbow bolt aimed at Fabian broke. Han Shuo's right hand, which was holding the dagger, suddenly went numb under the tremendous impact, and his entire right arm suddenly ached. This made Han Shuo understand that the impact of this crossbow bolt was indeed incomparably ferocious. If an ordinary person had used a dagger to collide with it, their entire right arm would likely have been shattered. "Don't!" Phoebe's face was full of panic as she suddenly dashed towards Han Shuo. The chair that she'd been sitting on had already been pierced through by the crossbow bolt. The crossbow bolt had penetrated the chair and nailed itself directly onto the carpet. The carpet was already solid ground, so one could imagine just how terrifying the force of this bolt was. "There's an assassin! There's an assassin!" At this moment, Fabian suddenly screamed and pushed Han Shuo with even more force, pushing Han Shuo towards Phoebe. He cried out urgently, "Brian, hurry and save my miss. If you save my miss, I'll give you an extra 500 gold coins. I beg of you." It looked like Fabian already knew that Han Shuo wasn't the kind of person who would play the hero and save the damsel in distress. At this critical moment, he first thought of using gold coins to bribe Han Shuo. Just as Fabian's screams rang out, 3 crisp creaks sounded from the roof. 3 pitch-black figures suddenly appeared. 3 long swords, sparkling with dark green light, were already looming over Phoebe and Han Shuo's heads. The bone-piercing chill made Han Shuo feel as if his skin and flesh had been cut by the blades. Dark green fighting aura. These were 3 senior swordsmen. Han Shuo understood his strength. In a real fight, even one senior swordsman would have a hard time dealing with him. 3 senior swordsmen would only lead to death. Judging from the 3's intentions, it was obvious that they were planning on killing everyone in the room. Even if Han Shuo ignored them now, he'd still be hard-pressed to escape misfortune. The only way out was to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Magical yuan circulated rapidly as Han Shuo's body suddenly moved. Phoebe was already in front of him at this moment. Han Shuo reached out and grabbed Phoebe's right hand, pulling her into his arms. The body holding Phoebe abruptly toppled to the side and tumbled underneath the round table in the hall. Violent crackling sounds suddenly sounded from the top of the round table. The sturdy round table shattered into pieces above Han Shuo's head in an instant. 3 sharp blades stabbed directly at Han Shuo and Phoebe after they'd shattered the round table. Han Shuo's necromancy incantation had already been completed at this moment. The little skull, wielding the bone dagger, also materialized in midair and charged directly at one of the assassins. Under the table, Han Shuo raised his left hand, and the crossbow bolt in his sleeve suddenly shot at another assassin. Chapter 62. Of the 3 longswords that had been about to stab Han Shuo, one had split up to deal with Han Shuo's little skull, and another had changed direction midway to block an arrow shot by Han Shuo. Only one remained to stab, towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo's arms that were holding Phoebe gave a push, and Phoebe rolled in Fabian's direction, tightly gripping the dagger in his right hand. Han Shuo's body abruptly shot out from the shattered round table. Magical yuan flowed onto the dagger, drawing a faint purple light through the air as it struck towards the longsword that was stabbing towards him. The sound of metal clanging rang out as Han Shuo gave a muffled groan. His right hand that was holding the dagger felt sore and numb again. His body that had been charging out was stopped, and he couldn't help but fall down the table again. The assassin's body also trembled as he fell from the air onto the broken table. He had been holding the sword in his right hand, but seemed to have been frozen by the cold air of the mystical, glacial spell fire on Han Shuo's dagger just now. He suddenly switched the long sword to his left hand and swept his icy eyes over Han Shuo. His long sword suddenly pointed forward again, and a ferocious wave of fighting aura took advantage of Han Shuo's unsteadiness to rush into Han Shuo's body through his chest. A bone-deep pain spread throughout Han Shuo's entire body in an instant. When the dark green fighting aura surged into Han Shuo's chest, the magical yuan circulated wildly and transformed into thousands of strands, firmly entangling the fighting aura and preventing it from spreading in any other direction. Even so, Han Shuo still spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he lost his footing and suddenly fell down. It looked like the assassin had absolute confidence in his sword filled with fighting aura. He didn't spare another glance at Han Shuo when he saw that Han Shuo had been hit and turned around, intending to make a move on Phoebe and Fabian on the other side. Except he never would have thought that Han Shuo's body would be so strong and resilient after being continuously tempered by magical yuan. Add to that the magical yuan's miraculous effects, and this strike that should have been a sure kill didn't take Han Shuo's life at all. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, Han Shuo, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly sprang up like a ghost. A cold glint overflowed from the dagger in his right hand and abruptly stabbed towards the assassin's back. The assassin was a senior swordsman, all right. He hadn't lost his vigilance, even at this critical juncture. He suddenly turned around in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, and the long sword in his left hand once again blossomed with dark green fighting aura, blocking Han Shuo's dagger with a clang. However, while he could defend against Han Shuo's dagger, he couldn't defend against Han Shuo's sneak attack. A crossbow bolt shot out from his left sleeve and pierced through the assassin's cold, merciless left eye. As the assassin shrieked and reached out to cover his left eye, Han Shuo waved the dagger in his hand. A line of blood appeared on the assassin's neck as his body collapsed powerlessly. At this moment, Han Shua's left hand wiped away the fresh blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his right hand and began to calmly survey his surroundings. He saw that the little skull was wielding a bone dagger and actually fighting with an assassin. The little skull, who had been continuously tempered by magical yuan, was so strong that it was a little abnormal. The speed at which he dodged the attacks and swung the bone dagger was extraordinarily fast. Even if its body was occasionally struck a few times, the dark skeleton would only sway a little. More often than not, the little skeleton would regain its footing and attack again after stumbling, leaving the assassin at a loss as to what to do. On the other side, the assassin who had broken the crossbow bolt shot by Han Shua had already flown towards Phoebe. Fabian had a panicked expression as he cried out loudly, "Miss, be careful! Brian, save me!" Han Shua was stunned. He took one look and knew that it was too late to save Phoebe, even if he wanted to. Sighing lowly, Han Shua was about to call out to the little skull and take the opportunity to leave when something unexpected happened. Phoebe's eyes were calm and indifferent despite her panicked expression. When the dark green light from the assassin's blade had struck, a slender dagger had appeared in Phoebe's hand at some point. Milky white fighting aura suddenly blossomed from the dagger in Phoebe's hand, like a lotus flower in full bloom. A beautiful light formed from the interweaving of milky white fighting aura abruptly took shape and completely swallowed the assassin. Ah! A mournful cry sounded. When the beautiful milky white light dissipated, the assassin looked as if he had been pierced by 1,000 sharp weapons. His body was riddled with holes, and blood flowed everywhere. Not only was Han Shua dumbfounded, but even Fabian and the last assassin fighting with the little skull were stunned. Han Shua and Fabian were fine from the shock, but the assassin fighting with the little skull had lost his concentration, and his left arm had been chopped off by the little skull. He howled in agony, and was about to flee when the dagger in Phoebe's hand suddenly flung out, sinking directly into the assassin's abdomen. The last assassin, who was howling in agony, suddenly fell silent and collapsed with a rumble. Miss, you're a sword master?" Fabian's mouth hung wide open as he stuttered and pointed at the aloof Phoebe, flabbergasted. Swordsmen, like knights, were divided into apprentice swordsmen, light blue, novice swordsmen, dark blue, journeyman swordsmen, light cyan, senior swordsmen, dark cyan, sword masters, milky white, great sword masters, silver, and sacred swordsmen, gold. Han Shua hadn't thought that Phoebe had been hiding her strength all along. It looked like even Fabian didn't know that Phoebe was actually a sword master of a higher level than senior swordsman. If word got out that she had the strength of a sword master at her age, it would absolutely shock many. "It looks like I've made an unnecessary move." Han Shua smiled faintly and chanted an incantation. The little skull, who had been standing there blankly with the bone dagger in hand, suddenly disappeared without a trace. "No, without your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill all 3 assassins from Shadow Ghost by myself. I could have stopped them by myself, but I couldn't stop them from escaping. Therefore, your help was a great help to me. I'm very grateful to you." Phoebe looked at Han Shua and said seriously. Pausing, Phoebe furrowed her brow and mused for a moment. She suddenly looked strangely at Han Shua and asked, "Mr. Brian, why didn't I feel any fighting aura on your body when you made a move just now? And if I'm not wrong, you've also trained in necromancy magic. I just never knew that a skeletal warrior could have the strength to fight a senior swordsman. Mr. Brian is truly an amazing person." "What an amazing woman." Han Shua stared at Phoebe and said eccentrically, "Miss Phoebe is a truly amazing person to possess the strength of a sword master at such a young age. Compared to you, I'm just a minor character. You're too courteous." Phoebe didn't pursue the matter after saying this to Han Shua. She turned her head to look at Fabian, who was still indescribably shocked, and said softly, "Fabian, take stock of the goods on the ground. Brian saved us this time, so we must give him a good price." The dumbfounded Fabian's expression froze when he heard Phoebe's words. He looked oddly at Phoebe and then looked at Han Shuo before lowering his head to take stock of the goods on the ground. Niece Phoebe, what's wrong, what's wrong? A shocked cry traveled from the distance at this moment, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The sound grew closer and closer. An expression of disgust and hatred suddenly appeared on the face of Phoebe, who'd been aloof all this time. She then returned to normal in the blink of an eye, and even had the trace of a faint smile on her face. She said harmoniously, "Uncle Grover, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." A group of 5 people broke through the door, with a sinister-looking, emaciated old man at the front. He was dressed in luxurious clothing, and first swept his eyes over the situation in the room after entering. He then revealed an anxious expression and said to Phoebe, "I heard cries for help just now, and saw the 2 warriors in front of your door fall to the ground. I hurriedly ran over. It's a good thing you're fine. It must be your dead father who protected you. I've made Uncle worry, but it wasn't my dead father who protected me. It was this brave warrior who saved your niece's life. Otherwise, your niece's little life would have been taken by an assassin." Phoebe showed an expression of lingering fear as she pointed at Han Shuo and explained. Han Shuo looked coldly at Phoebe and Grover's conversation and observed them closely. He inwardly had a bit of an understanding. Han Shuo had clearly seen the disgust and hatred on Phoebe's face just now. He'd later discovered that Grover's attention had been completely focused on the 3 assassins in the hall when he'd come in, and he'd only expressed concern for Phoebe after looking over everything in the hall. This already indicated that the relationship between the 2 wasn't as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. "Thank you, brave warrior. I must reward you well." Grover looked at Han Shuo and exclaimed in surprise when he heard Phoebe's words. His eyes roamed continuously over Han Shuo's body, as if wanting to completely see through Han Shuo. "Uncle, thank you for your good intentions, but Phoebe wants to personally repay him for saving my life. I'm fine now. Uncle has overworked himself for the guild every day. You should go back and rest early." Phoebe's expression turned serious as she bowed to Grover. All right, as long as you're fine. I've been helping you investigate the origins of these assassins recently. Don't worry, good niece. When I find out who did it, I won't let them get away with it. You must be more careful in the future. I'll be heading back first." Grover said these words to Phoebe with false affection and turned to walk out the door with his men. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and looked at Han Shuo. "Brave young fellow, what's your name?" "Brian." Han Shuo bowed slightly and responded with a courteous smile. Nodding, Grover said, "Brian. A good name, a good name. I'll remember you." Grover finally left the room with his men after saying these words. "I think I've already got myself into great trouble under your deliberate lead. Miss Phoebe, how do you plan on compensating me?" Han Shuo's smile faded as he looked coldly at Phoebe after Grover had left. "Apart from the money for these resources, I'll pay you an additional 3,000 gold. 3,000 gold is enough to buy many lives. What do you think?" Phoebe laughed faintly, her eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom as she spoke softly. Han Shuo's heart trembled as a smile once again appeared on his face. He said with satisfaction, "I like this great trouble." Chapter 63. Han Shuo was well aware of what 3,000 gold coins meant. It was indeed enough to buy many lives. Therefore, even though he understood that he'd been mysteriously implicated in a great deal of trouble, when Phoebe raised the astronomical price of 3,000 gold coins, Han Shuo's anger was instantly shattered by the gold coins. "Don't be happy too early. At this point, I think you've more or less guessed that the one who hired Shadow Ghost to kill me was my beloved Uncle Grover. My uncle is rich and overbearing, and he has many experts by his side who can make you die unknowingly. In addition, after today's events, my uncle will surely tell Shadow Ghost that you killed these 3 assassins. Shadow Ghost is an assassin organization known for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. I think you'll have quite a bit of trouble in the future. Seeing Han Shoa reveal a satisfied smile, Phoebe thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak up to remind Han Shoa. Ha ha, this has nothing to do with me. After leaving the Buzzed Merchant Guild, I'll carefully hide myself. Whether it's Shadow Ghost or your uncle, I don't think they'll be able to find me. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. When he'd agreed to this matter, Han Shoa had already thought about it. After leaving the Buzzed Merchant Guild, he'd immediately conceal his tracks and wait until he'd handed over the gold coins to Fanny. He'd then apply for leave from Fanny and use the transportation matrix hidden in his space ring to go to the Cemetery of Death to train for a period of time. This way, he'd be able to avoid Phoebe's troubles. If that's the case, then I'm relieved since you've already made plans. I've pushed everything onto you because I don't want to reveal my strength too early. Otherwise, when Shadow Ghost sends even stronger experts, I'm afraid that even my strength as a sword master will find it difficult to deal with them. Nodding, Han Shua smiled and said, I understand. Since you've paid me gold coins to take the blame, then I naturally have nothing to say. I'm not the slightest bit interested in the private matters of your Buzzed Merchant Guild. If there's nothing else, can you help me take inventory of the goods? I'll leave after receiving the gold coins. Well, Fabian, take the contents of his sack and count them. Fabian had calmed down and immediately walked to the 13 bags that Han Shua had taken out when he heard Phoebe's words. He took out the various items within and counted them. He finally said respectfully to Phoebe, Miss, these items should be worth 4,000 gold coins. In addition to the 3,000 gold coins I promised you, it's a total of 7,000 gold coins. Are you satisfied? Phoebe coldly looked at Han Shoa and asked, No problem. I think we'll have the chance to work together again in the future. It's just that this Buzzed Merchant Guild doesn't seem too safe. Can we do business somewhere else next time? Phoebe's dainty eyebrows creased slightly when she heard Han Shoa's words. She then nodded and said, The Buzzed Merchant Guild is filled with the old thing's trusted aides. I don't dare stay here forever. Since the old thing dared to make a move in the guild this time, it means that he's becoming more and more fearless. It looks like he must have bribed everyone else in the guild. Fabian, help me find a new place to live. We'll move out today. We can't live in the guild anymore. I'll communicate with the other elders in the guild as soon as possible. As long as I can prove my business abilities and receive the support of the other elders, we can oust the old thing. Don't worry, miss. I've thought of this a long time ago. I've already found you a new place to live before you returned. The new residence is next to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force on North Street. Many of the Empire's nobles and celebrities live there. I think that no matter how rampant Shadow Ghost is, they'll have to think twice before making a move there. Very good, we'll move out today. I won't treat you unfairly when the old thing steps down. Phoebe nodded in satisfaction and said to Fabian with a smile, It's my honor to be of service to Miss. Fabian bowed gratefully and said. He then took out a card and handed it to Han Shua, saying, This is our new address. You can come find me if you have any more business. You've saved my life twice, so I'll definitely give you the most fair price. Give me the crystal card and I'll transfer 7,000 gold coins to your account. When Fabian transferred 7,000 gold coins into Han Shua's crystal card and Han Shua confirmed that there were no mistakes, he finally nodded with a satisfied smile. Since this is the case, then I'll be leaving first. If I have any more business in the future, I'll be sure to find you. Goodbye. Be careful on the road. Be careful not to be targeted by others. Phoebe's expression was still cold and detached as she suddenly spoke up to remind Han Shua before he left. After Han Shua had left the room, Phoebe finally said in a low, angry voice, Just where did this snobbish scumbag come from? He grabbed my hand and hugged me, but only thought about his gold coins. He didn't even apologize. Damn it. Miss, you didn't mention this matter either. I thought you didn't care at all. Fabian's expression immediately changed when he saw that Han Shoa had left and Phoebe had left. He couldn't help but smile sheepishly. Humph, I'm a girl who's been educated in noble etiquette. How could I be the first to mention this matter? I think that guy only has money in his eyes. Not only does he not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but he even seems to think that I owe him. He's detestable to the extreme. Phoebe complained angrily and then took a deep breath. She grit her teeth and asked Fabian, "Right, this person is very odd. Just where did he come from?" Shaking his head with a wry expression, Fabian responded, "I'm not sure either. I only met him by chance in the dark forest. I gave him 200 gold coins, and he saved me from the hands of the forest troll. I gave him my address after he traded the forest troll's items with me. I really don't know anything about his origins." "I see. If he wants to do business with you again in the future, let me know and I'll trade with him personally." Phoebe furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. She clenched her teeth lightly and instructed Fabian. "Understood, miss." Fabian agreed honestly. After walking out from Phoebe's place, Han Shoa had made ample preparations to deal with Grover's possible revenge at any time. However, perhaps because the 3 shadow ghost killers had suddenly died, Grover didn't have the time to make other arrangements. Not only did he not encounter any retaliation on his way back, even the guards he'd run into earlier had suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, when Han Shoa walked out of the buzzed Merchant Guild's main doors, the 2 guards he'd cursed at before seemed to have been waiting for Han Shoa. The 2 glanced at each other when Han Shoa appeared and blocked the door. One of them glared at Han Shoa angrily and said, "What did you say when you walked in just now?" "I said you 2 are blind dogs. What's the matter?" Since he knew that these 2 belonged to Grover's side and that beating them up wouldn't damage his relationship with Fabian and Phoebe, Han Shoa naturally didn't hold back and continued cursing without fear. "You're courting death." The 2 shouted angrily and swung their fists at Han Shoa. Snickering coldly, Han Shoa's body suddenly sped forward. He was already in front of the 2 of them before their fists had even landed on his body. His left and right hands pressed against their chests as he deployed the mystical glacial spellfire. 2 balls of faint demonic aura, one purple and one red, sank into their chests. Laughing loudly, Han Shoa didn't wait for them to react as he strode out with large steps and swiftly left the buzzed Merchant Guild. Although the 2 balls of purple and red magical aura wouldn't take their lives when they entered their bodies, it was enough to make them feel pain for quite a while. After leaving the buzzed Merchant Guild, Han Shoa's extraordinary senses made him feel as if someone was following him. Raising his attention to the maximum, Han Shoa weaved quickly through the streets and alleys, constantly changing directions and specifically looking for places with the most people. After a long while, when Han Shoa no longer felt like he was being followed, he found a random clothing store and bought a new set of clothes. He then hired a carriage and started heading in the direction of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Chapter 64. Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Necromancy Major. After experiencing the trials of the Dark Forest, the Necromancy Major had obtained abundant trial items. The student's ability to handle matters had also improved. When Fanny negotiated with the school authorities and showed them some of the magical beast cores that the Necromancy Major had obtained, she immediately received great praise from Headmaster Emma. Emma was a woman in her 70s and majored in spatial magic. She had advanced to the realm of Grand Magus a long time ago. She had made outstanding contributions to the Empire and had a great reputation within the Empire. She was highly regarded by the King of the Empire. Within the training field of the Necromancy Major, Emma wore a loose, black magic robe and looked benevolently at the necromancy teachers and students. She smiled faintly. "Your Necromancy Major has been very successful in the Dark Forest this time. It's said that you've destroyed many Orc-Wolf riders and have contributed to the Empire. Master Fanny, I hope that you can lead the Necromancy Major to the next level and restore the former glory of necromancy." I've agreed to all of your requests. The children must also work hard. Headmaster, thank you for your concern. I think that after this time's trials, our necromancy major students should understand the importance of strength. I think they'll study magic even harder in the future and become qualified mages for the Empire, contributing to the Empire as soon as possible. Fanny had a solemn expression as she promised Emma, "Oh, right, Master Fanny, why isn't the young fellow that you've always praised here? I wanted to meet this amazing young fellow." Emma looked at Fanny with a smile and asked gently, "Brian has some matters to attend to outside. I think the headmaster will have the opportunity to meet him in the future. He's a very talented mage, and I dare guarantee that Brian will become a powerful mage in our necromancy major before long." Emma nodded with gratification and said with a smile, "I look forward to his growth and hope that your necromancy major can regain its former glory." Emma's body twisted like a reflection in the water after she'd finished speaking, giving off an extremely unreal feeling. A beam of white light flashed, and Emma had already disappeared without a trace. As a spatial elemental great magician, President Emma has already grasped the true essence of spatial elemental magic. She can directly traverse short distances through space with her body. Don't be surprised, everyone. Jean couldn't help but explain when he saw Emma's miraculous disappearance, and the students all let out gasps of surprise. It really is a magical spell. Han Shua's voice came from outside the training grounds. As soon as his voice faded, Han Shua's body had already walked in from outside. "It's Brian. The dean wanted to see you just now. Why didn't you come back earlier?" Lisa immediately called out lightly when she saw Han Shua appear. "There will be opportunities in the future. I've already dealt with the goods from the Orkwolf riders. I sold them for a total of 4,000 gold. I'll take 1,000 gold coins, and you guys can split the rest among yourselves. Who has a crystal card?" After Han Shua entered, he didn't waste any words and directly spoke. 4,000 gold coins. My gosh, those goods were sold for such a high price. If I'd known that they were worth so much, I wouldn't have chased after those fleeing orcs. Bach cried out in surprise and blamed himself with regret. Even Fanny and Jean had faces full of surprise, not to mention Bach. They didn't seem to have thought that this batch of goods would be worth so much. When the students heard that they could split the gold coins, they all beamed with joy and similarly displayed expressions of joy. "I have a crystal card. Here, take it." Fanny directly handed her crystal card to Han Shua after a moment of surprise. Between crystal cards, transactions could be confirmed by the mental imprints of both parties through the gaps in the grooves. It was very convenient. When Han Shua received Fanny's crystal card and discovered that Fanny had already approved of the transaction, he transferred the 3,000 gold coins from his crystal card to Fanny's crystal card. When Han Shua handed Fanny's crystal card to her, Fanny also handed a card to Han Shua, saying, "This is your student card. From today onwards, you are no longer a slave or errand boy, but a magic apprentice of the necromancy major of our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. With this student card, you can borrow books from the library, use the training fields to practice necromancy magic, and officially attend classes in the necromancy major. I've already paid for you this year's miscellaneous fees of 50 gold coins. Now you can officially use all of our necromancy major's resources, including your new residence. Brian, I hope you can treasure this opportunity and make full use of your potential to bring necromancy magic to greater heights." Han Shua felt a heartfelt sense of joy when he received the student card from Fanny. He said to Fanny, "Many thanks to Master Fanny. I will definitely work hard in the future. I want to go borrow some books from the library and will be leaving first. You can give the gold coins to them." Han Shua held the student card in his hand as he left the training fields and headed directly to the library. Little Fatty Jack was currently organizing books in the library at this time and immediately called out in surprise when he saw Han Shua appear. Oh my gosh, Brian, you're finally back. I almost didn't recognize you. You're a bit taller and stronger than when you left. Even your looks seem to have become better. Haha, hello, Jack. Did Borg and the others bully you during this time? Han Shaw was also a bit happy to see little fatty Jack. He pulled Jack to a corner and asked him, No, it's probably because you taught them a lesson last time and they're a lot more well-behaved now. Jack chuckled and paused to look left and right. He lowered his voice and said, Brian, did you really make Lisa give me the 3 gold coins? Nodding, Han Shua said with a smile, of course. From today onwards, I'm a student of the necromancy major. I've said before that I wanted to study magic, but you didn't believe me. Haha, this is my student ID. Do you see it? My gosh, how did you do it? This is unbelievable. Jack looked at Han Shua's student ID and exclaimed again. All right. I'll give you another 50 gold coins. You don't have to stay here as an errand boy anymore. But be very, very careful and don't let anyone know that you have so many gold coins on hand. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. These gold coins will allow you to live a relaxed life. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can come find me at the Necromancy Major. I'll help you take care of it. Han Shua fished out another 50 gold coins from his space ring and shoved them into Jack's pocket, speaking lowly. 50 gold coins, 50 gold coins. Jack fell into a daze when he heard the gold coins in his pocket rattle. He stood there in a daze and murmured to himself, seeming to have even forgotten about Han Shua's existence. 50 gold coins was an enormous sum of money that Jack had never even considered. Han Shua could completely understand his reaction. Han Shua didn't bother with him and left Jack with a slight smile. He walked alone to the section where necromancy books were stored and picked out beginner magics of necromancy from the bottom row. He walked to the door and registered it, then left on his own. After leaving the library, Han Shua returned to the warehouse, put the other 2 books into his space ring, and left. This was because Han Shua planned on using the transportation matrix within his space ring to directly head to the Cemetery of Death to train. Therefore, whether it was the warehouse or the new dormitory that Fanny had arranged for him, there should be people who knew about it. Setting up a transportation matrix would definitely not be safe. Creasing his brow in thought, Han Shua headed directly to the back mountain of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, walking towards the cemetery. Not only was it quiet there were basically no humans or beasts roaming about. Some of the tombs were even more concealed. He wouldn't have to worry about being discovered if he set up a transportation matrix there. When he arrived at the unmarked tombs in the back mountain, Han Shua found the most secluded one and even moved a large rock to the entrance of the tomb. After he entered, he moved the large rock from the inside and blocked up the entrance of the tomb. After completing these tasks, Han Shua took out a candle from his space ring and lit it. He discovered that apart from being a bit damp, the tomb was still relatively clean. There were few skeletons of broken bones on the ground. But to Han Shua, who trained in necromancy magic, it didn't feel sinister at all. On the contrary, it felt familiar and intimate. After tidying up the interior a bit, Han Shua thought carefully and finally summoned the little skull. He used a dagger inside the tomb and carved out a small space in the corner. This space was in the blind spot of the tomb, and only Han Shua could enter it by turning his body sideways. Although the space inside was a bit larger, it could only accommodate Han Shua alone. It was like a wardrobe in an ordinary room. After carefully inspecting it for a while, Han Shua confirmed that this place was sufficiently concealed. He took out 6 magic sticks from his space ring and arranged them according to the pattern of a hexagram. Han Shua then stood in the middle of the magic sticks and activated the magical matrix with his mental strength. A streak of white light flashed past, and when Han Shua opened his eyes, he discovered that he'd appeared within the dark forest, within the enormous magical matrix in the central hall of the mysterious Cemetery of Death. The mysterious Cemetery of Death is my unique kingdom from now on. Han Shua looked around and murmured in satisfaction. Chapter 65. near the cemetery of death in the southern part of the vast and boundless dark forest. There was a surging waterfall that flowed down with a majestic momentum. Below the waterfall was a wide, deep pool, and there was a trickling stream that led in 3 directions at the edge of the pool. The surrounding trees were verdant and lush, and all sorts of strange boulders could be seen everywhere. Fish swam in the clear waters of the pool. Silver water flowed down like the Milky Way and gathered in the pool below, emitting an enormous roar. The torrent of water that flowed down like a long river surged violently, crashing against the rocks below and creating shocking water trails that splashed in all directions. There was a hard round rock in a corner where the waterfall flowed down. A completely naked man sat on top of the rock, his muscles well-proportioned and full of strength. He sat cross-legged on top of the rock, using his body to withstand the violent impact of the falling waterfall. The surging water smashed against his body, emitting loud crackling sounds. His body swayed slightly and his expression was cold. The veins on his body pulsed, and there seemed to be a faint black light flickering on the surface of his skin. This person was naturally Han Shuo. Ever since he'd arrived at the cemetery of death, the first thing he'd done was to digest the fighting aura that the shadow ghost assassin had left in his body. Han Shuo's body had been reborn after his magical yuan had advanced from the solid stage to the open channel stage. Even the appearance of the fighting aura that had entered Han Shuo's body had changed. The fighting aura that had been injected into his body by the assassin at the Buzzed Merchant Guild had been restrained by the magical yuan at first. Han Shuo had thought that it would be the same as before, and that it would slowly be absorbed by the magical yuan as he did as he pleased. However, reality proved that Han Shuo's judgment was wrong. The fighting aura hadn't been dissolved by the magical yuan this time. Instead, the magical yuan seemed to slowly loosen its restraints on purpose, causing the fighting aura that had entered Han Shuo's body to run amok in Han Shuo's meridians, causing damage to Han Shuo's meridians. Even some of his bones couldn't withstand it and broke. Logically speaking, this should have been a very painful matter, but when Han Shuo was training, he was surprised to discover that the meridians and bones that had been damaged by the fighting aura had changed again after being reforged by the magical yuan. The reforged meridians were much wider and more resilient than before. When the magical yuan flowed through these meridians, the speed became many times faster than other places, and the bones were also much tougher. After understanding all of this, Han Shuo was delighted to discover that if he continued to train at this speed, then according to the principle of breaking down and building up, the speed of training in the level of opening the meridians would be many times faster than normal training. Just as he was lamenting that training in demonic magic was indeed suicidal, Han Shuo happened upon this waterfall. Based on his understanding of the importance of training in demonic magic, Han Shuo suddenly had the idea to use the impact of the waterfall to train in demonic magic. Reality proved that this idea of Han Shuo's was completely correct. As Han Shuo endured the violent impact of the waterfall with his body under the waterfall, he felt the pain caused by the fighting aura running amok in his meridians. At this time when he was training in demonic magic, the speed at which he progressed was astonishingly fast. The meridians that had been damaged by the fighting aura became incomparably tough and perverse. However, the impact was the greatest at the center of the waterfall. Han Shuo had only given it a try, but he was already dizzy from the enormous impact. He almost fainted after holding on for 3 seconds, and his body was completely unable to sit firmly on the rock. With no other choice, he could only temporarily rely on the less intense waterfall to train in the corners, hoping that when his body became stronger, he would be able to withstand the greatest impact of the waterfall in the center. Just like this, he would catch a fish and roast it when he was hungry, and spend the rest of his time training in demonic magic. After an unknown amount of time, when Han Shuo felt that the fighting aura that the assassin had left in his body had completely disappeared, he suddenly discovered that the speed of training in the opening channels level had slowed down again. It looks like I'll have to think of another way to quickly break through to the opening channels level. Continuing to train so slowly doesn't seem to be the way to go. Han Shuo muttered to himself. His body was like a large, nimble fish as he flew towards the pool of water in the middle of the waterfall. His 2 hands shot out like lightning from within the pool of water, and he caught 2 strange fish. He swam ashore and put on his clothes. Han Shuo took out a fire and started roasting the fish. When Han Shuo had his fill and was about to return to the cemetery of death, he heard a few light footsteps. Han Shuo's senses were becoming more and more acute. He focused his attention and quickly flew towards the source of the sound. Danger lurked in every corner of the dark forest. Not only were there high-level magical beasts and all sorts of strange races, but there were also all sorts of adventurers who came to explore. Han Shuo had even seen a long silver dragon flying through the sky towards the deeper south of the dark forest one day. Dragons were one of the most powerful existences in this world. According to legends, dragons not only had bodies as hard as iron and stone, but they also possessed powerful magic. Among magical beasts, they were a level higher than first-rank magical beasts. They were also the most powerful super-rank magical beasts. Every dragon was incomparably powerful. Often, a place with a dragon meant the appearance of a treasure. Every warrior who slayed a dragon would receive the respect of everyone. Of course, with Han Shuo's current strength, he naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to become some brave warrior who slayed a dragon. However, the appearance of the long silver dragon made Han Shuo realize that there must be an even more terrifying area in the deeper parts of the dark forest. After a while, Han Shuo finally arrived at the scene according to the direction of the sound. After taking in the surrounding scene, Han Shuo couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. He hadn't thought that he'd run into familiar faces here. 10 or so dwarves with thick bodies, long beards tied into braids, and only a meter or so tall, wielded iron hammers, axes, and some or mining shovels in their hands. They were fighting with 30 or so forest troll. 2 dwarves on the ground had already died from long spears. These dwarves' faces were all flushed red. Even though they knew that they were no match for the forest troll, none of them retreated or fled. They stayed where they were and fought the forest troll head-on. By now, Han Shuo was no longer completely ignorant of some of the miraculous races on the profound continent. Dwarves had extraordinary brewing skills and were even more adept at forging weapons. They were conservative and loved alcohol as much as their lives. Their tempers were stubborn and irritable, but once one obtained their friendship, they would become incomparably generous. Seeing these dwarves raise their iron hammers and axes, even though they knew that they were no match for the forest troll, shouting and yelling as they fought fearlessly against the forest troll, Han Shuo actually had a bit of a favorable impression of these dwarves. In addition, Han Shuo thought of the 2 fields that dwarves were adept at. Perhaps they would be of some help to him. After only thinking for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly rushed out, the dagger in his hand, quickly slashing, and a forest troll immediately fell. When Han Shuo stood in front of these forest troll and dwarves and chanted a magical incantation to summon the little skull, the green face of the forest troll leader became very unsightly. He shouted in fear, "That evil human has brought the demons again. Retreat, retreat!" These forest troll were obviously very afraid of the little skull with the 7 bone spurs on his back. When they saw the little skull appear with the bone dagger in hand, they immediately scattered under the summons of the forest troll leader. "Mighty warrior, I, Bennett, thank you for your help." After the forest troll had left, one of the strongest dwarves holding an iron hammer raised his hammer and expressed his thanks to Han Shuo with dwarven etiquette. "Don't mention it. I greatly admire your strong fighting spirit." "Oh right, why did these forest troll attack you?" Han Shuo waved his hands and said modestly and politely, "Humph! These greedy bandits don't work for themselves and only think of how to rob others. They wanted us to forge weapons for them for free, so that their robberies would be smoother. We refused their requests, so these despicable bandits continuously harassed us and cruelly killed our family." Bennett huffed and puffed at his beard as he spoke angrily. Nodding, Han Shuo added, "So that's how it is. They also wanted to rob our merchant caravan last time. These damned bandits are despicable, all right. Honored warrior, you've saved us, and we would like to repay you with fine wine. Please return to the village with us." Bennett looked at Han Shuo and extended a kind invitation. Chapter 66. Just as Han Shuo rejoiced inwardly and was about to open his mouth to agree, another dwarf suddenly spoke up. "Bennett, the village chief, said we can't bring humans into the village. Have you forgotten?" Benson, "But he saved us from the hands of the forest troll villains." Bennett looked at the dwarf and said, "I know, but we have to listen to the village chief or we'll be punished." Benson said stubbornly, it's all right. I won't be going. It was nice meeting you guys. I'll be adventuring nearby, and maybe I'll run into you guys again. Goodbye." Han Shuo understood that he couldn't be too hasty when interacting with the dwarves. It wasn't something that could be done immediately if he wanted to gain their approval and friendship, so he immediately spoke up with a smile. "Dear friend, we're truly very sorry. This is a bag of wine that we brewed. Take it as our repayment. We hope you can forgive us." Bennett helplessly handed the bag of wine to Han Shuo and said apologetically. Han Shuo hoped that they could forge a suitable weapon in return, but he naturally wouldn't express it at this time. Receiving the bag of wine with a smile, Han Shuo humbly expressed his understanding and left with Little Skull. If he could train his magical yuan to the true demon stage, Han Shuo would naturally be able to forge his own magical weapons. But now, if Han Shuo wanted to obtain a suitable weapon, going through the dwarves was indeed a good method. There was a magical treasure called the Demon's Lair Edge. It was a bit longer than a dagger and a bit shorter than a longsword. The two edges were incredibly sharp, and the tip was as sharp as a triangular spike. After activating it using the method of magic control, it could take someone's head as it flew through the air. It was an extremely frightening weapon in the memories that Chu Kanglin had left behind. With Han Shuo's current level of demonic magic, he naturally couldn't refine iron weapons and directly forge the demonic treasure, the Demon's Lair Edge. However, Han Shuo wanted to forge a prototype through the dwarves and then use his demonic magic to slowly improve it for now. When he found suitable materials and mastered his demonic magic, he could reforge it a few times and display the perfect Demon's Lair Edge. As he thought about the forging of the Demon's Lair Edge, Han Shuo continuously thought about it. He had already decided to win the friendship of these dwarves and help him forge the Demon's Lair Edge. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo stopped at an empty space in front of the Black Ravine. The ground was littered with broken bones. Due to the existence of the boundary, the Cemetery of Death never saw the light of day all year round. The sky was shrouded in a thick layer of brown clouds. Han Shuo felt a sense of familiarity here. The densine energy here was very suitable for undead creatures. Fallen undead warrior, answer the call of the Dark Messenger and show your existence. As Han Shuo continuously chanted the necromancy summoning incantation of the skeletal warriors, one skeletal warrior after another slowly appeared in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo waited until there were 5 skeletal warriors in the empty space before he felt that his mental strength was somewhat exhausted. He stopped summoning the skeletal warriors. Although Han Shuo's mental strength had greatly increased, he could only control the movements of 6 skeletal warriors, including Little Skull. After releasing his mental strength, Han Shuo issued an order. The 6 skeletal warriors, including Little Skull, began to move according to Han Shuo's command, gripping the bone daggers in their hands. With Han Shuo's mental manipulation, the skeletal warriors waved their bone daggers and grotesquely shaped deep pits and ravines gradually formed on the ground. The ravine in the middle was like a long line that connected these deep pits. From a distance, these deep pits that were connected by the ravines looked like a sinister ghost face about 6 meters tall. The deep pits became the nostrils, eyes and ears of the sinister ghost face, looking a bit sinister and evil. The original demon cave was left behind by Chu Kanglin. It was a kind of formation for cultivating the original demon. When Han Shuo had advanced from the solid realm to the pulse-opening realm, it had suddenly surged into Han Shuo's memories. The original demon cave had to use nether spirits as a foundation. 18 nether spirits were placed into the original demon cave, and through the operation of the formation, they would kill and devour each other. In the end, only the 3 strongest nether spirits would survive. Through the operation and condensation of the original demon cave, the 3 nether spirits could be refined into original demons. The original demon cave had to operate continuously for 36 days. During this time, the original demon cave would constantly absorb the yin qi of heaven and earth. Every day, the refiner would have to drip 6 drops of blood into it and inject demonic yuan into it. When the original demon was formed, it would directly communicate with the refiner's mind and silently invade the opponent's body during battle. Once the original demon entered the enemy's body, it would automatically devour the enemy's essence and blood. In Han Shuo's memories, the original demon was known as the demon head of demonic practitioners. According to the different realms, demonic practitioners could refine 4 different levels of demon heads, namely, original demon, yin demon, mystical demon, and spirit demon. Among them, the original demon was the lowest level of demon head, and the refining method was the simplest. All it needed was the yin qi of heaven and earth and the blood of a demonic practitioner to refine it. Of course, it was precisely because of this that a small demon head like the original demon was also the weakest. Many things could harm it. Fire and ice could destroy both its body and soul. Even if it entered the enemy's body, as long as the enemy had a deep amount of true essence or demonic yuan, they could also refine it to death within the body. However, with Han Shuo's current level of cultivation, he could only refine a small demon head like the original demon. Not only was Han Shuo's realm insufficient, but he also didn't know the method for the time being. On one hand, Han Shuo was refining this original demon as a tool for gathering information. On the other hand, if the enemy was invaded by the original demon during battle, it would still be of some help to Han Shuo. At the very least, the enemy would have to divide their attention to deal with the original demon. This way, Han Shuo would have the opportunity to take advantage of. If the enemy's strength was too low, just the invasion of the original demon would be enough to kill him. When the original demon cave was formed, Han Shuo drove the skeletal warriors and cleaned up the original demon cave. Relying on the green ball and the same method as before, he cultivated his mental strength for an entire night. On the second day, Han Shuo expended all of his mental strength to summon 18 wraiths and put them into the original demon cave. These wraiths came from a different dimension and belonged to the same type of existence as the dark spirits that Han Shuo understood. After learning necromancy magic, Han Shuo didn't need to go out and collect these wraiths at all. He only needed a summoning incantation to deal with them. It was truly very convenient. When the 18 wraiths entered the original demon cave, chilly winds suddenly blew in the surroundings. Waves of chilly air gathered from all directions of the cemetery of death into the original demon cave. The density of this kind of chilly air far exceeded Han Shuo's expectations. It was only at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly remembered that whether it was necromancy magic or the cultivation of demonic yuan, they both walked the path of evil. In 2 different worlds, these 2 methods were both evil cults, and indeed, they had many similarities. When the 2 methods were used in tandem, it really did yield twice the results with half the effort and saved Han Shuo a lot of effort. When the original demon cave absorbed enough chilly air, the entire original demon cave, that was manifested in the form of a sinister, ghost face, suddenly seemed to come alive. It seemed to be constantly twisting and changing, and clouds of black air seeped out of the 7 orifices of the ghost face. When he saw this scene appear, Han Shua immediately understood that it was just as he'd guessed. Wraiths could completely replace wraiths and become the foundational material for the original demon cave. When Han Shua bit his finger and dripped 6 drops of fresh blood into the original demon cave and infused them with magical yuan, the 18 wraiths abruptly sank into a berserk state. They let out shrill, ghostly cries and began to fight incessantly, falling into a battle for the 6 drops of fresh blood. It's done. We just need to wait for 36 days for the 3 original demons to take form. Han Shua looked at the original demon cave and said with a smile. He turned his head to look at the skeletal warriors beside him, and suddenly discovered that the little skull refined from demonic yuan seemed to be attracted by the original demon cave. Without Han Shua's orders, it stepped into the original demon cave and lay leisurely in a deep pit. It even raised its 2 calf bones, revealing a strange appearance. That strange appearance seemed to be enjoying. Han Shua was dumbstruck as he watched. He released his mental strength and was about to have the little skull rise from the original demon cave when he sensed the little skull's joy in his heart. This startled Han Shua, and he couldn't help but look with a face of astonishment at the little skull lying comfortably in the original demon cave. After staring blankly for a while, Han Shua couldn't understand what was going on. He observed the original demon cave and discovered that it was still operating as usual. Those wraiths were still killing each other inside and didn't seem to be affected at all. Han Shua shook his head and murmured, "The little skull is getting weirder and weirder. Forget it. It doesn't look like it's affecting the operation of the Matrix anyways. I'll leave him be." Muttering to himself, Han Shua walked towards the Cemetery of Death, planning to start studying the beginner magics of necromancy book. He wanted to advance in both fields and make breakthroughs in both at the same time. Chapter 67. For the next few days, Han Shua stayed in the Cemetery of Death, studying the book Beginner Magics of Necromancy, while taking care of the original demon cave. Making use of the round green ball that most likely belonged to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shua would receive a large increase in mental strength every time his head was in severe pain. Except as the number of times he used the round green ball increased, Han Shua could clearly feel that the rate at which his mental strength increased became slower and slower. It looked like this strange, round green ball wouldn't be able to help him continue increasing his mental strength. As the number of times increased, the benefits that Han Shua received became smaller and smaller. On this day, Han Shua meditated for a while and left the Cemetery of Death after injecting fresh blood and magical yuan into the original demon cave. After patrolling the vicinity where he'd met the dwarves last time, Han Shua discovered traces of a dwarf and followed this dwarf without batting an eyelid. Han Shua finally discovered this dwarf after walking for a while and stopped in front of a hidden cave entrance. There were lush shrubbery near the cave entrance, and it was obvious that the surroundings had been purposefully arranged. If it wasn't for the dwarf moving some large leaves away after arriving here, Han Shua wouldn't have discovered that there was a cave here. After observing the vicinity of the cave entrance, Han Shua discovered that a few dwarves had appeared nearby. They held iron shovels and hammers as they walked into the cave one by one. After a while, Bennett, who'd given Han Shua a bag of fine wine, was supported out of the cave by 2 dwarves. He looked like he'd suffered a bit of injury. A faint sound traveled from afar, and Han Shua's ears were sharp. He could immediately tell that it was the sound of magical creatures approaching. He crouched on the branch of a large tree and waited for a while. Han Shua saw 2 wind-blade wolves slowly appear in the distance. His thoughts raced. Han Shua broke off a branch from the large tree and threw it towards the shrubs next to the cave entrance. The sound of the branches falling to the ground clearly attracted the wind-blade wolves. 2 of them moved upon hearing the sound and suddenly changed direction with brisk footsteps, heading towards the entrance of the cave where the dwarves were waiting. By the time Bennett and the other 2 dwarves had heard the commotion and looked around, the 2 wind-blade wolves had already appeared in their sights. "Oh, damn it, it's a wind-blade demonic wolf. Let's hurry back to the cave. The injured Bennett couldn't help but grumble when he saw the two Windblade wolves appear and plan to return to the cave. Bennett, it's too crowded in the cave. If these two Windblade wolves follow us into the cave, then they'll be in danger. One of the dwarves waved the hammer in his hand when he heard Bennett's words. Hearing his words, Bennett thought for a moment and said, "And then let's kill these two damned Windblade wolves at the door." "No, the three of us won't be able to do it. I think we should have the tribesmen in the cave stop mining and join forces to kill these two Windblade wolves first," the dwarf said. At this moment, Han Shua suddenly jumped down from the large tree and arched his body from the ground. He dashed out like lightning and nimbly dashed towards the two Windblade wolves after revealing himself from the distant shrubbery. The dagger in his hand turned into a bolt of cold lightning as it shot towards one of the Windblade wolves. Han Shua followed up quickly like a cheetah and faced the other Windblade wolf with his bare fists. The two Windblade wolves had been eyeing the three dwarves covetously with their backs to Han Shua. One of the Windblade wolves had already been stabbed in the back by Han Shua's dagger. The other Windblade wolf turned around, and a wind blade whistled towards Han Shua. Han Shua suddenly changed directions in his rapid flight and miraculously dodged the wind blade attack. His body had already rushed in front of the Windblade wolf. The Windblade wolf that had released a wind blade raised its sharp claws and pounced towards Han Shua when it saw the enemy in front of it. The crossbow bolt in his left sleeve first landed on the two claws of the Windblade wolf that was pouncing towards him. Han Shua's fist, imbued with the frigid air of the mystical, glacial spell fire, had already landed on the Windblade wolf's head amidst the wolf's screech. Ayo! The Windblade demonic wolf let out a shrill cry. Cold air emanated from its body, and it fell to the ground like a piece of frozen meat. On the other side, the two dwarves suddenly threw out the axes in their hands and smashed them towards the other Windblade wolf. However, the two dwarves' strength was obviously inferior to Han Shua's, and the speed at which they threw their axes wasn't too fast. The already injured Windblade wolf was actually able to dodge them. However, while it could dodge the two dwarves' axes, it couldn't dodge the crossbow bolt that Han Shua had shot at close range. In the end, the Windblade wolf was unable to escape and fell down powerlessly. "Oh, heroic friend, you've saved Bennett again. How can I thank you?" The injured Bennett couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he saw Han Shua finish off the two Windblade wolves. Han Shua only stopped after he'd expertly taken away the two Windblade wolves' cores and furs. He smiled faintly. "You shouldn't thank me. These two Windblade wolves were my prey to begin with. I didn't help you, but it was your two friends who helped me with their axes. You're too polite. Don't you want the bodies of the wolves?" One of the dwarves looked at Han Shua with surprise when he saw that Han Shua had taken away the cores and furs of the Windblade wolves, but hadn't cared about the bodies at all. "Yes, I only need the cores and furs of the Windblade wolves. That's the only way I can sell them for a good price." "Then, dear friend, can you give us the bodies of the Windblade wolves?" "Of course I can. But what do you want the bodies of the Windblade wolves for? They don't have much value. The bodies of the Windblade wolves can be cooked into food." Bennett looked oddly at Han Shua and explained, "To us, the meat of the Windblade wolves is an extremely delicious type of meat." Han Shua had eaten the meat of the Windblade wolves before and felt that it was a bit dry and hard to chew. It didn't seem to be a delicious type of meat. He hadn't thought that these dwarves would be interested in it. Han Shua felt that it was a bit odd when he heard Bennett say this. However, dwarves weren't humans, and perhaps their habits were different. Han Shua thought to himself, "Right, what are you doing here?" Han Shua asked. "This is a mine that we discovered. There are some copper and iron ores inside, but the inside often collapses. The large rocks inside the mine will fall down, and it's very difficult and dangerous to mine. Quite a few of our tribesmen have been injured, and another tribesman was crushed to death a few days ago. I was accidentally hit by a rock just now and had no choice but to retreat. Bennett seemed to be quite fond of Han Shuo and didn't even hesitate before revealing the secret that the dwarves were keeping. The other two dwarves had wanted to stop Bennett, but didn't even have the time to speak when they discovered that Bennett had already finished speaking. They couldn't help but blow at their beards and glare at Bennett, as if reprimanding him for speaking without thought. So that's how it is. If you don't mind, I can help you mind the mine. I think that with my help, you'll be in much less danger. A thought struck Han Shuo, and he suggested with a smile, "No, it's too dangerous inside. You'll be crushed by rocks if you go in. If you encounter a large area of collapse, there'll be no way to walk out, and you'll be trapped until you die." Bennett reminded kindly, "Don't worry, I won't do it myself. I'm a necromancer and can summon necromancers to help you mine the mine. There won't be any problems." Han Shuo said with a smile, "If that's the case, then I'll go in and discuss it with them and see if they agree." Bennett thought for a moment and said this, allowing the two dwarves to support him as they re-entered the mine. After a while, one of the dwarves walked out and said politely to Han Shuo, "Honored friend, we're willing to share the secrets of this mine with you. Please come in and mine this mine with us." Delighted, Han Shuo said humbly, "Thank you for your trust. I'm very happy to work with you." After saying this, the dwarf first dragged the bodies of the two wind-blade wolves into the mine and then covered the entrance with leaves with Han Shuo. Finally, he led Han Shuo into the mine. Chapter 68. The inside of the mine was even narrower than Han Shuo had imagined. The dwarves were on the shorter side and could walk freely within, but it was a bit inconvenient for Han Shuo. Even with the illumination of oil lamps along the way, the inside of the mine still appeared quite dim. After walking for a few minutes, Han Shuo had no choice but to bend his body. The deeper he walked, the darker and more damp it became. Broken rocks could be seen everywhere on the ground, and the three dwarves finally stopped when Han Shuo discovered that it was difficult to walk with his body bent. The dwarves in front of him were mining with iron shovels and hammers in their hands, and the sounds of hammering rang out incessantly. When they discovered that Han Shuo had walked in, they involuntarily stopped what they were doing and looked at Han Shuo with suspicious gazes. After passing through these narrow passes, the tunnel will become more and more spacious as we go forward. Although there are more iron and copper ores inside, rocks will fall from the top when we move them. There was even a collapse a few days ago. We spent a lot of effort to reconnect the tunnel. Bennett leaned against the hard rock while tiredly and looked at Han Shuo as he explained. Nodding, Han Shuo said, "All right, make some space for me. I'm going to summon the skeletal warriors and have them mine the ore inside." Following Han Shuo's instructions, the dwarves in the innermost part of the tunnel all retreated out of there. When there weren't any dwarves left inside, Han Shuo chanted a necromancy incantation and 7 skeletal warriors appeared one after another in the tunnel, directly blocking the entrance. Han Shuo had originally only been able to control 6 skeletal warriors, but after meditating with the green ball these past few days, his mental strength had clearly improved once again. He could now control 7 skeletal warriors. "Put your iron shovels and hammers on the ground. I'll have the skeletal warriors use your tools and mine the ore in the innermost part." Han Shuo looked at the dwarves retreating after the 7 skeletal warriors had appeared. When the dwarves heard Han Shuo's words, they hesitated for a moment and threw out the mining tools in their hands, one by one under Bennett's persuasion. Han Shuo manipulated the skeletal warriors to abandon the bone daggers in their hands and pick up the mining tools on the ground. Each of them bent their bodies and slowly walked deeper into the mine. A wraith was released and floated into the depths of the mine along with the skeletal warriors on Han Shuo's orders. Han Shuo could observe the surroundings with the help of this wraith. With the wraith leading the way at the front, Han Shuo could personally observe the scene in the depths of the mine. Indeed, it was as the dwarves had said. The skeletal warriors crouched down and slowly made their way through an extremely narrow hole. The further they went, the larger the space became. However, there were no lighting devices inside, and Han Shuo was unable to see his surroundings clearly. When the Wraith and the skeletal warriors had walked a great distance, and Han Shuo felt that he couldn't control these dark creatures any further, he couldn't help but assign the task of mining ore. Using the Wraith as a visual medium, Han Shuo focused his mental strength and manipulated the 7 skeletal warriors to start hammering away at some of the ore in the surroundings. Following the movements of the skeletal warriors, loud clinking sounds came from within. After a while, Han Shuo could clearly feel with the help of the Wraith that the rocks at the top of the mine had loosened due to the skeletal warriors digging. After a while, a few large rocks actually fell down and smashed a skeletal warrior into a pile of broken bones. Focusing his mental strength, Han Shuo closed his eyes and stood in front of the dwarves. He carefully manipulated the skeletal warriors and had the Wraith float above the top of the cave. He carefully observed the large rocks that had loosened and hurriedly ordered the skeletal warriors below to take cover as soon as the rocks fell. After a long while, another skeletal warrior was smashed to pieces by a large rock. Han Shuo's mental strength was severely depleted and he felt a bit dizzy. He immediately understood that he'd expended too much mental strength and hurriedly ordered the remaining 5 skeletal warriors to stop mining. They picked up some of the crushed or on the ground and started moving it to the back. When the 5 skeletal warriors moved the mine or to the narrow pass one by one, the dwarves on Bennett's side called out and didn't wait for Han Shuo's orders. They walked to the pass one by one and picked up the ore there, moving it to the safety of Han Shuo's side. After a few more minutes, Han Shuo felt that his mental strength could no longer support the skeletal warriors' continued work. He immediately made the decision to cast an incantation and send the remaining skeletal warriors, as well as the Wraith, back to the other dimension. By this time, the cave entrance in front of Han Shuo was already filled with dozens of large and small pieces of ore. The dwarves cheered as they fought to crush the ore and put it into the large pockets on their backs. "Oh, my dear friend, because of your help, we've harvested more ore today than we've harvested in a week. These cute iron and steel ores can be refined into beautiful weapons. This is truly a happy thing." Although Bennett was injured and very tired, he was in exceptionally good spirits. He looked at his companions as they smashed and picked up the ores in high spirits, excitedly expressing their gratitude to Han Shuo. The other dwarves laughed heartily as they picked up the ore excitedly and took out the wine they'd brought with them. They gulped it down happily and made hearty noises. "Oh my gosh, what's this? What's this?" Suddenly, one of the dwarves screeched loudly. This scream attracted the attention of all the other dwarves, and they all surged towards this dwarf. Han Shuo was also startled and couldn't help but look at this dwarf. However, he'd already been surrounded by the other dwarves and Han Shuo couldn't see anything. He secretly wondered if something had happened. Just as Han Shuo was guessing suspiciously, Bennett suddenly lost his composure and laughed wildly. He even threw the wineskin in his hands into the air, waving his arms and legs as he cheered excitedly, "Black iron, damned black iron. I'm sure this really is black iron. My gosh, there's black iron in there. The village chief will go crazy if he finds out." When the other dwarves heard Bennett's words, their faces all flushed red and they couldn't help but dance with joy. They raised their hammers and furiously pounded the surrounding stone walls, making loud booms and giving Han Shuo quite a fright. Han Shuo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard Bennett's words. He understood that these dwarves must have obtained some wondrous metal, which was why they were so excited. He was also secretly happy. The dwarves finally calmed down after a while. Han Shuo finally asked, "Bennett, what kind of ore is this black iron? Is it very precious?" Bennett nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said excitedly, "Of course, it's very precious. Precious to the extreme. Black iron is the densest and hardest of all ores, but its mass is the smallest of all metals. In addition, it never rusts and can be changed by adding other materials. It's the best material for making weapons. This is a gift from the gods." Han Shuo was about to say some words of congratulations when a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. A piece of memory surged into his mind, and he abruptly understood from the attributes of this black iron that this black iron was actually a precious material for forging demonic treasures in Chu Kanglin's memories, dark steel. Although black iron and dark steel had different names, according to Bennett's description and Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo immediately understood that these two ores with different names should refer to the same thing. The black iron that Bennett spoke of was also the dark steel that Chu Kanglin had spoken of in his memories. It's a pity that there's only a very small piece. It looks like it's only enough to forge a small dagger. After his excitement, Bennett looked at the black iron in the dwarf's hands and said with some regret, "Bennett, don't be too discouraged. There's definitely more black iron in there. Maybe we'll be able to get a bigger piece next time. That way, we can forge the sharpest weapons." The dwarf Benson said, "Dear friend, thank you very much for your help. We're willing to share our mine with you. Can you continue to help us? We're willing to share the ores we mine with you." Bennett looked at Han Shuo with a face full of longing when he heard Benson's words, and said pleadingly, "I'm very happy that you trust me so much. I'm happy to help you, but I'm too tired today and want to rest for the night. I'll come back tomorrow to continue mining with you, all right?" Han Shuo was secretly delighted as he spoke humbly to Bennett. Of course. We'll come over with the village chief first thing tomorrow morning. I hope you can come again," Bennett said hastily, nodding. Han Shuo smiled faintly. "Then see you tomorrow." Han Shuo didn't take a single piece of ore with him after he'd spoken, and walked confidently towards the entrance of the mine, leaving behind a few wildly excited dwarves gulping down wine. Chapter 69. When he'd exhausted his mental strength, the progress he made when he meditated again was noticeably faster than under normal circumstances. When Han Shuo returned to the cemetery of death and his mental strength was once again full after a night of meditation, Han Shuo came to this conclusion. However, to a necromancer, without mental strength, they wouldn't be able to release any magic. This would undoubtedly put them in a very disadvantageous situation. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no necromancer would use up all of their mental strength in one go. Since the dwarves were willing to share the mine, Han Shuo couldn't help but have other thoughts. The iron and copper ores in the mine seemed to be extremely large. With the dwarves' working speed, it would take a very long time to excavate all of them. For Han Shuo, he could absolutely use his summoned creatures to speed up the mining process. If these copper and iron ores were transported to the Empire, Han Shuo would be able to earn handsomely for himself. According to Han Shuo's understanding and the dwarves' behavior, Han Shuo understood that these black iron ores would be very valuable resources. They might be able to sell for an astronomical price. There should be many dwarf villages within the dark forest. This batch of dwarves didn't look like there were too many of them. They probably wouldn't need that much iron and copper ores, even if they all added up. Since this was the case, Han Shuo had other plans in his heart. After infusing the original demon cave with fresh blood and magical yuan, Han Shuo left the cemetery of death early in the morning and hurried in the direction of the mine. Han Shuo had thought that he was early enough. But when Han Shuo arrived at the entrance to the mine, he discovered that the dwarves had already arrived. The dwarves were twice as many as usual today. They seemed to have been excited the entire night, and all of their eyes were red, but their expressions were quite excited. One of the dwarves, with a grizzled beard and a bent body and a walking stick, was giving instructions to the other dwarves with a solemn expression. The group of dwarves, including Bennett, all listened respectfully to his instructions, purposefully making footsteps to attract the dwarves' attention. Bennett immediately raised the iron hammer in his hand and yelled when he saw Han Shuo appear, "Hey, dear friend, we've been waiting for you for a long time." When Han Shuo arrived, the old dwarf with a grizzled beard bowed in human etiquette to greet Han Shuo, saying amiably, Brave and powerful friend, many thanks for your help. I am Calvin, chief of this dwarf village. Pleased to meet you. My name is Han Shoa. I'm honored to have your trust. This place was far from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and no one knew his identity. Therefore, Han Shoa used his real name to negotiate with these dwarves. Brave Han, your name is amazing. I've never heard of anyone using such a name. Ha ha! The children all say that you're a trustworthy person. Our village is willing to share the secrets of the mine with you. I hope we can live in harmony in the future. Calvin first looked a bit oddly at Han Shoa, seeming to be a bit puzzled by Han Shoa's name. However, a smile soon spread across his face, and he spoke with a smile. Then I think we can begin our work. Although Calvin was neither in a hurry nor too slow, the other dwarves all looked at the mine behind them, obviously revealing their impatient thoughts. Han Shoa didn't say much and directly stated his request for work. No rush. Calvin thought for a moment and stared at Han Shoa. Han, why are you helping us so much? We're willing to share this mine with you. Why didn't you take half of the iron and copper ores with you yesterday? Older people thought more than others, all right, and the dwarves were no exception. Han Shoa looked at Calvin and mused for a moment, explaining, First of all, I have a grudge against the forest troll. Add to that the fact that I was won over by Bennett and the others' fearless fighting spirit. That's why I helped them. Later on, they were the ones who helped me with the Windblade Wolves. Those 2 Windblade Wolves were originally my prey, and it was very easy for me to help you mine the ores. I don't know how to forge weapons, so these iron and copper ores are useless to me. That's why I didn't take them with me when I left. Elder Calvin, I hope you can believe me. Nodding, Calvin bowed to Han Shoa and said humbly, Apologies, Han. I'm older and have seen too many cunning humans. That's why I didn't take it to heart. Nodding, Calvin bowed to Han Shoa and said modestly, My apologies, Han. I'm older and have seen too many cunning humans. That's why I asked out of turn. I hope you don't mind. You're doing the right thing. I completely understand your concerns. It'll be difficult for us to mine the deeper parts of these mines with just us. Since we're willing to share the secret with you, we're willing to share everything in there with you, including the black iron or bestowed by the gods. We're willing to share everything equally with you. I hope you won't refuse. Otherwise, we'll truly be embarrassed. Calvin thought for a moment and solemnly made his promise. When Han Shoa heard these words, he sighed inwardly. Although the dwarves were stubborn and hot-tempered, they were a race worth befriending. Han Shoa was a bit ashamed of his own ulterior motives after Calvin's promise. He mused for a moment. Don't worry, Elder. I completely agree to your suggestion. In addition, if I have enough black iron ore, I beg you to forge a weapon for me. Is that possible? No problem, Han. Don't worry. If we have enough black iron ore, I'll personally supervise them and forge a suitable weapon for you. Calvin promised with a smile. All right, I think we can start working. Han Shoa finally set his mind at ease at this moment and sighed inwardly that the Demon's Lair edge had finally been secured. He smiled faintly and walked into the mine with the dwarves. After half a day of digging, Han Shoa's mental strength was once again exhausted and he retreated, weary and exhausted. His gains this time were even more abundant than yesterday's. Apart from large amounts of iron and copper ore, he'd obtained another 2 pieces of black iron ore, 1 large and 1 small. Han Shoa generously gave the large piece to the dwarf village chief and only threw the small piece into his space ring. At the entrance of the mine, the dwarves were all smiles as they carried the copper and iron ores on their backs, planning on carrying today's gains back to the village. Dear Han, what kind of weapon do you need forged? Calvin asked Han Shoa before he left. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoa took out his dagger and drew a blueprint of the Demon's Lair edge on the ground. He pointed at the weapon on the ground and explained to Calvin, This is the weapon. I want the best and sharpest one. Do you think it'll be possible? Calvin squinted his eyes and bent down, staring at the blueprint of the demon's lair edge and observing it for a while. He said thoughtfully, "I've never seen the shape of this weapon before. It looks quite interesting, and I think forging it shouldn't be a problem. However, if you want the best and sharpest one, you'll need some rare materials. Our village doesn't have enough of them." A thought struck Han Shoa as he thought of the buzzed merchant guild. It looked like he'd have to throw caution to the wind for the sake of this demon's lair edge. He couldn't help but say, "What other materials do you need?" "Elder can tell me, and I'll think of a way to gather the rare materials. I need an extremely good weapon. Do you have pen and paper?" "Of course." Han Shua took out the pen and paper he'd prepared before coming to the Cemetery of Death from his space ring and handed them to Calvin, saying, "Elder, don't worry about the lack of materials. I'll think of a way to gather the materials as soon as possible." "All right then." Calvin nodded and began to jot down a row of rare materials on the paper. He finally handed it to Han Shua, saying, "Han, as long as these materials can be gathered, I promise to forge an incomparably sharp weapon for you. When I have enough black iron ore to forge this weapon, I'll think of a way to gather these materials. I'll come back earlier tomorrow to mine the ore." Han Shua left the mine after saying this. Han Shua continued to mine the mine with the dwarves for the next 10 days. When Han Shua had gathered enough black iron ore and the dwarves had all reaped a bountiful harvest, Calvin suggested that they temporarily stop mining the ore and start refining the ore into weapons. They'd come back to mine the ore when they didn't have enough weapons in the future. During this time, Han Shua had already gained the dwarves' trust and accepted Calvin's invitation to go to their village to drink and celebrate. He also knew the correct way to their residences. Early this morning, after Han Shua infused fresh blood and magical yuan into the original demon cave in the Cemetery of Death, he directly used the transportation matrix to leave the Cemetery of Death. Chapter 70. Through the transportation matrix, Han Shua appeared directly at the hidden tomb in the mountain behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, in the blind corner that Han Shua had dug up. Putting away the 6 magical sticks, Han Shua removed the stone slab placed at the entrance of the tomb and walked out. The sky was only just beginning to brighten. Han Shua didn't walk from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, but instead took a detour and headed directly for the northern street according to the location on Fabian's card. There were many luxurious and tall buildings in the northern district of Austin City. Many of the empire's nobles and celebrities resided within. The number of city guards here was also the highest. There were already many armored and armed city guards patrolling the area early in the morning. Han Shua straightened his clothes and wiped off the dust that had just landed on him. Only then did he head for the northern street according to the records on Fabian's card. After a while, Han Shua stopped in front of a building. There were no guards in front of the door, and it didn't look as eye-catching as the surrounding buildings. Han Shua arrived in front of the door and focused his attention to observe his surroundings. He only began to knock when he discovered that no one seemed to be paying attention to him. Last time at the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Phoebe had forcefully pushed the death of the Shadow Ghost assassin onto him. The expression on Grover's face before he left already indicated that this person harbored a grudge. According to Phoebe, whether it was Shadow Ghost or Grover, they both had experts in their hands that could kill him. Therefore, Han Shua had no choice but to be careful on his return to the Empire this time, afraid of attracting the attention of either Shadow Ghost or Grover. After a while, a gentle-looking butler opened the door and looked at Han Shua. He bowed with a smile and asked, "Good morning, sir. May I ask who you are looking for?" "I'm Brian. I've come to discuss a business deal with Fabian." Han Shua responded just as politely. "So it's Mr. Brian. I've heard Fabian mention you before. Please come with me." The butler immediately moved aside when he heard Han Shua's name, indicating for Han Shua to enter. When Han Shua walked in, the butler stuck his head out and carefully observed the entrance before hurriedly closing the door and leading Han Shua inside, appearing to be very cautious. The buildings inside were still very ordinary. Compared to the buzzed merchant guild's extravagance, this place didn't seem very eye-catching, and the size of the buildings was far less vast. After walking for only a minute, the butler brought Han Shuo into a large hall and called over an ordinary-looking maid. After serving tea and snacks, she said, "Mr. Brian, please wait a moment. I'll go call Fabian for you right away." After the butler left, the maid filled Han Shuo's cup with tea and also left the hall. After a while, the fat Fabian walked in from outside the hall, laughing heartily. Bright and hearty laughter sounded from Fabian's mouth, but his face was a bit haggard and his spirits weren't too good. It seemed that he hadn't been very comfortable recently. "Oh, it's Brian. It's great to see that you're safe and sound." Fabian pulled out a chair and sat down after entering, laughing heartily. "I'm also very happy to see that you're fine. I went into hiding after leaving the Buzzed Merchant Guild last time. Neither Shadow Ghost nor Grover's men will be able to find me, so you don't need to worry about me at all. It's you, on the other hand, that doesn't seem to be doing too well." Han Shuo sized up Fabian and said slowly, "Don't mention it. Grover is becoming more and more domineering now, and our days have indeed been a bit rough lately." "Oh, right. What business do you have to discuss with me this time?" Fabian sighed and said a bit helplessly. Han Shuo didn't want to pay attention to the grudge between them and Grover. Fabian wasn't willing to go into detail with Han Shuo's intentions. He thought for a moment and said, "I've come to find you this time not to sell any goods, but to purchase some rare materials from you." "Oh, what rare materials? Take a look at this list. I need all of the materials in here. How much do you think it will cost?" Han Shuo handed over the list of materials that the dwarf village chief, Calvin, had listed to Fabian and said. Fabian took the list from Han Shuo and looked over it carefully. He thought for a moment and said to Han Shuo, "Brian, even I'm not too sure about some of the materials in here. I'm afraid I can't make the decision. If you don't mind, I'd like to have our Miss Phoebe speak with you." Han Shuo stared blankly. Could it be that Calvin's list of materials required items that were extremely valuable? Musing for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, "All right, the same goes for Miss Phoebe. I have an urgent need for these items. When can I see her?" "Our Miss is here right now. I'll go ask for her instructions right now." "Wait a moment." Fabian rose and said to Han Shuo before leaving the hall. After a while, Phoebe walked into the hall with Fabian with a cold expression on her face. She was dressed simply, but it was hard to conceal her stunning features. Phoebe swept her eyes over Han Shuo as if nothing had happened when she walked in, making Han Shuo feel a bit baffled. Finding a chair to sit on, Phoebe took a long look at the list that Han Shuo had listed. Her brow furrowed slightly as she lifted her head to look at Han Shuo, saying, "These materials should be used to forge weapons. Some of the items in here are indeed quite rare. You've found the right person to purchase them from us." Joy welled up in his heart, but there wasn't any expression of happiness on his face. Han Shuo's right index finger drummed on the table every now and then as he said faintly, "Name your price." Nodding, Phoebe's wise and far-sighted eyes flashed craftily for a moment as a beautiful curve appeared at the corners of her lips. She said, "Apart from the black gold, or we can sell the rest to you. Especially since you helped us last time, I can even give you a discount. We'll only charge you a total of 3,500 gold coins. The price is absolutely fair." 3,500 gold coins. Han Shuo's heart jumped. He hadn't thought that the 10 or so rare materials that Calvin had listed would be worth so much, and judging from Phoebe's words, this price was already quite low. The black gold, or seemed to be a bit troublesome. Frowning slightly, Han Shuo thought for a moment and said, 3,500 gold coins isn't a problem, but as for the black gold, or could it be that your merchant guild can't get it? Black gold ore is the same as black iron ore, and is the best material for forging weapons. The price of this ore is beyond your imagination. A piece of black gold, or the size of a fingernail, can be sold for 5,000 gold coins on the black market. Under normal circumstances, black gold, ore, and black iron are both priceless. I have a piece of black gold, or the size of a thumb in my hand, but this piece of black gold ore was obtained with great difficulty. I plan on gathering enough materials to forge the best sword for my master, so I've kept it. Although this piece of black gold ore meets your requirements, I won't sell it to you no matter how high a price you offer. Phoebe's face was solemn as she spoke firmly to Han Shuo. Phoebe was already a sword master, and Han Shuo didn't even need to think with his toes to imagine what level her master was at. The sword used by this kind of person would naturally be the sharpest and most extraordinary. Phoebe had reached the level of a sword master at such a young age, so she definitely wasn't someone that an ordinary academy of magic and force could teach. It looked like this Phoebe was quite mysterious indeed. However, Han Shuo really needed the black gold ore. He wanted to make the Demon's Lair edge the best it could be, and naturally needed the rarest and most complete materials. If he was missing such a precious piece of black gold ore, then the quality of the Demon's Lair edge would be greatly reduced. This was something that Han Shuo didn't want to see. His brow furrowed deeply. Han Shuo thought hard for a while and finally asked Phoebe, "Apart from you, who else has this kind of black gold ore?" "Don't even think about it. I think that even if someone has it, they'll treasure it like a treasure and won't sell it to you." Phoebe looked at Han Shuo's anxious expression with interest, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she spoke with a bit of pride. Han Shuo couldn't help but feel a wave of dejection when he heard these words. As he shook his head and sighed, he suddenly noticed the unintentional smile on Phoebe's lips. His thoughts spun rapidly, and Han Shuo thought silently for a while. Finally, he stared fixedly at Phoebe and asked lowly, "Miss Phoebe, as long as you're willing to give me the black gold or in your possession, you can raise any conditions." Phoebe started and looked at Han Shuo with surprise. She then furrowed her brow and pretended to think for a moment. Finally, she said, a bit reluctantly, "Since you helped us last time, I can bear the pain and part with what I love. But you must help me with something else." "What is it?" Han Shuo thought to himself that Phoebe had indeed planned this beforehand. He was angry in his heart, but didn't show it on his face as he responded with a darkened face. "Act with me and help me kill Grover's 2 most loyal dogs, Darnell and Yuna. These 2 bitches who should be hacked into 1,000 pieces." Phoebe's face was frosty as she spoke through gritted teeth. "What are their strengths?" Han Shuo asked with a calm face. "Darnell is a senior swordsman and has the possibility of breaking through to the level of a swordmaster. Yuna is a fire adept mage, and her strength is equally frightening. These 2 are a shameless and licentious couple and won't be apart for long periods of time. They're currently living in the Buzzed Merchant Guild. As long as you're willing to help me, I have a 60% chance of silently assassinating them." Phoebe's body suddenly straightened, the twin peaks in front of her chest appearing exceedingly high as she spoke with a bit of excitement. "I agree." Han Shuo didn't hesitate and said lowly. Chapter 71. Han Shuo and Phoebe had prepared for the entire day and took advantage of the evening to board a carriage from the north of the city to the south of the city where the Buzzed Merchant Guild was. Han Shuo and Phoebe sat shoulder to shoulder within the carriage. In front of the 2 of them were 2 simple crossbows with intricate carvings and a dagger that gleamed with a cold light. This crossbow and dagger are much better than the ones you took from the Orkwolf riders last time. I'm giving them all to you for free." Phoebe held a clean silk ribbon in her hand and carefully wiped the long sword in her hand as she spoke coldly to Han Shuo. The crossbow and dagger were held in Han Shuo's hands, and he couldn't bear to part with them. Han Shuo was quite satisfied with Phoebe's generosity and said with a light smile, "Don't count on me too much for this time's assassination. My strength isn't as strong as you think. I'll mainly help you keep watch and act as your assistant. You'll still have to do most of the work." "Got it. Just listen to my instructions later, and I'll tell you what to do." Phoebe rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and said a bit angrily, taking out a small bottle from his space ring. Han Shuo carefully poured some powder onto his fingertips and very cautiously smeared it on the tips of the dagger and crossbow bolts. He then hurriedly wiped his fingertips that had just been coated with the powder clean. Phoebe was a bit curious about Han Shuo's actions and moved slightly closer to Han Shuo. She stared at Han Shuo's actions and observed him for a while before opening her mouth to ask in confusion, "What are you doing?" A wisp of orchid-like fragrance drifted into Han Shuo's nose and mouth as Phoebe drew closer. Han Shuo couldn't help but glance at Phoebe as his heart fluttered for no reason. Phoebe was wearing the same tight-fitting black night clothes as Han Shuo today. The tight night clothes revealed Phoebe's beautiful figure without a doubt. She had a finely sculpted face, and a stunning beauty blossomed from her bright eyes, causing Han Shuo's heart to run wild as he looked at her. "I already have Fanny. Although this Phoebe is beautiful, her personality is too cold, and there are too many troublesome and dangerous things on her." Han Shuo silently said to himself and then turned his head away, continuing to focus on cleaning his dagger and crossbow bolts. He replied faintly, "Nothing much, just rubbed some poison powder on." "Despicable, shameless. This is against the laws of the Empire. If someone were to find out, you'd be in big trouble," Phoebe said coldly with a face full of disdain. "It doesn't matter. What we're doing today isn't honorable anyway, so no one will know about it. Ha, you're my accomplice, so I don't think you'd slap yourself in the face." Han Shuo laughed lowly and said with a bit of pride. When Han Shuo said this, Phoebe couldn't help but feel angry. However, she had a favor to ask, so she only snorted coldly and didn't say anything. After Han Shuo had applied poison powder to the crossbow bolts and dagger, Han Shuo thought for a moment and pulled out a few sharp steel needles from his thigh. He was very patient, applying poison powder to these needles as well. Phoebe snorted lightly again when she saw this, seeming to despise Han Shuo's actions greatly. When everything was done, Han Shuo put away all his weapons and finally looked at Phoebe, saying, "Oh, right. Why didn't you directly make a move against Grover, and instead went to kill 2 lackeys who wouldn't be of much use?" Grover holds some key items of the guild in his hands. He's placed these items in the hands of one of his trusted mistresses. If Grover dies, his mistress will certainly publicize these items. This will be a devastating blow to our guild. So before I kill Grover, I must first find his mistress and grasp these items in my hands. Phoebe flicked a glance at Han Shuo and explained a bit unwillingly. The larger the guild, the more shady transactions there were. For example, when Han Shuo had plundered the Orc-Wolf Rider's resources last time, those items should have originally belonged to the shops in the town of Droll. The Empire had long since made it clear that citizens had to hand over these resources if they obtained them. Fabian and Han Shuo's transactions were already considered a violation of the Empire's laws. If the Empire knew of the buzzed merchant guild's actions, the guild would be hard-pressed to escape punishment. For a guild like the buzzed merchant guild, there were certainly many more similar illegal transactions. It looked like these important items were in Grover's hands. No wonder Phoebe didn't dare make a move against Grover lightly. The two of them discussed some details in low voices when the carriage suddenly came to a stop. The coachman said softly from the front, "Miss, we've arrived at the back door of the guild. Let's go." Phoebe looked at Han Shuo and dismounted first. Han Shuo stuck his head out and looked left and right before dismounting as well. "Miss, come in quickly and be careful. Grover has just left the buzzed merchant guild with a few experts. We don't know where they've gone, but they'll usually return at night." An old man from the buzzed merchant guild was waiting at the back door. When he saw Phoebe and Han Shuo appear, he hurriedly moved aside to let the two in. "Thank you for your hard work," Phoebe said to the old man and glanced at Han Shuo, walking quickly into the buzzed merchant guild. Han Shuo followed closely behind Phoebe, also moving quickly. "Most of the people in the guild are Grover's people. I can only mobilize a few old men. And this is all because Grover doesn't know of my relationship with them. There are many guards inside, so we must be careful. Otherwise, if we're discovered, not only will the assassination fail, but it may even be difficult for us to leave alive. Phoebe was extremely familiar with the Buzzed Merchant Guild. When she brought Hans Shoah along quickly, they avoided quite a few guards and didn't forget to remind Hans Shoah repeatedly. The sky was now completely dark. There was no moon tonight, and the thick black clouds in the sky blocked out all light. Some of the lights in the corridors of the Buzzed Merchant Guild couldn't shine too far. Phoebe lived up to her strength as a sword master. Her nimble body surprised Hans Shoah greatly. Her body was silent as she darted about, and her speed was very fast. After Hans Shoah had calmed down, his extraordinary facial features surprised Hans Shoah. The dark of the night couldn't obstruct Hans Shoah's vision at all. Even without the illumination of the lights, Hans Shoah could clearly see the fish swimming in the pond under the fake mountain in the distance. The footsteps coming from far away and the low murmurs in some rooms were all clearly audible to Hans Shoah. Hans Shoah's calmed movements were also incomparably nimble, like a cheetah searching for prey. He didn't make a single sound as he silently followed behind Phoebe. Suddenly, Hans Shoah quickly closed in and grabbed Phoebe. He brought Phoebe's body and suddenly squeezed into a crack in a nearby fake mountain. The crack in the fake mountain was very narrow, and when the two squeezed in, their chests pressed tightly against each other. Hans Shoah could feel the ample bosom of Phoebe. Phoebe's pretty face was enraged as she glared fiercely at Hans Shoah, her eyes looking like they were about to spit fire. "Sure." Hans Shoah raised his index finger and made a shushing gesture. His eyes darted around, indicating that something was wrong with Phoebe. The anger on Phoebe's face hadn't disappeared even after Hans Shoah's actions. A trace of bashful red spread across Phoebe's slender, fair neck. Now that the two's thighs were pressed against each other and their chests were pressed against each other, they could even feel each other's heartbeat. An ambiguous atmosphere instantly spread and rippled. As if she didn't dare look at Hans Shoah again, Phoebe pressed her cheek against Hans Shoah's ear and said in an extremely low voice, "If there's nothing wrong, I'll kill you." Hans Shoah's face turned bitter, but he calmed himself and didn't say anything. When he felt extremely light footsteps approaching, he couldn't help but slow his breathing. He even shook his head slightly, wanting to warn Phoebe, who knew that because Phoebe's jade lips were moving closer to Hans Shoah's, Hans Shoah's shake of his head actually caused Phoebe's fragrant lips to directly press against Hans Shoah's cheek. Just as Phoebe's breathing was unsteady and she was a bit angry from embarrassment, Hans Shoah had already turned his head with difficulty and used a resolute gaze to signal Phoebe to be careful. Phoebe had the cultivation of a sword master after all, and her mental fortitude wasn't weak. At this critical moment, she only took a deep breath and her rapid heartbeat immediately calmed down. However, because she took a deep breath, her ample breasts involuntarily puffed up, causing Hans Shoah to almost moan uncontrollably. My wind barrier clearly sensed movement, and I rushed here as fast as I could. Why didn't I discover anything? Is it because I've been too careful lately? A man's voice muttered to himself in a low voice not far from the two of them. After this voice appeared, extremely light footsteps slowly rang out in the surroundings. If it wasn't for the fact that Phoebe's attention was at its highest and that this person was extremely close to them, it would have been very difficult for her to hear these footsteps. Since he was a wind mage, if he used wind magic, he could indeed greatly reduce the weight of his body. His walking speed would be faster than that of an ordinary mage or warrior, and his footsteps would be lighter and more silent. It was no wonder that even with Phoebe's strength as a sword master, she could only detect movement when he got close. As Hans Shoah and Phoebe were on tenterhooks, this person patrolled the surroundings once before quietly leaving. However, this time, Phoebe didn't dare to act rashly. She was afraid that her judgment would be wrong. She glared fiercely at Hans Shoah as if trying to find clues from Han Shuo's face. After a while, Han Shuo exhaled lightly and said in a low voice, "He's gone." Phoebe used both her hands and feet to forcefully squeeze out from the cracks in the fake mountain after he'd spoken. She lowered her head and said softly, "I'll let it go this time. Next time something like this happens, find me a wider place or I won't let you go." Phoebe circled around the area after she'd spoken and hurried in another direction. When she saw that Han Shuo wasn't following her with a wry smile, she couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and scolded softly. "You don't want the black gold or any more?" "Coming," Han Shuo responded and followed a bit helplessly, thinking to himself, "Where am I going to find a wide hiding place for you at a critical moment?" They didn't run into any more unexpected incidents after that. Phoebe led Han Shuo around a path and avoided a few waves of guards before finally entering Darnell and Yuna's room. "Let's make some preparations and wait for these B** cheese to return," Phoebe immediately said through gritted teeth as soon as they entered the room, as if she wanted to vent all of her anger from just now on Darnell and Yuna. And so Han Shuo and Phoebe began to get busy, preparing to assassinate Grover's 2 loyal lackeys who were about to return.